Right. We are about to start. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 19th UNEP Global Roundtable. My name is Mustafa Chowdhury. I'm the co-head of communications at UNEP. I'll be your MC for today. So here we are 2 years on. Last time we were in Geneva for our global roundtable. We're very, very, very excited to be here in London, especially during London Climate Action Week. And a big thank you to the London Climate Action Week organizers for arranging record-breaking temperatures to remind us about why we are here. But it's also a moment that reminds us that climate risks are no longer abstract, and climate change is reshaping economies, it's changing how we live. Maybe next GRT we can wear shorts. I hope we don't have to, or maybe I hope we can. But nature loss is also affecting ecosystems, and nature supports growth, it supports our economic systems. Pollution from plastics to chemicals is creating liabilities, and social instability is also amplifying vulnerability across markets and societies. But finance is no longer just reacting. Finance is shifting towards opportunity, towards transformation, and towards resilience. And that is the story of today, the theme of today, from risk to resilience, financing the future. So before we start the proceedings of the day, just a couple of housekeeping issues. Number one, please do keep your badges on you at all times for security reasons. But more importantly, we also have some wonderful information in the back of your badges. We have the Wi-Fi code, and we also have our event app. So please do download the event app for the latest agenda. We also have polls running on the app throughout the day. We'll announce the results of the polls throughout the day, so please have a look at those. And yeah, you can also talk to each other on the app. So that's that. Lunch will be served just behind you, where we just had refreshments, and we also have a drinks reception at 5 o'clock, so we hope you will stay for that as well. Now, it's time to begin shaping the story of today. With that, I'd like to welcome on stage Eric Usher, head of UNEP. Eric?
Great, thanks very much, Mustafa. Great to see everyone here today, and to take sense of London Climate Action Week and see it's interesting, I would say the energy in the city, which is a great response on sustainability climate action. We see that there's so much going on, not only in finance, but across all parts of the community, of the economy. And we're very happy that we can play a contributing role. We're going to start, we're very pleased. We do have with us some of the leaders from the UN in the coming days, the head of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the head of the IPCC. We also have the head of the Convention on Biological Diversity. They're going to talk about different facets of these intergovernmental processes, where they are at, where they need to go. I would, however, like to, we have a video actually that, if you don't know, our mother organization, the UN Environment Program, it's the only major UN organization based in the Global South. It's based in Kenya, in Nairobi. Under Secretary General Inger Andersen. Unfortunately, she couldn't be with us today, but she did send a short video to give us an introduction, if we can play that.
Colleagues, partners and friends, welcome to this year's UNEP Global Roundtable, a meeting that comes at an absolutely pivotal moment. Because around the world, we're facing a convergence of challenges that are reshaping economies, societies, and financial systems, from climate change and biodiversity loss to rising cost of living and geopolitical challenges. And these issues, they do not exist in isolation, and neither can our responses. That is why this roundtable is so important. We need to share insights, practical solutions, and strengthen collaboration to build resilient and sustainable economic systems. But critically, we must also align financial innovation with the strong public policy frameworks that guide markets towards sustainability at scale. The urgency is clear. Global temperature rise is very likely soon to exceed 1.5 degrees centigrades. That's a limit that we set out in the Paris Agreement. And the consequences are no longer just a distant threat. They're already being felt right now across economies, supply chains, and financial markets. So your discussions today will highlight how sustainability is increasingly becoming a core component of financial decision-making. And more importantly, your discussions will reinforce the economic and financial case for sustainable finance, not simply as a response to risk, but as a pathway to long-term growth, stability, and opportunity. Action offers significant opportunities. If we act now, we can prevent trillions of dollars in economic losses by 2050. We can drive jobs and growth and resilience and investments, and we can protect nature and our own health. We can all thrive. The solutions are not theoretical. They're real. They're here. And they are scaling fast. And they offer a host of benefits. The transition to a more sustainable future can't be achieved by governments alone, of course. And that is why the private sector, and particularly the finance community, has a unique and absolutely pivotal role to play in mobilizing capital, in managing risk, and accelerating solutions. But of course, this transition will not succeed without enabling policy environments, policies that set direction, create incentives, and ensure accountability. Public and private actors must therefore move forward together. At a time when uncertainty can easily encourage fragmentation, multilateral cooperation has never been more essential. We know the global challenges, and we know they require collective action. They require trusted partnerships and a willingness to work across sectors and across borders. And we know multilateral action works. A decade ago, the world was on track for roughly 3.5 degrees centigrade of warming. And today, thanks to the Paris Agreement, that projection has fallen to around 2.5 degrees, demonstrating that collective action works. Now, we must turn all of our commitments into policies and accelerate implementation to drive emissions down even further. We can prevail in this fight for the planet's future, but it will take all of us. If we act together with purpose and urgency, we can build a more resilient, secure, and sustainable future for all.
So good morning, everyone. Welcome to UNEP FI's 19th Biennial Global Roundtable. It's been a long time. I know many of you in the room have been along for that long, and many of you have joined more recently. Change doesn't happen overnight, but managing change is a challenge that we need to do on a day-to-day basis. So it's really a pleasure to open this gathering at a time when the role of finance in shaping our future has never been more important, or on some measures, I think, more tested. The next few days, we're going to be exploring a central theme from risk to resilience, and that framing is very specific, it's very deliberate, because what we're seeing today is not a retreat from sustainability, it's somewhat of a repricing of reality, if we could say. Across markets, the signals are clear, climate shocks are intensifying. I don't know who heard the thunder last night, it was quite shocking. It woke me up. So we're feeling it on a day-to-day basis. Nature loss is accelerating. Social fabric is fraying. And pollution in its different forms is imposing real economic costs. And these are no longer abstract concerns. They're balance sheet issues, macroeconomic risks, and increasingly systemic financial challenges. This is why the agenda we put together, I think, is so important, bringing together leaders from financial institutions, from industry, from regulators and policymakers to focus on how do we build resilience in practice, not just define it, but build it. And I think at the same time, we have to acknowledge the context we're operating in. The science is clear, yet there are political headwinds. There is fragmentation in approaches. We know that sustainability integration is not a fad, it's a structural market transformation. And like all structural transformations, it won't be linear. But we have been here before, of course. Financial markets have always evolved in response to new forms of risk. And it's clear sustainability and climate risk is financially material in different ways, and managing it is quite simply prudent risk management and good business practice. And it's something that we see the capital markets are starting to appreciate in some different ways. What gives me confidence is not just the urgency of the challenges, but the progress that we've already made together. So here, within the UNEP FI community, we are the largest global community of responsible banks, roughly about half of the global industry. Individually, they implement the PRB principles for a responsible banking framework. Similarly, our community of insurers, reinsurers, brokers implementing the PSI, Principal Sustainable Insurance. They're working together towards a risk-aware world where the insurance industry can play its full role in enabling a healthy, safe, resilient, and sustainable society. Now, sustainability considerations, including those that address climate change, nature laws, pollution, human rights, societal issues, they're increasingly being integrated into governance, into decision-making and capital allocation. Risks and impacts are being managed and identified, we believe, better than ever, and so are the opportunities that arise from the transitions that are underway. Sustainability standards are being adopted into mainstream practices and moving towards greater interoperability. This is a sign of momentum. This work is not theoretical, it's shaping real decisions, real portfolios, and real economies. So despite the challenges, we need to keep moving forward from a world where sustainability is an afterthought or a side issue to one where it is foundational to core business. By better managing sustainability risks and aligning their business to support a more sustainable economy, financial institutions increase their operational resilience. Now, research from MSCI Institute, we're pleased to have Henry from MSCI with us today, he's going to speak later. MSCI Institute research has shown that 61% of PRB signatory banks are rated as ESG leaders. Only 1% fall within the laggards quartile. PRB signatories also, by some analysis, get lower access to capital. Essentially, they're being credited by the capital markets as more prudent, better run organizations. On insurance, similarly, research has shown that PSI signatories benefit from lower downside risk and exhibit lower returns volatility. So I think the important message here is that sustainability integration is about prudent risk management, and the capital markets are rewarding those who take it seriously. Other evidence from corporate bond markets shows that higher ESG-rated issuers have stronger cash flow metrics, better profitability, greater distance to default, translating into tighter credit spreads and lower cost of capital. So ESG ratings, or sustainability ratings, however we call them, have therefore been adding explanatory power beyond traditional credit ratings, particularly for higher yield or longer maturity bonds. So, different areas where some clear progress is being made, but we also know that the next phase is going to be harder. The more that this mainstreams, the more difficult and more pushback we're going to receive. And obviously the task ahead is not just about commitment, it's about delivery at scale. And critically, it's about doing this in a way that also makes good business sense. Because resilience is not built through aspiration alone, it's built through pricing, clear incentives, and coherent standards. Most importantly, through leadership and innovation. This is where we believe, UNEP FI, we can play a unique role. We sit at the intersection of science and finance, of policy and markets, of public ambition and private capital. And our job, your job, is to help translate complexity into actionable frameworks. So from principles to practice, from disclosure to action, from risk awareness to capital deployment. So if I leave you with one thought this morning, it's that resilience is not just the outcome we're aiming for, it's the lens through which finance needs to now operate. So even in the face of political uncertainty, even in the face of fragmentation, the direction of travel is clear, because ultimately resilience is what our societies need, and this is what the markets will reward. Institutions that understand risk better, allocate capital more efficiently, and adapt to our changing environment earlier will be the ones that succeed. So over the next couple of days, we're going to have an extraordinary program ahead, bringing together leaders from across sectors to move this agenda forward, from resilience frameworks to real-world solutions. I really encourage all of you to engage openly and focus on the one thing that matters most, how we move faster, further, and together. Now, the GRT 2026 is held in collaboration with the Green Finance Institute, and it's supported by our headline sponsor, First Abu Dhabi Bank, the gold sponsors, Siemens Financial Services, MSCI, EY, and Bloomberg, our silver sponsors, Ford Stewardship Council, Emirates, NBD, Generali, Societe Generale, and Santander, our innovation sponsor, Minderoo Foundation, our climate contributor, the Climate Partner, our supporters, Anbima, CN, SEG, and Feberban, and our partner, Climate Action. So with that, thank you very much for your leadership, thank you for your partnership, and thank you for being part of this journey from risk to resilience. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Eric. So those remarks remind us that the environmental crisis is not just a future risk, it is a present reality. So now let's expand the lens to financial architecture and enabling solutions across all borders. I'd like to welcome on stage Rhian-Mari Thomas. She is CEO of the Green Finance Institute. The Global Roundtable is held in collaboration with the Green Finance Institute. And thank you, Rhian-Mari, and the whole GFI team for your efforts. So the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Eric. And good morning, everyone. The current debate on financing climate and nature can, on occasion, sound deceptively clear. We have global targets, we have ambition, and we have capital. And last year, global investment in the energy transition reached around $2.3 trillion. It's a record high, up 8% year on year, but still only around half of the annual estimated requirements out to 2030. So we need to do more and faster. But more what exactly? This is the question that London Climate Action Week should be answering. Surely it's the reason why we're coming together at gatherings like this Global Roundtable. Firstly, I'd say we need to recognize the challenge is global, but the solutions are not. The financial institutions in this room have global reach, but they invest in local geographies, in sectors, in technologies, and in projects. Creating those investable opportunities, delivering returns for investors and economic and environmental transitions for countries is how we unlock progress. Ambition has been set, commitments have been made, now we need execution. Secondly, to achieve that, I would argue we need to be specific and we need to prioritize. Capital, in theory, is not the constraint to investment in climate and nature smart transactions, but it is indicative to look at where it's going so far. The majority continues to flow into mature, deployable technologies with electrified transport, for example, expected to account for around 60% of total investment by 2035. By contrast, newer technologies, alternative fuels, clean industry, carbon capture, they're all growing, but from a much, much smaller base, and they remain more difficult to scale at pace. That reflects a broader dynamic. Despite over $500 billion being invested into climate technology innovation in recent years, the next generation of scalable low-cost solutions is yet to fully emerge. And this is playing out really unevenly across geographies. China, as we all know, remains central, not just as the largest emitter, but as a system driver. With emissions projected to fall 17% by 2030 and nearly 50% by 2050, it continues to shape global manufacturing in key clean technologies. So if we look at those sectors and the geographies and their capital needs, we need to accelerate what was done in solar and offshore wind into other sectors. We need finance deployment in emerging market and developing economies, just as we have in the developed markets. So, having prioritized, I think we need a new approach. Let's start by acknowledging the complexity. Every sector has different economics. Every sector, every country has different policy environments, and investors have different risk appetites. So there's a lesson here from the last decade of climate finance. We need more radical coordination, but at the level where investment decisions are actually made, because investors don't fund targets, they fund transactions. And today there is a persistent gap between those two things, a gap between the scale of global ambition and the availability of investable opportunities on the ground. That gap is not theoretical, it is practical, and it shows up in fragmented pipelines, in unclear risk-return profiles, in misaligned incentives, and above all, in a lack of coordination across the system. Because unlocking capital at scale is ultimately a coordination challenge. It is about aligning policy frameworks with development capital, with private investment, and with real economy developers. Have we got the coordination mechanisms in place in priority areas that delivers the single arbiter of truth of what is working, namely capital flow and emissions reduction? When we see progress, it is inevitably where that coordination is present and where risk is allocated to the appropriate actors across the value chain. These are the mechanisms we need. This is what the GFI is focused on. And it's here I want to call out briefly the work that we've very proudly done in partnership with UNEP FI in the nature finance space, demonstrating how radical coordination can unlock investment in our Revenues for Nature programme. Private capital flows when resilience is linked to stable cash flows, contracts, procurement decisions, or operational expenditure. The challenge isn't about convincing companies to spend more through their CSR programs, but about integrating resilience into how businesses already work. We've demonstrated how this can work in fisheries, agriculture, wildlife conservation, marine and coastal restoration. Each one's different, but the program is fundamentally about bringing disparate economic actors to the table, identifying the revenue streams, and ensuring that revenue flows into system-wide adaptation and resilience. I really would encourage you, if you have time this busy week, to look up our case studies. In closing, as we look to close the gap between ambition and execution, let's look at the conditions under which that capital can actually be deployed and what mechanisms we need to put in place. It will be financed sector by sector, country by country, transaction by transaction. And the real challenge and the real opportunity is how we connect those individual transactions into something that contributes to a system-wide transition. That is where the next phase of work lies, building the practical pathways that allow capital to flow at scale into the real economy. At the GFI, we call that approach transactions to transitions. Radical coordination across a value chain of actors to deliver returns on investment and environmental and economic transition for governments and their citizens. And if we can get that right, the ambition we already have will start to deliver at the pace we need. London Climate Action Week is the perfect place to highlight what is working and look for ways to replicate and scale that. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks so much, Rhian-Mari. If the past has been about understanding risk, the present is all about acting on it at speed and scale. So we begin with leadership from within the financial system and the crucial role the private sector plays. So I'd like to welcome on stage Shargiil Bashir, so we can explore how the private sector is embedding resilience into strategy and decision making. Hello. Thanks. Thanks so much, Shargiil. So first, Abu Dhabi Bank has been a big supporter of sustainability leadership platforms for many years, like the Global Roundtable itself. So why do you think it's important to support initiatives and platforms like this?
First of all, Mustafa, I would like to thank UNEP FI for hosting this gathering during the London Climate Week, which is very timely. I think the challenges we face as a planet, as an industry, is not something that one organization or one country can solve by itself, right? We need to come together as an industry, and that's where we need the platforms like UNEP-FI. I think that this gathering is a very good example why we need such platforms, where we need to bring together the ideas, how can we solve the challenges we face, knowledge share to address these challenges. I think it was said very well before that the challenges we face are regional. The solutions are regional, the challenges are global, but in order to get to that, we need to understand what is working well from different places, so we can leverage on that information. And I think that sharing platform is where UNEP-FI plays a very, very important role.
Thanks, Shargiil. So we heard earlier from Eric, Inger, Rhian-Mari about the need for the public and private sector to work together, but also show leadership. So what does private sector leadership mean to you?
I think private sector leadership means that how can we support our clients and stakeholders in their transition? We as an industry needs to come together, we as a private sector needs to come together and say, how can we make this a win-win-win? We need to make it a win for the planet, we need to make it a win for our shareholders, and we need to make it a win for our clients. So in order to do that, we need to bring together these ideas, we need to execute, we need to be able to deliver that can benefit all these different stakeholders. And I think that's what is extremely important, that shows a true leadership. True leadership is not just about making a commitment and not showing action, or about not being able to support your different stakeholders. We as an industry work with multiple different layers of stakeholders. We work with governments, we work with regulators, we work with clients across different industries, NGOs, civil society. We need to cater for all those different interests. And true leadership is when you can find that balance to support all these different stakeholders.
Yeah, thanks so much. So I know you've got a very, very busy week and year ahead. What's next for you?
I think what's next for us is that how can we continue supporting our clients in their transition? I think we need to be able to support our clients, our stakeholders in future-proofing their business models, supporting them in the challenges they face to help them become more resilient. I think one thing that we have seen over the past years is that resilience has becoming a key topic that we need to be able to support on. That resilience is relevant when we are faced with conflicts. Resilience is important when we are faced with nature catastrophes, climate-related challenges. And that resilience is important for us as an industry, but that's equally important for our portfolios, for our clients, across different sectors, across different industries. So I think what is next for us, which will continue to be in focus, not only in the short term, but also medium and long term, is how can we support about building that resilience at multiple levels, whether it is across our stakeholders, our clients, that will be the key for us.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Shargiil, for your leadership and your support.
Thank you so much, and wishing everyone a very, very good London Climate Week.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Shargiil. So it's time for a reminder. Please do go into the event app. Details are behind your badge. Oh, I took my badge off. But there are some polls that are live. Do go into the app and start answering the polls. We will share the results throughout the day. So I think now now is the time for a reality check. Global temperatures are rising. You only need to step outside today to see what's happening. This is not normal. Or is this the new normal? Is this the new reality? Let's listen to the science. So I'd like to welcome on stage Remco Fischer, Head of Climate, who will have a chat with Professor Jim Skea, Chair of the IPCC. Please.
Thank you very much, Mustafa, and to our previous speakers, and thank you very much for all of you to be here. It's good to see such a packed room of finance sector, people wanting to understand and strengthen what they can do on the climate crisis and on other sustainability issues. Thank you very much, Chairman, for being here with us today. What we hope to do with the next couple of minutes is to step back from the headlines and from the noise that's out there at times around climate change and the climate science, and hear directly from yourself as chair of the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, on really two things. Where do we stand today, the scientific understanding? Where do we stand today in terms of the futures, the pathways that lie ahead of us? And in terms also for different pathways and futures, the implications and the consequences for people, economically speaking, and elsewhere. What strikes me personally at the moment, and I'm not a scientist, is, when I look at the situation, is there's many moving pieces and rapidly evolving pieces. Technologies are going down, solar is going down in cost, EVs, batteries are going down in cost, and we're seeing the deployment of technology at grand scale. But there's still a public debate full of competing claims about whether 1.5 degrees remains achievable, whether the Paris goals remain within reach, and what better platform effort like the IPCC to have here with us to provide some clarity and scientific clarity on this topic. So what is your summary from where you sit in terms of what the science tells us regarding the futures that lie ahead of us and their likelihood?
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear that it's almost inevitable that we will exceed 1.5 degrees of warming within the next few years. You know, the indicators, I think, are really quite clear. I've actually just come from the Guildhall listening to the UN Secretary General's speech on climate change. And one of the first points he was wanting to emphasize is that doesn't necessarily mean 1.5 is beyond reach, in the sense that it is in principle possible to exceed 1.5 degrees warming in the short term, remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and bring warming back below 1.5 degrees by the end of the century. That is an incredibly ambitious exercise, and we are still developing the technologies that would allow us to actually do that. Worthwhile also saying that the range of uncertainty for the future has probably come down since the last assessment cycle. We tend to focus on magic years like 2050, 2100 with zeros at the end, but frankly, the scenarios in the IPCC sixth cycle started from 2015. The new scenarios will start from 2025, and basically the range of uncertainty has gone down simply because we've delayed and we can make better predictions about the future. But the other thing I think has happened with the clean energy revolution, the falling costs of wind and solar, the higher ranges of emission scenarios are simply implausible now. We'd have to dismantle wind turbines, take out the solar panels if some of the higher scenarios were to be reached. And just a very obvious point at the other end of the range, at the bottom, that the emissions that we've actually seen over the last years have not been consistent with the 1.5 or even 2 degree scenarios that we assessed in the last cycle of IPCC. So we've seen both the bottom and the top end of the range being taken out effectively.
Thank you. And can you say a little bit more about, you mentioned the notion of us entering overshoot territory in the coming years, and therefore the principal challenge for our generation and the next one being of bending that curve down again to 1.5 by 2100. Is there anything to say about the probabilities of us being able to do that?
Yeah, I mean, we had Inger Andersen giving her speech at the beginning, and the UNEP Environment Programme, based on IPCC methodologies, says that current policies will result in about 2.8 degrees warming by the end of this century. If all of the nationally determined contributions are implemented, maybe 2.3 to 2.5 degrees. The very best scenario now is that emissions, if all the net zero targets are implemented, is that emissions might peak at about 1.8, 1.9 degrees during the 21st century, but it is possible to bring warming back down to the 1.5 level by the end, if we deploy carbon dioxide removal technologies and techniques. possible in principle to do it. I have to say there's a lot of uncertainties around it. We don't completely understand how the Earth system will react to taking carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and if we have planetary cooling. We don't understand the kind of irreversible impacts that we might face as we go through that period of overshoot. And we still have a lot of work to do on the technologies that would allow you to take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere.
Yes, we're acutely aware of that at UNEP FI. We're working quite intensively with our signatories from the finance sector to understand how they contribute to net zero by 2050, but also how they can start creating really the markets maybe and the technologies required for sequestration. That will be imperative in the second half of the century.
One other piece of work to mention from IPCC, we also produced the guidance that governments use to report their emissions and removals to the Framework Convention, and we are currently working on a so-called methodology report on carbon dioxide removal technologies at the moment. And until we approve that report, they can't go into the inventories, and they can't be used in Article 6 approaches either. So that's a particularly technical but important piece of work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For many people here in the room and watching online, I think the temperature discussion and the emissions discussion can seem abstract at times a little bit. So my next question is really about the scientific consensus, if it exists, as to the economic impacts, implications, consequences. Is there what is the consolidated view there in terms of what lies ahead of us on such impacts?
Well, as you may know, we have 3 working groups, and our second working group looks at impacts and adaptation. Our third working group looks at mitigation. And the scientists from these 2 working groups actually got together in the last cycle and tried to look at the value of avoided impacts for pursuing mitigation pathways. And there was a very clear message that on the path we are on at the moment, there is a clear, simple cost-benefit case for reducing emissions in order to avoid the impacts that we face. But quite clearly, people are trying to play. I have to say, we're going to pay a lot more attention to adaptation in the coming cycle. But we are already on the pathway we're on, seeing limits to adaptation, some of which are hard. They're simply about the physical aspects of adaptation. The others are more soft limits that are more down to the adequacy of policies and institutions that could potentially be addressed. So one of the big challenges for our Working Group 2 impacts and adaptation people in the next cycle, they're looking at finance for the first time. They've never had a finance chapter in the impacts and adaptation report. There will be this time around, and there will also be a chapter on responses to losses and damages, because there's a very interesting question. There's a grey zone between adaptation and losses and damages, because you can make a choice about how much adaptation you choose to put in place, and that has an implication for residual losses and damages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that and we are also working at UNEP FI increasingly on adaptation and resilience building. Of course, we all know that we can build all the resilience that we want for a warming future, but that's not going to be enough. There's going to be a degree of warming from which onwards all adaptation efforts will be futile.
There are limits to adaptation, that's very clear, and that's why governments wanted us to put a losses and damages chapter into the next Working Group 2 report, acknowledging the limits to adaptation.
Very good. You work with scientists through the IPCC process around the world. You bring that together and consolidate. The people here in the room provide the capital. What do you tell this community and those watching online? What do you want them to take away from this discussion, this global roundtable, this London Climate Action Week into their business strategies, financing strategies? What would be your advice?
Yeah, let me break it into 2 parts, because we did have a finance chapter in our mitigation report in the last cycle. And I have to say, a big part of the messaging around there was what happens outside the financial sector, what kind of policy clarity you get to give certainty about the investments that need to be made. And it really follows on from the earlier remarks about aggressive coordination is needed, I think, between the finance sector and the public sector. Because we clearly identified a bigger role for the public sector, helping to invest in infrastructure, de-risking projects to allow more private capital to come in. I think it's a different question if you look at the adaptation side, because most of the finance there comes from the public sector at the moment. And I think we do need to look at more original ways of trying to get private capital into the adaptation space as well, which has probably been neglected. The numbers we had, only about 1% of adaptation finance was coming from private capital. There must be huge potential because people are gaining benefits from adaptation actions, and how you structure markets to realize these benefits, I think, is going to be important.
Right. We've been focusing a lot in our work, and a lot of people in the room know that, on the supply side of capital. And making sure that the suppliers of capital are at the table, understanding these issues, and willing to contribute the capital needed for the solutions. But we need the demand for that capital also to be there, and that is where, at the moment, frankly speaking, we're seeing a little bit of a slow movement. So our work going forward, I think, will also take that more into consideration. We need to provide the supply and the capital for the finance for the finance and capital to flow.
Yeah. Well, let me just make 3 suggestions. One obvious one is around the insurance sector and insured losses, which are important. One of the biggest gaps, especially in the developing world, is for early warning systems to reduce the impacts of disastrous events when they actually occur. And I think the other issue is around supply chain resilience, especially in the food system, where people working at the bottom, closer to the consumer, are really vulnerable to disastrous events taking place upstream in the agricultural sector. And the food system will be really very much affected by climate change. It's one of the most sensitive sectors.
One final question for you, Chairman. Which is that there's a lot of uncertainty always in science. It's about, there's uncertainty innate. At the same time, the message for 2 decades now, 3 decades now, has been remarkably consistent, taking action economically, socially, for ecosystems on climate change is much better than inaction, all things considered, and by a lot. Still, we're not following that advice from the scientific community. We're like the person who's had 3 heart attacks and still is not listening to their doctor. Why, and what can we do about that?
Well, in talking about finance, you talked about the supply side and the demand side. Let me talk about the supply side and the demand side for scientific information, because I think we are supplying the world with the messages that they need. For me, the gaps are much more on the policy side. I don't think we could have been clearer, actually. And we plug away at the messages, and that's all we can do. And when we produce our new reports, the messages will be repeated.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman, and please join me all in thanking Chairman Skea.
Right. Thanks so much. Thank you for sharing. So what we hear from the science is clear, and it's hard to ignore what's happening around us. And we also know that the risks are accelerating, they're interconnected, they're systemic. But the question is no longer about what the risks are. It's about how we respond. So before that, so I mentioned our polls earlier, so I hope you've all been answering the polls. Let's take a look at the results from our first poll. So we asked, which sustainability-related risk poses the greatest threat to your institution's resilience over the next decade? So 33% said physical climate impacts, 33% said social and labor-related risks, 22% said climate transition, including policy risks, and 11% said biodiversity loss, pollution, and ecosystem degradation. So maybe we can dive deeper into that within the next panel. So I'd like to welcome our next panel on stage, addressing risks for a resilient future. This is moderated by Liesel van Ast, Deputy Head of UNEP. Liesel, if you want to come up on stage, and I'll also introduce all the speakers as well. Joining Liesel is Gunther Tallinger, Board Member at Allianz, Sabine Morderer, First Deputy Governor of Deutsche Bundesbank and Chair of the NGFS. We have Tim Reed, who is CEO of UK Export Finance, and he is also chair of the Net Zero Export Credit Agencies Alliance. And last but not least, we have Sim Shabalala, who is CEO of Standard Bank Group, Standard Bank being one of the founding signatories of the Principles for Responsible Banking and represented on the UNEP Banking Board by Boyd Tumelo, who is the head of sustainability. So, Liesel, over to you.
Thank you, Mustafa, and welcome to this discussion. Perception of risk is a strange thing, and as we can see, society's perception of risk at the moment seems to be really out of sync with reality. We see that complacency, and particularly in the policy space, is really vying with concerted action in the real world to try and retool the economy and to address these risks. The science is really clear and is warning, the alarm bells are ringing, both on climate and on nature. We saw with the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report that these risks are becoming imminent, and 5 of the top 10 risks over the next decade include climate, biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, potential tipping points in nature loss, as well as social inequalities and natural resource shortages and pollution. The list goes on. And yet here we are. So I think it's becoming increasingly clear that these risks are becoming short and near term, and that they're no longer something to be left for future generations to address. They really are imminent, and that we are in jeopardy. So with this, we see that green swan risks are making it even more complex for financial risk management, and we have some fantastic speakers here who will share their thoughts on this. But before we get to you, we've seen within UNEP Risk Center that the industry is still grappling with several challenges. So we're seeing challenges in the evolving planetary science, the data and modeling capabilities, and of course integrating all of this into institutional processes and coordinated efforts across all actors. So today, the Risk Center is publishing the Landscape of Sustainability Risk Integration Report, which really takes a snapshot of how the banking industry is making progress on risk integration. So you can download that from our website. And it really will take stock of what are the gaps and what are the remaining challenges as well. And we will also be publishing an approach to risk integration, which you can download today, and we'll see more coming in the coming months of resources on risk integration. But risk management isn't just about protecting balance sheets. It's also about being prepared and resilient to the shocks, both at an institutional level and at a system level. So let's hear from our speakers on some of these issues. You all represent different parts of the financial system. So could you tell us how your outlooks on risks are evolving? And I think Sabine, please, if you could start.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Well, certainly, and I think you heard that very much in the previous discussion, risks are arising, and we all know that, and I guess nobody has to be convinced that climate risk is on the rise. And you mentioned it as well, we also see a slowdown and a less appetite in setting climate policies. This is to do with a lot of, with the environmental situation we are in terms of geopolitical issues, and climate has to compete with a lot of other things, and therefore I think we see a little bit of a slowdown in the policy area. But, and I think this event is also about, get things done and think, okay, what could be next? And I must admit that on the positive side, what I see is an increasing understanding at the real economy side and also the financial side. Talking about understanding, I mean, look 5 years back, and we were all talking about, we need to be green. A lot of financial institutes said, well, ESG is at very high on the agenda and so on. But it was not so much about understanding what climate risk or nature-related risk really mean. And this has changed. And not just the financial institutions understand the risk much better, but also the real economy. So we see certainly that the real economy, the companies understand, okay, I am dependent on water. My supply chain depends on X, Y, Z. I know that I get things from maybe regions that are affected by climate change. And so I would say I see, you know, a mix between policymakers, you know, slowing down, and at the same time, the economy, the people get a better understanding what it is at stake.
Thank you. Gunther, would you agree with that, or what's your view coming from the investment side, insurance?
Yeah, obviously, I very, very much agree. It's a very simple, let's say, development, unfortunate. More emissions into the atmosphere, more energy in the atmosphere, more severe weather phenomena, bigger risk. From the insurance side, one can then say the insurance market is growing, the industry is growing. And purely from an insurance side, that's actually quite good. The insurance industry actually does prudent underwriting. So don't worry about the insurance industry. The market grows. The insurance is actually offering more cover. For societies, that's unfortunately not enough. And that needs to be considered in this risk development. The protection gap is growing because the risks are growing faster than the insurance market grows. This means the insurance industry it has quite a task in front of it. Not only as insurers, but also in investors. So we need to talk, of course, about adaptation and mitigation, and we will have the chance, I believe, here on this panel. But not only on adaptation and mitigation from that industry, we do need to talk about the system change that we must push. The decision-making that we are doing is happening in a solution space that is much too narrow. The time dimension, much too short, the scale dimension, much too small, and the valuation dimension, in many cases, mispriced. If we have a too narrow solution space, we continue to underestimate risk and we continue to underinvest. The very positive thing here is that by now many people get that actually climate action is no longer a constraint. In most of the economies that we have, climate action gets to be a defining element of competitiveness. So we have a very difficult development, but actually a very nice, attractive path out.
Thank you, Gunther. You mentioned the protection gap, and of course with insurability comes bankability. So how do you see the risk landscape evolving?
Thank you ever so much for this opportunity, and it's such a privilege to be part of this fantastic panel, and I see some really interesting people in the room, some of whom are friends. Picture the scene. Mozambique is one of the 10 poorest countries in the world, GDP per capita of $1,600. Beginning of this year, it has a massive flood, which displaces over 650,000 people, real people. Many of those people have family members who we employ in Mozambique. We employ about 1,200 people in Mozambique. And so that's the background. There was a time when we would have thought about risk in compartments or silos, would have thought of credit risk, market risk, operational risk. And in this context, because we're a group of companies, we would have thought about country risk. Well, how does country risk manifest itself? One of the poorest countries in the world has a massive climate event, which has a material impact on the country's finances. It's got a material impact on our staff and on people. Our operations had to close for some time during that period, which had an impact on our ability to meet our customers' needs, to make payments, to draw down on their deposits, to transact. The agricultural sector, for a while, was flat on its back, which has got material impacts on on food security. And so when you think about it, and maybe to summarize it, is that these sustainability issues force us to think of risk in a cross-cutting way. So our risk managers no longer just think about credit, they think about credit risk, operational risk, issues around sustainability and how they manifest on the balance sheet, on people's ability to pay during a flood, to draw down their deposits while the ATMs are down because of the flood, and so forth. Thank you.
So banks are seeing these risks materialize today. So Sabine, how do you see, at the same time we have this political backlash on climate in some jurisdictions, and how do you see this reflected in international forums such as the G7 and G20, and do they still have climate risk on the agenda?
Yes, we do, at least for the G7, which is hosted by France, as I guess most of you know. And even last year, when South Africa hosted the G20, we had adaptation very high on the agenda. And this year, of course, at the G20, we see less appetite this year. Next year, UK has a chance to bring climate back on the agenda. And at the G7, I think we did a lot. We did actually a case study with representing across, I think, 30 countries and sharing, what are the experiences in these 30 countries with climate risk. And, there were examples like Pakistan, an inflation increase of 17% due to flooding. We had Jamaica, due to the hurricane, they had 40% less of tourism. We had, my home country, Germany, we had an incident in the village, where the economic costs were around 40 billion, 30 billion from governmental budget, 8% from insurance. And it clearly shows that, of course, advanced economies can cover to some extent single events. But it also very clearly showed at our international fora that, if this becomes more frequent in times of extremely high state debt, there is no money left for covering, what Günther very rightly said, things that are not covered by insurance, and that is a lot. I think Swiss Re did I think the numbers for last year, 25, were 220 billion damage due to climate. Only 108 were covered by insurance. So this tells us that there is a big gap. And since we have rising governmental debt, it's an easy calculation to say, well, most probably people will bear, individuals, companies will bear this risk. But coming back, also on the international side, since I'm also representing the Network for Greening the Financial System, which is an international organization of 150 central banks and supervisory agencies. We are representing nearly 100 countries. And the appetite here is increasing, because it's not appetite, it is basically understanding. We as central banks are technocrats. We are luckily independent from politics, so what we do is just, collecting data, analyzing this to have a clearer picture of what's going on and how does this affect the economy. And I can tell you that once in a year we meet, and we had our last meeting in South Africa just in March this year, and we had like nearly 70 countries being there. 70 central banks from 70 different countries discussing and helping each other to better understand climate risk. And this is very telling.
Thank you. So how should financial regulators adapt in the existing risk management frameworks? Yes.
I thought you asked the others, then I can listen. Was the question about the regulators, or is it about the private sector?
It's really about the financial regulators adapting with the existing risk frameworks on integrating some of these risks?
I think what the case of Europe has shown, that if you do too much of detailed regulation, you lose, the appetite from the other side. And this bears the clear risk that we see political backlash. If you being perceived as overburdened companies, this is the wrong approach. So I think and this is understood, right? And one must admit that Europe was at the front in dealing with climate risk. And as a first mover, you always bear risk, right? To do too little or too much or whatsoever. So I think this is understood. And I think it's now about being more principle-based, leaving a framework where companies can act. And I mean, to be honest, every detail might change over the course of next 5 years because we have a different situation. So from my understanding, principle-based regulation, offers room, space for a lot of incidents, a lot of developments. This should be the right approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Principle-based approaches. So how do you see, with Standard Bank's strong presence across African markets, I think the biggest bank by assets across Africa, you of course see different financing and development needs across the region. So how does this affect your approach to sustainability risk integration at Standard Bank?
It has a massive impact on us. We operate in 21 countries throughout the continent, and each of them have got a different set of rules and regulations, sovereignty issues, and so forth. And we are subsidiarized, so we don't have the benefit that some of the older financial institutions operating on the continent, the benefit they had of grandfathering and operating as branches. We treat each one as a subsidiary. And therefore, the center is very, very important, and the decisions we make at the center on strategy and how to align on sustainability goals and so forth is very, very important. And also, hence, the question of country risk that I was referring to earlier on. I guess there are two themes here, I think, that are of importance as we think about complying and doing the right thing in each of these environments. The first one is the absence of coherent and continent-wide set of standards and frameworks, as Sabina's just made reference to in the context of Europe and the rest of the world. And the imperative need, therefore, to advocate for them, to argue for better coherence, yes, principles-based, but much clearer rules. That's the first one. The second one is the challenges that relate to data and the absence of data. It's very, very difficult to find and locate where particular assets may be. The treatment by various regulators of the data related to those assets. Data related to environmental issues, gas emissions, how they to be regulated in the various countries, and what the implications are thereof. Standards related to how you treat fossil fuels and different types of fossil fuels and the implications for regulatory purposes. How do we respond to that? We try not to get caught up in analysis paralysis. We've decided on a set of values and principles in our organization, which we've embedded in the risk management framework of the group, which I made allusions to earlier on. Secondly, we recognize that we operate on the African continent, that we're a derived industry. We don't set the standards. We don't determine whether Nigeria is a hydrocarbon country or not. We do our best to help our clients with their strategies on transition, but we can't dictate that Mr. Dangote can't have a refinery in Nigeria. If I might just add, that refinery produces 20% of the jet fuel of Great Britain, for example, which is an interesting reflection point on hydrocarbons and justice globally on environmental impacts. And so those would be the 2 points. The one, the need for frameworks that are applicable globally and in particular continentally, and then secondly, common standards on data.
Thank you. The complexity is increasing as transition and physical climate risks evolve. And I think, Günther, we're seeing this increasingly interconnected across physical and transition risks, across insurance, lending, and investment. So how is Allianz's dual role as insurer and investor shaping up how you assess and respond to these evolving risks? And what are the systemic implications?
Yeah, thank you indeed also for asking for the systemic implications. Allow me to, let's say, try to answer this in three, let's say, kind of content pieces. First of all, the insurer and investor. Obviously, we need to work on, let's say, adaptation and mitigation, no surprise. If I start very quickly on the investor side, let's say, as investors, quite a large number of investors are really working on setting their targets, reporting on the targets, let's say, implementing measures, and with this, really reducing emissions. No? This is mitigation work in a fairly straightforward form, and I'm sitting here, let's say, at an UNEP FI event, therefore I need to mention that there's the Net Zero Acetone Alliance where you have an example how this happens. You have similar mitigation work also on the insurance side. Insurers are coming up with various products that incentivize behavior, that, let's say, allow for building back greener, is stronger, and in a certain form more resilient. Insurers are working on repair versus replace and the like. This is all mitigation work. On the adaptation side, it's fairly similar. There again, let's say, parts of this sector are working very intensively to come up with even platform solutions to do adaptation finance. So there's a major one that, let's say, Germany, France, UK, Canada, South Africa, Denmark are doing together. It's a platform to standardize scaled blended finance. You have the same then in various other examples. But let me jump from here. I tried to communicate there is a major part of the insurance investors who are really working on adaptation and mitigation. I need to jump. There is a very important collaboration with governments needed in terms of, let's say, risk reduction, zoning, regulation, giving of permits can really help the adaptation by getting out of harm's way. By working together on risk pools, we can increase capacity, and not only the capacity, also diversification effects. It's very important, then we can cover a little bit of more risk. I need to communicate a warning. Sometimes people believe, okay, we do ever bigger risk pools. This is not possible. Ever bigger risk pools is not, let's say, a way to do it. We need to cap it with mitigation efforts. So that's a little bit about the insurance and investor side. I did mention earlier the systemic topic. Let's say, the solution space that we allow ourselves, which I believe is much too narrow along time, valuation, and scale. We need to work on that. Now, it's easy to say we need to work on it. What does the insurance and investor sector, what do they do actually to work on something like, let's say, valuation? One thing is, of course, we are, let's say, advocating, and Sabine has, let's say, explained this in very much detail, on the whole disclosure topic. Yeah, we are, for instance, also advocating that the example that the European Union, the good parts, and I must admit some parts are not so great, that's true, the good parts are used for, let's say, rolling out much, much more internationally. So that's why we advocate, why not bring together ESRS and ISSB? This is one work on the valuation dimension, yeah? So to make it simply expand. On the scale dimension, we are working with various entities on how they actually deal, not collectively, but in an aligned form. So what can we really do to do coordinated financing? I mentioned already the example, let's say, of blended finance. On the time dimension, we do work with companies on their transition plans. All of a sudden, with a transition plan, you are out of the corporate planning 3-year cycle. Because you say, okay, how about a transition plan that has targets 5 years, 10 years? And you follow up as an investor. So it's not just simple talk. We have 3 dimensions that give a too narrow solution space. We do have means to expand this solution space. And what I mentioned earlier, so that we don't get the impression this is all just bad and difficult, it becomes so clear these days that competitiveness is defined by climate action. Climate action is a defining element of competitiveness. Think about battery electric vehicles, cost of ownership, cost of purchasing. Think about the trucks. China is a super example. Think that these, let's say, vehicles most certainly need to go autonomous very, very soon. Yeah, well, they will not ride, let's say, on a combustion engine, let's say, with an autonomous system. No, it's not going to happen. Think about AI these days. What we do need is electricity. The electricity needs to be here today, not in 5 years. So we need to have actually solar plus battery. Heat pumps is another example, and I could go on. It becomes clear that climate action is a defining element of competitiveness. It's very positive, and we need to communicate this strongly. That's what we try, at least a part of the insurers and investors.
Thank you. You make it sound very doable. So you mentioned public-private sector collaboration, and also that this is defining for competitiveness, and of course both for companies, for financial institutions, and for countries. So Tim, you're also chair of the Net Zero Credit Agencies Alliance, and working in risk management, well, not you personally, but the risk management is central, of course, to export credit agencies. And in light of the trade developments and what you're seeing in terms of evolving risks, how do you see the opportunities to mobilize capital to support the transition as one of the key ways to build that resilience and competitiveness, and how are you using your position to advance those?
Great, thank you, and thank you for having me here today. And actually you said not me personally in risk management, but actually it is me personally. I think it's all of us. I think we are all in the business of managing risk. And you know, as the CEO of the UK's Export Credit Agency, you know, we're managing a significant exposure on the UK government balance sheet, and risk management is absolutely fundamental to what we do. And I see that through two lenses. So firstly, it's the transactions that we're doing, but secondly, it's also, it goes beyond that. I think we also have a broader responsibility to help manage the risks around the world in other countries that we're doing business in. And I think both of those are very, very important. I think in terms of what we're doing, you mentioned the Net Zero Alliance of Export Credit Agencies. We're very proud to be the chair of that entity, working with other export credit agencies to make sure that we are focusing on the transition journey, that we're focusing on disclosures, that we're sharing best practices. And I think it's an example of collaboration, and I heard that here as well. I think, you know, when we look at the challenges that the world has, you know, one of the big opportunities here, and I heard it in some of the discussions earlier as well, is collaboration. How do we work together across commercial lenders, across insurance companies, across export credit agencies, with governments, to make sure that we are delivering the best possible solutions for really for the countries that need those solutions, you know, and that's our role. We're there to crowd in capital, not to compete with private sector capital. We're using the UK government guarantee in situations where the private sector won't take on those risks by themselves. And I think so I think the first opportunity is what I would say collaboration. The second opportunity is working with emerging markets to help deliver transition. So, you know, there are some real challenges out there, and I think we can crowd in the UK supply chain, UK expertise, use the UK government guarantee, work with other partners to help countries mitigate some of those risks. And, you know, it might be, we heard about water. That's an important part of the program where I was talking earlier about grid infrastructure. There are many different pieces of critical infrastructure that are required. But then I think finally we also need to focus. Where can we really make a difference? So is it sustainable aviation fuel? Is it carbon capture technology? Where can we help to deliver solutions that can have the greatest impact on the ground in countries that need it?
Thank you. The changes in risk management practices, including financing the transition, are constantly evolving. And so what do you think should be top of mind in the risk management industry in the short, medium, and long term, but across the financial industries, and what opportunities do you see? I think, Sabine, if we could start with you. Thanks.
So maybe another point, what I would like to raise is, I think it's to the majority not so clear what is really at risk medium term. We all know that if you have property or you want to have property that's close to the sea level side, and close meaning, you know, it's not 20 meters but really close, or, you know, even 500 meters away from seaside, you might need, if you don't have, you know, cash in your pocket to pay it directly and you need a loan, you need to have an insurance. But if Günther tells you, well, this is very close to the seaside, you don't get an insurance anymore, what does that mean for that region? And we do have a lot of countries that have a lot of property, and not just private households, but also industry, close to the seaside. And that would mean that on medium term, we could see a lot of unbankable regions. Just to get a little idea and flavor what we are talking about, it's not like a far away risk which, you know, here and then affects people and mainly in the global south. No, we are talking about also about countries like the US, right? So I think we have to bear this in mind. And the second point, maybe also because we are here, now I do not want to only focus on the financial industry, because I think what really matters even more is, you know, getting a grip on the real economy, because, you know, those are the emitters, so we really have to deal with them. And, you know, also from a macroeconomic perspective, you know, take Europe, take my country, Germany. We of course, we need to grow again, right? We have a slowdown in growth so far. But all the potential growth fields have to do with energy. So let's take AI, let's take electrification, let's take the data center, digitalization, automatization. Everything is based on huge amount of energy. And we do not have this in countries that are dependent on import. And just to show you a number of Germany, Germany imports 67% of its energy, most of it because it's fossil fuel or fossil energy, because we do not have them on our own. So it's, you know, in terms of risk or opportunities, it's, I think now also the current geopolitical situation shows what it means if you are so dependent on energy imports, and you know that even you in the future, in the near future, you need much more of energy. I think this is a chance also for the real economy to fight for, you know, a change of the system. Let's push for change of, you know, have a much quicker transformation to renewables. Also in Europe, I think it is, continental Europe, it is important. They have an allocation of energy within our European Union. You know, we have a lot of lovely countries, with Spain and also Portugal, with windmills and sun energy, so the solar energy. So I think there's a lot of sorry for not directly going to the question, but I think this is also important, because what I'm missing a little bit is to getting into account, you know, the situation of the real economy. We are always focusing on the financial system, but this is just part of the story.
Mm-hmm. So the real economy is, of course, at the center of portfolios for Allianz. And how do you see it in terms of evolving risk management? What's front and center? What should be front and center for finance professionals?
Yeah, well, for Allianz, very much like for the insurance industry, for the investors, I think I mentioned the adaptation, the mitigation part, and all the measures. In the logic that you had before, let's say, long-term, mid-term, short-term, and again, I'm trying to talk a little bit more broader, not only Allianz, not only the insurance industry. Long-term, it's quite clear, net zero. We need to have net zero. We don't need to discuss, let's say, is it 1.5, 1.7, 1 point something, net zero. And long-term, hopefully, is 2050. not 2100. At least for me, myself, very selfishly, I want to experience it. So long-term net zero. Let's say short-term is transparency, honesty, and with honesty I really mean, okay, we need to talk about the situation that we have. I think we have described it here quite well. We also do know what the measures are. We have very good examples how we could do implementation. That's honesty, transparency, and start to implement. And midterm is we really need to get together, like Sabine described, in a much, much stronger form. It's not financial industry and other industries. These collective approaches is what we now midterm really, really need to achieve.
Related approaches, I think you mentioned frameworks earlier. So how do you see this in the terms of short, medium, and long-term risk management in the finance sector?
Thank you, Liesel. Firstly, a shout out, I think, to UNEP. We are proud to be co-chairs of the banking group, and we are participating in the formulation of these frameworks that we are advocating for, which is very, very important to us. So that, I think, a hat tip to everybody for that. Short term, definitely needing better data and better frameworks, as I've said. Secondly, helping, and first mover advantages are very important in that context. We are a living proof of that as Standard Bank. We take huge criticisms from organs of civil society about our involvement in hydrocarbons, but we listen and we adapt because that's what the social dialectic is all about. We want to do the right thing and we listen and we adapt, but we will consistently do what is in the interests of clients in the banking system. Medium term is definitely helping our clients with their transition plans. Before coming here, I attended a site visit of one of our most important clients. They're called Seriti. They're in Mpumalanga, which is the eastern part of South Africa. They've got the dirtiest air in the world because we've got massive power stations in that region. The third largest power station, Medupe, is actually in that region. Right next to it is the Seriti installation, which is one of sub-Saharan Africa's, if not the Southern Hemisphere's largest wind farm. And we finance it, and it's part of Seriti's own transition plan. And then thirdly, and in conclusion, as Africans, we have to raise our voice on a just transition on our terms, which means we have to have the right to use our resources to lift people out of poverty so that they can contribute to a better world. And in that point, Tim, mutually beneficial relationships. Africa has got the best copper, the best magnesium, all the resources necessary for a transition. How about building data centers in East Africa? They've got geothermal. The engineering is very easy. You just dig a hole and the power comes out. You build your data center. So thank you very, very much for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. You're very focused on opportunities. And so what do you see short, medium, and long-term priorities?
So I think that is the right question. You know, what are we going to do today and you know, and medium term and long term? I think in the short term, we have some challenges that we need to work through. So, you know, we've got to manage geopolitics, trade fragmentation, debt pressures, and climate risk. These are all things that are, you know, that we've got to focus on and we've got to manage through. But I think there is still a commercial opportunity associated with transition. And I think I'm very hopeful that at sort of COP31, certainly from an export credit agency perspective, we can show how we're going to use the risk appetite that we have to unlock that opportunity. And we've all got that risk appetite. I think in the medium term, you know, 2030 becomes a key milestone. You know, we've set ourselves some deliberate targets around climate finance and in terms of developing infrastructure in emerging markets. Both of those are really important. I think if we can get those transactions done and hit those milestones, it will help along the way. It will only help. It won't get us all the way. But I think if everybody does that, that could be exciting. And I think in the longer term, there's some even tougher things to think about. The tougher parts of the industry that needs for transition. So enabling infrastructure, harder to abate sectors such as aircraft, industrial high emission sectors. So I think there's some big challenges out there that we need to work together to address. But I want to come back to collaboration. I think one of the speakers earlier talked about radical collaboration. And maybe that's a good way to think about it, because we've all got sort of tools in the toolkit. We know there's a huge need, and we need to work together for the benefit of delivering that impact around the world.
Thank you. So you've heard we need clearer rules, clearer standards, and very strong and clear frameworks. And collaboration and working together is, of course, at the center of the work we're doing at UNEP FI, and specifically within the Risk Center, to help solve some of these challenges. So you can download the report that we've published today on integrating risk, and also look out for more on the approach to risk integration. Over the coming months, we'll be releasing some resources. So I think, one thing that's clear is that we have agency, and we all have a role to play in advancing on risk management, and of course the transition and the mitigation that's part of building that resilience. So thank you for your ideas and your recommendations. Thank you to our panelists and our audience.
Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you, Liesel, for keeping us on time. So let's go back to our polls. So we've seen that a few participants have been answering the poll. We asked, where do you see the greatest opportunity to strengthen resilience through better sustainability risk integration? And 20% said enhancing data and analytics. 0% said improving modeling approaches. 20% said strengthening governance and oversight. And 60% said standardized risk integration approach that connects all of the above. Well, I think you should watch this space within the UNEP FI Risk Center. We have a new resource that we have launched from the UNEP FI Risk Center. Details are above. And you can find out how banks are integrating the sustainability risk regulatory landscape into their existing frameworks through this report. You can scan the QR code, or you can use the link below. Risk is only part of the equation, though, and the same forces driving disruption are also unlocking new markets. So from clean energy, circular systems, to nature-based solutions and climate adaptation. But how does sustainability translate into growth? How does it translate into value and competitiveness? So I'd like to welcome on stage Maria Sosa to moderate the next dialogue with Henry Fernandez, CEO of MSCI.
Thank you so much, Mustafa. So good morning, and thank you so much for joining us this fire chat. Mr. Henry Fernandez, our chairman and CEO of MSCI, for sure you're a front hand. So definitely contributing a lot how investors are looking risks, performance, not only financial and economic indicators, but also moving to other type of indicators. MSCI sits in an extraordinary amount of data across markets, countries, and expanded its business to other type of metrics as well. And we see investors looking and needing to navigate not only on financial and economic metrics, but also on these new metrics related to climate, nature, and social. So in this conversation today, I would like to explore how you see the evolution of the investors, how investors are navigating this different type of metrics, and also how you see what Mustafa introduced in the beginning, how it can build growth and how can build resilience for our society. So going straight to the point is what changed? Yes, when we see lenders, underwriters, investors, and they need to navigate in these metrics. What changed from years ago?
Well, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to be back in London. I was here in May, and it was very, very cold. And I'm now here in June, and it's very, very hot. So you can change that. But anyhow, let's start with the biggest picture possible. We have a $110 trillion economy, basically financed by about $550 trillion of capital, private capital. Roughly 200 trillion of that is on the balance sheet of banks. Some 300 trillion is the combination of the global investment and wealth management industries. And some 50 to 60 trillion are in the global insurance industry. So what we try to do at MSCI is find ways that we can connect the providers of that private capital with the users or seekers of that capital, which is mostly companies, but other forms of entities, provinces, governments, and the like, in a way that fosters the free enterprise and capitalistic system. Most of the world runs on capital, on the capitalistic system, which is one definition of it, is the free bottom-up pricing of assets and allocation of capital for better economic growth. So with that little bit of background, what we try to do is look at the totality of the world at a moment in time and through history and say what has changed and what hasn't. Every few generations in the world gets challenged or being given the opportunity to deal with significant changes. It doesn't happen to every generation, but our generation has been tasked with the job of transitioning that $110 trillion economy, totally or largely fueled by fossil fuels, into renewable economy. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. When we see the world today, there are a lot of changes that are going on. Sometimes we feel it day to day, sometimes we don't. It's almost like being home and watching your children grow. You don't see them growing that fast until a relative shows up and says, oh my God, this child's so big. And then you realize that a year or two have gone by. So sometimes we're too close to realize the tectonic changes that are going on. In our view at MSCI, the three biggest ones, not the only ones, but the three biggest ones are AI, the new economic and political order being shaped today, and thirdly, climate change. Those three big structural changes that are going on in the world are going to redefine the prosperity or lack of prosperity of nations, societies, and the like. And those will also redefine the risk and the opportunities associated with the capital, the private capital that I was talking about. So there are these tectonic changes going on. So a lot of our clients, mostly in the investment and banking and insurance industry, have realized that they have to look at the totality of their portfolios and look at all the sources of opportunities and all the sources of risks in a total way, so that they can anticipate, what's going to affect the return and what's going to affect the performance of what they do. So therefore, we are very focused on providing the data, the metrics, the models, the analytics to fuel that process.
As a preparation for this conversation, I was reading a little bit what you wrote or what you said, and I saw the concept of re-globalization. And what you mentioned before, the geopolitics, the supply changes, the energy security, and there are so many new priorities right now. And here, I think in our audience, most of we have executive from sustainability departments, from risk departments, and there is also this questions, okay, how we don't lose the momentum of climate, or how we don't decelerate what we have. And at the same time, you mentioned AI, there is also emerging technologies, there's a lot of data around. So how can this help us in this process to not lose the momentum? And do we have risks on bringing all these things to the table?
Yeah, so when you look at that totality of the world, we at MSCI have tried to classify all of that into two types. The traditional sources of performance and risk, such as economics, interest rates, energy policy, of course, market risk, liquidity risk, credit risk, counterparty risk, etc. So if you are a capital allocator, you focus on those traditional sources of risk and opportunity. But there is, because of all the changes that I mentioned before, there is a large number of emerging and structural risks that are taking place in the world coming out of those three big forces. So you need to determine whether the companies that you invest or you lend or you insure are going to survive the AI revolution, whether they are going to be well positioned in this geopolitical order in which there is a re-globalization, not de-globalization. Anybody who tells you that there is globalization going on, they don't know what they're talking about. Because global trade continues to increase at a fast pace relative to economic growth. What there is a reassignment or resupplying of that system, right? So you need to look at supply chains, you need to look at energy dependence and energy transitions, tariffs, of course, demographics, et cetera. So there is a large number of emerging risks. Many of those are related to climate risk. We're living in a world today of extremely short-term focus because of all the problems that we see happening. If you're the governor of the Bank of England here, you're not going to spend a lot of money talking about climate risk. You're trying to survive. There's 7 prime ministers in the UK. So you said, how are we going to survive the next government? So you're not going to focus on what's going to happen 5, 10 years from now. So there is a lot of that focus in the short term. And therefore, the world is not as focused on the impact of climate change. But to some extent, obviously, it's never good. But the whole debate about climate change has gone from being political, is there or not climate change? Then it went into public policy. And now it's in the realm of the private sector. It's in economics. It is in financial risk. Climate change is economic risk. It's financial risk. It's lending risk. It's insurance risk. And therefore, a lot of our clients are focused on it, even if their governments are not. So our promise at MSCI to the world, especially as it relates to climate risk, is there won't be any excuses on the basis of lack of data, lack of standards, lack of models, or lack of analytics to understand the pricing of assets and the allocation of capital as it relates to climate risk. It's work in progress. It's an incredible set of objectives that we have set for ourselves. So we are going to be the largest provider of data, analytics, and models to understand the risk and the return associated with climate risk in any asset anywhere in the world, and creating the standard for that so that nobody can say, gee, I can't really do that, not do that, because I don't understand the data, I don't understand the valuation, I don't understand the risk. It's going to take time, but we're going to get there, and that's my promise, and I hope I'm back here in a few years to tell you that we have delivered on that promise.
Yeah. And listening to you is also how we frame. It's more not always climate. This is how we frame more in a holistic way, connecting these things. So let me move to opportunities. Yeah. So we are talking about the challenges, but how we build growth, how we build resilience to our society, and how you foresee the future in this direction.
So I don't want to sound maybe too optimistic, but let me...
I am an optimistic.
But let me tell you the way I really feel. All of us should ask ourselves if we had been born in different periods of life and in different generations, and what opportunities, we would have had, at that time. We are the generation that has an incredible set of opportunities. Let me rephrase it. We have a $110 trillion economy, which has been growing in the single digits for the last 200 years since the start of the Industrial Revolution. Today, 3.5% global GDP growth. That global economy, up to the Industrial Revolution, could not grow more than 50 basis points a year. And the reason is that our prior generations at the time had not found a source of energy to fuel economic progress. And eventually coal was discovered, was industrialized at the end of the 1700s, then oil at the end of the 1800s, then gas, and this is where we are today with an economy that is growing at 3.5% because of a movable, highly efficient way of creating and consuming energy. Our generation and the ones right after us have the task of moving that entire global economy from those sources of energy to a different set of regime of energy. So who is going to tell me that there are not enormous opportunities in the process of doing that? We can see all the negatives. Things can go wrong here. So I can try to cross the street here and be hit by a car, but on the other hand, I'm on my way to a nice restaurant and having a nice meal. So we can look at the negative part, but let's look at the incredible set of opportunities that our generation has been blessed to be, and given to transform this entire global economy and create enormous prosperity in the world. Of course, there will be winners and there'll be losers, like in any game, in any game of including an economic process. So the question will become, who are the societies that are going to rise to that occasion, are going to take matters in their own hand and determine their own futures, and what societies will wait and see what happens and get hurt by the transition that we need to effect in the world.
Thank you so much. I think here it's a good looking ahead. What are the opportunities? How we really move to the right direction? It's really an incentive to everyone, because sometimes I am in the emerging markets, and it's interesting to see the difference of point of view on developing and emerging. So in emerging markets, I think we need to move, and then this invitation that we go. So thank you so much. Thank you for being with us in this event, with the partnership that we have, also trying to measure responsible banking performance, that we have also very good results. And yes, congratulations.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. And fortunately for me, I grew up in an emerging market, and I immigrated to America, so I can see both sides, and I see opportunities on both sides. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks so much, Maria. Thank you so much, Henry. So, We've been working with MSCI on some very exciting data as well, which has shown that Principles for Responsible Banking signatories, the banks that were sampled, paid 1% less for debt and equity capital when compared to non-PRB banks. Also showed that 61% of Principles for Responsible Banking signatory banks are rated sustainability leaders versus 23% non-Principles for Responsible Banking banks. But markets alone cannot drive transformation at the pace required. The finance sector needs to work with the real economy. And this brings us to a very critical point of our story, how finance connects with the real economy, because ultimately resilience is not just built in financial models, it's built in industries, in economies, in infrastructure, in supply chains and communities. So let's find out how we enable the real economy transition. Please welcome on stage the next panel. Moderating the panel is Lara de Mesa, who is the Global Head of Sustainability at Santander. Lara is also co-chair of UNEP-FI's main governance body, the Global Steering Committee. And of course, Santander is a founding PRB signatory bank as well. Joining Lara on stage will be Sanda Ojiambo, who heads UN Global Compact. We have Lord Adair Turner, Chair of the Energy Transition Commission, and we have Ambroise Fayol, who is VP at European Investment Bank. Thank you so much.
Okay, we made it. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I would like to start by thanking UNEP-FI, Eric, and the team for bringing us together. When you are celebrating the 19th Global Roundtable, you may consider this is business as usual. But I think that for all of us, being in this room, engaging, collaborating, getting to learn from each other is very relevant. So thank you for making this happen. Well, we have, I think, 35 minutes to deal with the topic on what it will actually take to accelerate real economy outcomes. I think through the day we have already listened how setting the ambition doesn't remain to be the discussion to have. It's already clear where we want to go. But the discussion is now more focused on how we make it happen, the deployment, implementation at the speed and at the scale, and realistic also with the context, being aware of the context we live in. Economies, companies, financial institutions are navigating not just one transition, but many others, including digitalization and energy security. So thank you everyone for being here. Thank you to the panelists for joining. And we will start with a question to the three of them on what, from your perspective, what does effective collaboration actually looks like today and how it could improve if the objective, as mentioned now, is really to accelerate real economy outcomes, no? So please, Sanda, should we start with you and then follow with our colleagues? Thanks a lot.
Sure, thank you, and thank you for having me. Good morning to everybody. I think the question of collaboration is one where I'm going to just look at it in the context of the confounding crises around the climate crisis and the energy crisis and where we sit at this moment. And certainly, I think speaking from the UN perspective, the importance of really going back to, multi-stakeholder, multilateral type collaboration, because it's so critical to solve for the issues that we need to. I mean, no one can confine the climate crisis to one geography, and certainly we've seen the fragility of what's happening around the energy crisis and one single chokehold that is, creating this really compounding crisis that we have. So, collaboration is absolutely important across multiple sectors. I think if we look at what that means specifically around around in investment. Blended financing is something that I think we really need to make real and understandable, something that we move out of a theoretical framework into collaboration from public and private with the right incentives and the right frameworks in the right place. I think for me, those would be the two. I think we need to get the global pieces of collaboration correct. We need to make sure that capital can flow from where it is to where it's needed the most. And then we need to be sure that that capital, specifically if it's private sector capital, is able to blend and leverage what there is in the public sector. I think one of the biggest challenges is oftentimes, number one, understanding what the collaborative frameworks are, putting public and private together in the same room. I know it sounds simple, but it's mighty complicated. And then thirdly, just making sure that there's a real return on that investment. At Global Compact, we work with private sector, and I think one of the things that they often say is, happy to invest, but could we also be at the table at the co-creation, not simply at the end of it? So there's a number of things that sound pretty simple, but they actually, when not done correct, really compound and complicate the overall situation. But I just really want to, because it's a moment, I don't know how many were at the Secretary General's speech earlier this morning when he spoke about the crises, is, you know, the fundamental tenets of collaboration around trust, ensuring that there's results, investing around frameworks, but also making sure that there's returns on those investments is absolutely important.
Thanks a lot, Sandra. So thank you for joining us. Ambroise, would you like to share with us where you see collaboration today happening? Thank you.
I mean, I would not say, and thanks a lot for the invitation, I would not say things very differently. But let me start by saying commitments do matter. Of course, delivering is very important, but without the Paris Agreement, we would not be discussing these kind of issues here. And so that's my first point. My second point is context matters. We at EIB, so we are the Bank of the European Union. We do every year 100 billion euros of lending, and we have a priority for climate and environment that is 50% minimum, so 50 billion. And last year, we have done 33 billion of investments in energy. This is a huge increase compared with 4 or 5 years ago. Why? Because the Russian crisis and now the Middle East situation shows us that increasing investments in energy is not only good for climate, it's good for your own security. And that's what we see in the collaboration with other investors, because we would not be able to invest in such massive investments in energy if there would not be, together with other investors, with public institutions, with the support of the European Union, etc. So I agree, many things are dependent to structures, blending, we can come back to that, and these kind of elements. But also the context matters. And I would say the context helps us to invest more in together. And finally, one point that is important to me is data. If we want to see more, and this is the big challenge, to see more private investors being mobilized, we need to end something which is data show that there is a big risk in investing in emerging markets, because this is not true. And when you look at we have created with all the multilateral development banks, including us, plus many bilateral development finance institutions, a database that is called GEMS, Global Emerging Markets Database, that shows the recovery rates using the wealth of projects that we all have in emerging markets. And what it is clear is the perceived risk is much higher than the real risk. And that's something that has been taken on board by rating agencies, and in particular Standard & Poor's. is now including this element in its assessment of the capacity to lend from the multilateral development banks. So I say that as an example of how we can also move together, also helping perception that's not necessarily corresponding to reality.
Thanks a lot, Ambra. So yes, commitments, context, and data do matter. No, I couldn't agree more. Other, please,
Well, on this subject of collaboration between governments and private sector, I think we need to place it within the context of what can the private sector largely do alone? What can it not do unless the governments do entirely new policies? And what is the intermediate level where there has to be significant cooperation? And I think what we have is we have a range of different technologies and different cost competitiveness with the energy transition. We now have some technologies which are cost competitive. I mean, in some developed countries, and in China and in India, renewables are cheaper, even when they're combined with batteries and storage, than the fossil fuel alternative. And as provided that governments have put in place coherent power market structures with things like CFDs, etc., most of the financing will come from the private sector directly. They'll do the solar farms, they'll do the wind farms, and we don't need to do a lot of blended finance for that generation investment. At the other end, there is no amount of financial engineering which will make it economic to decarbonize iron making or cement making unless we have a carbon price or some category of regulation that makes it economic. It can't be done. There is no cost of capital, however low, because you've got a fundamental problem of a green cost premium, and you have to have public policy to overcome that before we can really talk about the financing challenge. And I've been talking this morning with people about decarbonizing iron making in India. The fact is, until India has a carbon price or regulation, there is no possibility of decarbonizing iron making, even if the cost of capital was 0 or 2% within some blended finance structure. What then we get is a set of things intermediate between those, where there is a lot of value from public-private partnership and collaboration on sets of things where a lower cost of capital relative to risk or to perceived risk, and that's a very important point that Ambrose has just made, can make a real difference. I think that is often first-of-a-kind developments that people like the EIB might do, which have got good risk-return combinations, but the private sector just doesn't want to put in the work to work out how it will work. It occurs in relation to developing countries, I think in particular low-income developing countries. If you look at Africa, we are now at the stage where the technologies of solar plus batteries potentially are the cheapest way of producing electricity by far, but right at the moment in sub-Saharan Africa, outside South Africa, there's less solar PV than there is in the Netherlands, which last time I checked was not one of the sunniest places in the world. And the cost of capital is absolutely fundamental to that, but also the issue of perceived risk. So I think our first starting point is to work out where is it within this whole map that we need to use different instruments, and where in particular are the type of technologies, the type of products, and the type of geographies where cooperation between the public and private sector in the arena of blended finance will have the biggest impact.
Thank you so much. Yeah, clarity on what is available, what is needed. So Sandra, going back to you, many companies now face simultaneous pressures, decarbonization, energy security, AI-driven competitiveness. Well, how can we help companies navigate these challenges and address them in a way that reinforce each other as much as possible, and we keep addressing transition?
I was going to say my Lord. But the Lord, Adair has spoken. But it's really about how we create, I'm sorry. It's really about how we create the enabling environment for businesses to thrive. And I think the transition, and he's really set out a scenario that makes sense. And again, I'll just reference what the Secretary General was speaking about earlier today. The opportunity to invest in energy and renewables is now. Pricing, by and large, pretty much everywhere it makes sense. We can see the business case for that. What you then need is what is the right enabling environment. I think some of the biggest challenges around the transition, and thank you for speaking about risk and perceived risk, is exactly that. So it's not simply the risk, but what that then does is it overprices risk, but it underprices opportunity. And we miss the opportunity to really seize and mobilize capital investments towards solar, towards battery, grid upgrades, et cetera, that are needed to repower this transition forward. So there's definitely some policy review and policy reform that is needed. There's, that enabling environment piece. There's a cost of capital piece that is needed as well. But even within private sector, and this is an area that we're working on, is how do we bring together what is possibly a very fractured ecosystem of players to collaborate across the board on it, from those that are in the technology piece, those are in the finance piece, those are in the last mile delivery. So there's a lot to do around your initial question about collaboration and cohesion that is needed to really reap the best possible benefits of this, as I said. I mean, I think I just really want to harp on not just the overpricing of risk, but the underpricing of opportunity, because it's that, that limitation of ambition, that sort of hesitation that really is where, for me, the biggest missed opportunity really does lie.
Thank you, Sanda. So Adair, going back to you, we've seen progress. To refer to tools that are already available and perhaps remind us, of course, how thanks to Paris Agreement, we're on a different trajectory, but it's still not good enough. There's still a gap between where we are and where we want to be, no? So, I mean, how can we address such a gap, no? Strategic autonomy is a must today also for any jurisdiction. Energy is key for it. How clean energy is being or can be part of the solution, how cross-dependencies across areas that we mentioned before, no? Debt, defense, digitalization, decarbonization can be tackled to address both transition and security challenges.
Well, I think what you're highlighting is that we are now in a much more complicated environment than we thought we were in 5 years ago. If you take, COP21 in Glasgow, it was probably the high point of everybody agreeing we were going to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. The IEA had produced a scenario of what that would require. A lot of banks signed up to reduce their financed emissions in line with that specific trajectory. There was GFANZ, Net Zero Bankers Alliance, Net Zero Insurers, etc. And a lot of companies adopted net zero targets, and what they meant by that was net zero in line with the IEA net zero scenario, which was compatible with 1.5 degree limit without the use of large amounts of removals. And let's be clear, we're nowhere near in that space. I fear, and the World Meteorological Organization says that over the next 5 years, we are highly likely to average over 1.5 degrees centigrade now. And indeed, we may well be every 5-year rolling period for the next few decades, we will probably be above 1.5 degrees centigrade. So we have to be blunt with ourselves. We said we would do some things that were not achieved. And the GFANZ has formally, moved away from a 1.5 target. So has the Science-Based Target Initiative. The Net Zero Bankers Alliance has effectively been disbanded, etc. There's been a major pullback from those sort of targets. And we are also in an environment where, a lot of people are talking about the key thing is security of supply, cost of energy, etc. I think the crucial thing in this environment is not to end up with just abandoning targets entirely. And at the ETC, one of the things that we will present at New York Climate Action Week is a piece of analysis that says, what do we still need to do as a world in order to meet the primary commitment of the Paris climate thing, which was well below 2 degrees centigrade? And the answer is well below 2 degrees centigrade is difficult, but we need to define what it is. And what we want to make sure that companies and financial institutions are doing in an environment where, frankly, it's no longer credible for them to say that they have a 1.5 degree target, because as it were, you know, where we are now is in a completely different position from where the IEA said we would have to be in 2026 when they did the scenario. So you've got a problem there. But we need to make sure that this doesn't mean an abandonment of targets. I think commitments still matter. Sometimes that will be overt commitments linked to a pathway which is linked to, for instance, well below 2 degrees centigrade. Sometimes it will be linked to more specific commitments. For instance, I think for large banks and financial institutions, making a commitment of a gradual change in the ratio of how much of their loans are to renewable energy versus fossil fuel energy can be something which they can operationally deliver, whereas a broad commitment to do stuff compatible with 1.5 degrees centigrade is contingent on lots of other things that happen. One final thing to say is that I do think one of the most important responsibilities for companies and financial institutions is to operate in the public domain by arguing for the policies that are needed for them to be able to reduce their financed emissions or emissions. At the moment, we have a lot of companies and financial institutions say, I would love to finance, to reduce my financed emissions or emissions, but I can't do it because the government hasn't introduced a carbon price, or the government hasn't done something else. And with one such industry in one country, I won't name it, earlier this week, I said, well, but are you arguing for that carbon price? And it's all very well to sit there and say, I'd love to do it, but it's not going to be economic unless there's a carbon price. But logically, why aren't you out in the public domain urging the government to have that carbon price? And I think we need to make sure that in this retreat, and it is a retreat from 1.5, we just don't end up with abandoning everything. We need clear commitments, and that needs to include arguing for the policies that make emissions reductions possible.
Thanks a lot. How we, introduce also security on that equation to be further discussed. Ambroise, closing the gap between what is technically feasible, many things today, but what are also financeable at a scale, is one of the defining challenges of the discussions we are having now. From the EIB perspective, what can public finance be most catalytic in turning transition plans into bankable investment opportunities? And how can institutions like the European Investment Bank work with commercial banks to crowd in private capital?
Okay, if we are not able to crowd in private capital, we will fail. So we need to find ways to crowd in private capital. And I will give you 2 examples to illustrate my point, which is public institutions need to listen to what private institutions have to tell them. The first example is, and I discussed that in Nigeria, I was there last week. We have a project of off-grid electricity coming with solar panels that we have developed in Madagascar in a completely remote village where electricity had never been. And it is with a private company that we have financed. And I discussed that with the people there, and what they told me is, yes, we have to pay for the electricity more than what we would have under the public system, but we have electricity 24/7. We had 0 before, and the public electricity system works a few hours per day at best. And what it illustrates is, to some extent, income is more important than price elasticity. So first, we need to listen to what others have to tell us in terms of how can we, and that's what we try to scale. The other example is what we have done inside Europe. We are financing a lot of wind projects, offshore in particular wind projects. And there are 2 categories actually. And when we discuss with banks, very often banks told us, well, we love you, but we don't need you. But what would be great is if you can give us counter guarantees. So guarantees for banks to guarantee the projects. And that's what we have put in place. We have put in place a 5 billion euros guarantee, a counter guarantee mechanism, to help the development and a quick development of projects related to wind. And actually, it had to be increased quickly to 6.5 billion because this is exactly what was needed. So you need also to take into account where the market is. Now, that being said, there is one specificity where it is more complicated. This is the very risky, innovative tech projects. If you want an example, the small modular reactors, where you need public banks because risk is high, but because you know that there is a possibility that it can heavily contribute to the decarbonization. And there we try to help. It's not easy because you have to find a way to make the project bankable. But I'm pretty sure, depending the outcome of the discussions we have on these kind of issues will have a big impact on the trajectory for decarbonation in Europe.
Thanks a lot. Not easy task, but as Henry was reminding us before, no, we are given the opportunity to provide solutions to the challenges. And of course, it's great and it's needed, no, that we give the most. No? Sharing just a few points, I mean, just 3 points on the discussion, no, that I think is good, or it helps us to remind. First is that the transition is happening. I mean, just sometimes, no? You mentioned it before, global temperature trajectory is today better than when Paris was signed. So let's remind ourselves that by acting together, we are making progress. Second, investment in clean energy since 2024 has been twice the investment on fossil fuels. It has already reached the trillions, okay? So it may not be still enough, but let's remind that it's already sizable and material and it's taking place. And just, we have examples such as how electric vehicles have quadrupled on the last 25 years globally, no? So changes are taking place, no? Second, given, I mean, who is in the room today, no? I think it's also important to remind that financial institutions are supporting the transition. 2025, you gave the numbers, the 35 billion from EIB, Ambroise. But 2025 was a rocket year for sustainable business all across a financial institution in the world. No? So all of those, I think, are important. No? Coming to the challenge is still the case that penetration, share of sustainability activity is not at the scale needed. No? And going to what can we make operational. No? I think another point about, yes, we can make abstract or very big statements, but they are not going to happen unless we really manage and make it operational. No? And when we listen to our customers, we see clear bottlenecks all across the world. We listen how there's some economic sense of certain investment that are not yet still there. There, again, mention a few of those. There is uncertainty around future policy frameworks. Uncertainty never helps, never calls investment. Technology deployment at a scale is still creates frustration to see how having the solutions is just a matter of being able to deploy them. And we need to be those. No? Why they are not deployed as we would like to be seen, permitting administrative complexity. This doesn't require, tons of investment. It's just a matter of doing things better, no? And it's worth it. We have to do that. Grid deployment, infrastructure. We listened yesterday to clients such as Acciona referring, of course, how origination, grid, and electrification need to advance together. Otherwise, you just create bottlenecks and things do not happen as they should. No? And of course, the electrification challenges. So these are bottlenecks. They are identified. Again, we have made progress. We know what is not working. It's true that the context is complex. We cannot deny that's the fact, no? We banks, what we can do, we can advise, we can structure, mobilize capital, But we cannot replace public policy, not using it as an excuse. We should advocate for that to happen, no? But it's true that clearly we need to collaborate, no? It has been obviously said that none of us will reach goals unless we really work together, no? So to accelerate transition. So we are talking about acceleration, but many times, Sandra, going back to you, the social dimension of transition somehow is not, paid as much attention as it should. No? One lesson from previous economic transitions is that social acceptance also ultimately determines speed and durability. We have created a lot of awareness, but when it comes to action, many times we find resistance, and this is also part of the advocacy and of the tools that we need to work. Citizens will judge the transition not by emissions trajectory, but by whether it delivers jobs, affordable energy, and economic opportunities. No? So how real is the risk of socially unjust transition, and what role can business play in preventing it?
I think that's a really important question. I mean, through all sort of ESG frameworks, you know, the S tends to be the one with the softer metrics, the things that are, you know, that tend to slip by easier. But before I just really wanted to just really emphasize the point that Adad mentioned about, and actually both gentlemen, really about targets and commitments mattering. Because it's a moment to reflect on the fact that, as has been said, if, you know, irrespective of people rolling back on 1.5, we were on a trajectory for 4 degrees at some point in time, and we're here at 2. And we're not at 1.5, but I think, you know, this is the reason why targets and commitments matter, and we need to move forward and not stall, because progress has been made, as difficult as the issues have been. But be that as it may, still on to targets, I think social targets and social commitments tend to fall through the cracks. And again, just quoting from what the Secretary General said this morning, I mean, you know, we're looking at financing a clean energy transition, but we need to look at the practices, because the practices cannot be dirty. We need to be sure that the social elements are taken into consideration. And you're right. You know, what does this look like for the workers of the future? What does it mean for the pricing of what it is that we're transitioning? What does it mean for accessibility, affordability, and equity? And it's so important that all of the frameworks that we look at do take the social piece into consideration. Again, it's going to be something about collaboration. When we sit together, bankers and financiers, you know, who then speaks for the social impact of projects? It's great to see a lot more firms integrating impact investing into the work that they do and the way that they analyze projects. But we just need to be sure that everybody is around the table in these discussions. So you can't plan and have the social elements come later. I think we need to be able to do a lot more pricing around things such as, you know, what is the missed opportunity of not really calculating what sort of jobs look like in transition, green jobs, what do those mean? What does that look like? What are the skills that are needed? What is the training that's to be done? Is it being done by governments and public sector? Is it being done by the private sector? So all this to say that there are significant gaps. I mean, I think there's a huge opportunity to rethink some of these models and how we price and plan for transition-related projects going forward.
Thanks a lot for reminding the social dimension, Sandra. So Adar, going back to you, what you prioritize to foster transition over the next 5 to 10 years? No, when you said so, I mean, 5 years ago, we expected to be on a different place. What do we need to do?
Well, it's quite interesting to look at what's gone well and what's gone not well during the 2020s. We at the ETC did an analysis on behalf of the UK COP presidency, which I presented on the main stage at Glasgow, and we said what had to happen in the 2020s in order for it to be credible that we were going to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. And it's interesting that some things have gone as fast as we said they needed to go. The deployment of solar across the world has gone as fast as we said that we needed to do. And if you look at the Dubai COP28 commitment to triple renewables, we're roughly on target to it. EVs are spreading fast across the world. Interesting article yesterday in the Financial Times about the pace at which they're taking off in Africa now. Countries like Ethiopia are actually banning the import of internal combustion engines, simply because that technology is a fundamentally superior, cheaper, better technology. There are 4 fundamental things that we said needed also to occur, however, in the 2020s, and none of them, I'm afraid, have happened. We call them the 4 big misses. One is significant reduction in methane emissions. Hasn't happened. 2 is the end of deforestation. Hasn't happened. 3 is the beginning of close down already existing coal plants, rather than replacing new coal plants with renewables. Hasn't happened, indeed it's gone the other way. And the 4th is the beginning of the progress on the hard-to-abate sectors of the economy, heavy industry, shipping and aviation. Really very little progress so far. And so it's not the clean electrification which has gone slower. Clean electrification is going pretty fast, renewables and electrification. So what do we need to do? We need to address those 4 big misses, and meanwhile we need to even faster turbocharge the good stuff. Clean electrification in itself is not the whole of the challenge, but it is 60% of the challenge. 30 gigatons out of 50 gigatons of CO2 equivalent emissions come from activities which we can and should definitively electrify in buildings, in transport, in light industry. And if we electrify those and we completely decarbonize power production, we get rid of 3/5 of all our emissions. So it's incredibly important, but it's also important to address those other ones, and in particular what we call the 4 big misses.
Great. So good achievements and progress, but big missings that we need to address. Ambroise, corporates are also increasingly expected to adopt transition plans, even including just transition angle, as we just mentioned, and which has been a priority also for the European Investment Bank. But many say that enabling policy environment simply isn't there. So what do companies most need from policymakers to invest with confidence, and how the finance sector can help policymakers identify the main bankability gaps?
I think what they need is what the 3 of us have said in this session. They need support on the way they prepare projects. They need support on the way they structure projects. They need certainly to have better ways to see what can be replicable, because that's often what is missing. They need, easy for me to say that, but they need a stable framework. I say easy because our shareholders have told us, stay the course on climate action. That's what we ask you. What they and what we need is also some support in terms of public money. And there are things that you cannot do if you don't have ODA levels that allow them. That's my concern, especially for adaptation, especially in the poorest countries, where we have to pay special care to make sure we can continue to do great projects. But for that, we are AAA institutions. We need to keep our AAA rating. For that, we need also the support of our shareholders. And that's why I'm always pushing for maintaining a level of ODA that can, for example, finance projects like the JETP, the Just Energy Transition Programs. That was a great idea to help not only the decommissioning of coal plants, but the upskilling and reskilling of workers. And if we want that to be successful, we have a good knowledge in Europe, here in the UK as well, of that. We need to include the way to deal with workers.
Thanks a lot. So Ambroise, Sanda, Adair, thank you so much for joining us today in this global roundtable. I have provided already the signal that we need to cut. So just to thank again UNEP speakers, attendants for coming together. I think it's very obvious that no single actor can deliver the transition alone, no governments, no private companies, no financial institutions. So thank you everyone for coming together, and let's keep exchanging views and collaborating. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lara. Thank you so much, everyone. So now we will very quickly move on to hear from, sorry, we just have one, sorry, we'll just be 2 minutes, 5 minutes, sorry. So we have, we're very, very privileged to have Rachel Kyte, UK Special Representative for Climate, join us for some remarks as well. And then we have that will also be followed by a very exciting dialogue as well. So.
Good afternoon. So, you have one of the air-conditioned venues. Well done. So I was asked to talk about risk to resilience. And I want to sort of unpack that a little bit for you today, and maybe offer a challenge to all of us. So we had the hottest day in May in recorded history in the UK this year. This may well be the hottest day in June in recorded history until tomorrow. People are going to die today in London from extreme heat in 2026. They will be elderly, they will be on low income, they will be very young, they may have a job where they can't get out of the sun, they may be pregnant. We've got to put a stop to this. It should be, I think we should set as a benchmark that nobody should die from extreme heat in a city like London in the second quarter of the 21st century. And then we should set that goal for everywhere else. We know how to bring down the temperature in buildings, in parks, hospitals and schools and prisons. And we've got to set our mind to doing it. And that's where all of us come in, because I think this is going to require a slight reset to our concept of risk and a reset to our concept of resilience. Of course, I'm talking about London because that's where we're here right now. But we know that this risk has been borne by people living in countries that can't get out of the way, people in jobs that can't get out of the way, people on low incomes in other parts of the world for a long time. And we've been taking our time in working out what that actually means to us, how we value it, and where we can see a solution to it. So resilience is needed everywhere. The reality of a lack of resilience is being lived by many people, but now it's going to be lived by people here. So I think when we talk about risk to resilience, we should be really talking about the risk of irresilience. This is the risk to the financial sector, because resilience will challenge the financial sector in the fact that we are still blind in our policy making to what it means to have more and more assets uninsured, more and more people uninsured. That will always land back on the public purse. How long can you run a financial system? How long can you run an insurance system on the basis that it's doing very well, but less and less people are covered? So what is the resilience of the financial sector in this world of irresilience? What are the risks to the real sector? Obviously, companies around the world are already paying extraordinary amounts of capex and opex to continue to be resilient, to be profitable in a world where their resilience is not yet factored into policy making, into industrial strategy, or into financial strategy. We don't capture what is already spent by the private sector in order to remain profitable in this new world that we live in. And we don't capture it, so therefore we can't report it, so we can't learn the good news from that, let alone be cautious about what it's telling us about how much we are already spending. We don't capture the risk to people. Most governments are extremely nervous to talk publicly about the morbidity and mortality events that come with extreme heat, or come with flooding events, or come with the loss of multiple harvests one after the other. They're nervous to talk about it because they're nervous to say, because they don't know yet, what are we going to do about it and how are we going to pay for that? And we don't really talk about the risk to nature. So I think that there is an extraordinary energy about investing in nature at the moment. But there's very little discussion about the fact that if we don't invest in nature, nature's ability to protect us will continue to be undermined. And then we will find ourselves in an even worse position. So investing in nature is an act of self-protection. It is a smart act of economic foresight and financial foresight as well. But of course, those values are not yet embedded in the way in which we regulate our financial markets. So this conversation has been going on in one way or another for a very long time. In the history of the G20, we've talked about sustainable finance, climate finance, fossil fuel subsidies, any manner of issues related to clean growth, prosperity, and increasingly resilience. But we haven't yet at scale acted with political leadership in order to be able to start driving the prudential reform that is needed across our financial sector. So here's where we've got work to do together, everybody. First of all, I was just this morning at the Secretary General's, it felt like his valedictory speech on climate change, right? It's coming to the end of his second term. He's been in the role for 9.5 years, and he made a barnstorming speech about climate. One of the few leaders globally unafraid to stand up and just call it as it is. A commitment to truth and a commitment to international law and a call to action. Where is the leadership going to come from? Where is the leadership going to come from when the captors in the financial industry feel that they can afford to hedge their bets on the transition, on talking truth to power, on moving unilaterally or plurilaterally to put in place not just voluntary commitments, many of which that they're wavering on, but actually calling for the regulation that would mean that everybody has to do the same thing, that the laggards are not rewarded. I was just talking to people that I worked with in the run-up to the Paris Agreement about the fact that the Paris Agreement was possible because the private sector said to government, okay, be ambitious because we know we can deliver. Both the public sector and the private sector have retreated a long way from that point of sort of geeing each other up. So where do we manufacture the leadership from that's needed? Because somebody's going to have to be first mover. I remember when we wrote the Equator Principles for the standards for project finance back in the early 2000s. The reason that the performance standards came into being is that the leaders of about 6 banks, global banks, came to the IFC and said, the threat is not towards any of our individual brands. And this is at a time when Rainforest Action Network was running after Citibank and terrorizing them around the world. And the anti-palm oil people had got the Dutch banks over a barrel, and HSBC was being attacked for different things in different parts of Asia. And they were like, look, this isn't about attack on any individual brand. We believe that project finance itself as a product is at risk unless we change the way that we do it. In order to change the way that we do it, we need to work in partnership with you, the IFC, and with the multilateral system. So surely we are at the point now where the whole enterprise is at risk. And so leaders could come together, as they have done repeatedly in the past. We're going to have to come together again. And I think this time it's around resilience and say, we are not resilient. The whole enterprise is at risk. Let's work together. Doesn't have to be with big banners and march and bands down the middle of the street. It could be quiet work, but that needs to happen. We have the G20 next year. The United Kingdom will chair the G20 next year. Put some pressure on us to make sure that we take up the mantle of leadership here. And then I think that we're in sort of halfway through the second day of London Climate Week. I've been amazed by how much innovation is actually going on. Individual products, individual deals, individual sort of partnerships. And this is all to be celebrated, communicated, and pushed out there so that more people can look at it, copy it. But I wonder how we get to the kind of scale that we need without more encouragement and more reward for this kind of innovation. Yesterday, I was flitting about from sort of meeting to meeting, talking about a lot of blended or structuring for products that bring more resilience to people and to nature. I was particularly impressed by the guys that have now close to inventing an investable utility for humanitarian operations, where you stop asking UNICEF and UNHCR to be mini-grid operators, take all of that risk yourself, and simply ask UNICEF to pay you a monthly electricity bill. But once you have managed the risk of multiple humanitarian situations around the world, which you can easily do, then that becomes investable because you've managed the risk and you know what you're doing and you understand the investable proposition. So it just showed me that for the hardest to reach, for refugees and for people who are displaced, somebody somewhere is prepared to take that risk and make that an investable proposition and take the burden of buying diesel off the humanitarian organisations that can't afford it. So if we can come up with that kind of creativity for the hardest to reach, the last mile, we know that in between there is innovation that can be brought to the table. But the most important thing there is answering the question of what is the real risk and who is prepared to bear it. At the end of the day, when it comes to making the world more resilient, somebody somewhere is going to have to take on that risk. And we need to have a much deeper conversation between the private sector and government about what do you need government to do in order for you to take a reasonable risk. Because I think it's not the same conversation as it is for mitigation. It's not the same conversation as it is for climate stabilisation. So in concluding, I want to sort of say that I think we are capable of having a slightly different conversation about risk, both when it comes to nature, where there is so much, I think, pent-up demand and concern that we should be investing in nature quickly, where there is so much investor interest in being able to safely invest in nature. I think that there's a lot of product innovation, there is a lot of opportunity, there is a lot of systemic change that also needs to happen. We do not value nature sufficiently yet. I think that if we can pull off the $10 billion in the junior tranche of the TFFF, and the UK is looking still hard at how to do that, then I think that sends a model. It sends a signal about possible models. I think there's much more to be done, but it starts to answer the question that our security, our lack of resilience, our need to build resilience depends upon somebody else's stewardship of nature. Our security depends upon somebody else taking the risk that refugees and people on the move actually can be invested in, because they will require electricity in order to have dignity, in order to be able to build their lives. I think there's a different way of talking about the climate crisis. There's a different way of talking about the risk and resilience. But ladies and gentlemen, I think on a day where it may hit 39 degrees in the centre of London, this is the conversation we need to be having. So I'm very pleased that we're beginning to play with that as the UK government. We've got a resilience challenge with investors, working with UNEP FI, backed by International Climate Finance and the British International Investment. And I see that there is this extraordinary world of innovation and product design and structured financial capital stacked. So there's much more of that could be done, but I think we have to take ourselves into quiet rooms, air-conditioned rooms, and have some of the bigger conversations about the insurance industry, around the financial sector. And just because we've tried it before and then have had to retreat because the politics got difficult, the imperative of resilience means that we have to try it again. And there's nobody better to lead that conversation than UNEP FI. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rachel, and so sorry for So sorry for rushing you off. We are on a very tight schedule because I'd like to welcome on stage Peggy Lefort, who is Head of Pollution and Circular Economy, and Minister Mary Cray, who is Minister for Nature for the UK Government, and Minister Stinte van Veldhoven, who is Minister of Climate Policy and Green Growth from the Dutch Government. So please, if you'd like to join us on stage. I know you have a commitment straight after, so thank you so much for making the time.
So welcome to this high-level dialogue, and really great to speak with you today of this important topic on circular economy financing. And we are very honored to have both of you on stage to share with us your perspective on how to better understand how policy and finance can come together to accelerate the transition from ambition to action. So thank you to be with us. And without further ado, we'll open the discussion. We would like to understand first from you, from both of you, the role that you see the circular economy playing in building a more resilient and competitive economy.
Thank you so much, and great to be here. We've just come out of a pandemic. We have just seen a disruption of supply chains in the Strait of Hormuz. We are seeing extreme weather. And these are all examples that basically show how terribly vulnerable our current supply chains are. And so the very simple answer is that becoming a more circular economy means that you have an answer to these kind of disruptions, and you're no longer that vulnerable as we currently are to these disruptions. And so it is a way of creating less risk in our society. And I think Rachel was just speaking about how all these risks have a cost. Risk is a very costly thing. If we can reduce the risk, we can reduce costs, and thereby it's also a stimulant for the economy. And it's a great stimulus for innovation. And as we've also been seeing that resources have been weaponized over the past years, I think it's also one that protects your economy if you are less dependent on imports. So a more circular economy has all these advantages, and I think there was already very much a reason from a perspective of climate and the environment to do this. I think we've only added lots of reasons for working towards a much more sustainable circular economy.
Thank you. Minister Cray, I'm turning to you.
Thanks. So Stewardship and I have just had a great discussion about some of this, and we find ourselves in violent agreement, although that probably might not last if England meets Netherlands in the World Cup. I watched them batter Sweden the other day, and I was like, I'm afraid now, very afraid.
You're safe to talk to me because I know nothing about football. Of course, I do hope I always cheer the national team, but I can't say that I'm more informed about the outcome after the Swedish match. So we'll see. We'll see.
I think the Dutch team have had a deepening of the orange, and I think it looks good on them. That's all I'll say. So I was like, they look so good in those kits. So let's talk about repair, reuse, and resale. We've got platforms like Vinted in the UK, sort of merging the desire for reuse and pre-loved goods and heritage and antique goods with tech. So we've got this quite interesting infrastructure here, this tech and green tech thing that's growing up. We've taken action as a government through extended producer responsibility, which we were discussing, but also simpler recycling, introducing mandatory food waste collections across the country to drive anaerobic digestion and that green gas, that green electricity, and that green fertilizer that we need now that the Strait of Hormuz is sort of open and closed, sometimes on the same day. And of course, UK businesses are leading that transition with repair, reuse and resale platforms and waste delivery activities delivering £63 billion to the UK economy in 2023, supporting 760,000 jobs. Now, this is an economy that is growing at 2.8% a year since 2008, so it's growing twice as fast as the regular economy. So it's a really, really important statistic. It's good for growth. I have Jaguar Land Rover. I went on a visit to them in my constituency in Coventry, and we've got British industry, in particular the car industry, putting circularity into practice. They're delivering deforestation-free tyres with Pirelli. They are using lower carbon materials, recycled materials, and building repair and recycling into the design of this luxury vehicle. So it's about the destigmatization of, oh, secondhand, oh, pre-loved, oh, it's a bit shabby and a bit rubbish, into it's a really exciting £120,000 sports car, but actually we can take it all to pieces at the end and make good use, in particular, of those batteries. We're seeing it also with Rolls-Royce, refurbishing their engines multiple times, reducing resilience on raw materials, and really driving growth in what is a really globally competitive business. So it's about risk mitigation, it's about value, and it's about wider socioeconomic benefits. And the UK as an island relies on imports for 83% of our raw materials. When the supply chain stops, we have a problem.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Minister Cray. And so we have heard a lot about collaboration since this morning, collaboration between public and private actors. I would be very interested to hear from you why this is important, how to make collaboration effective, and maybe also going straight to an example of excellent cross-border collaboration as well between the Dutch government and the UK government, which is now evolving into the next phase. So could you please share with us a bit more information on this?
Yeah, thanks very much. And I think your example showed that there's lots of possibilities to make better use of materials that we have, but we're also going to have to make sure that we create the language for this in our economies. So we need the standards, we need the methodologies, we need common definitions, so that actually business models can also be developed. Because we all have to assess ourselves whether a particular product is fit for a particular purpose, it becomes much harder to actually make sure that this becomes a fluid market. And so I think in the growing up of the circular economy, it's also very much about making sure that the definitions are there, that the risk assessments are standardized, that financial institutions know how to do this. So developing this shared circular language. Now we have public-private collaboration for that is absolutely key. We have the Circular Finance Leadership Group and an annual board-level dialogue on circular economy finance, where we really bring together government, commercial banks, public financiers, knowledge institutions to actually make sure that we also understand truly where those barriers are and what the kind of language is which is needed. And I think that is not something that the Netherlands as a country can do alone for these kind of developments. It's absolutely critical that we make these international conversations because if we want the circular economy to take off, it will need to be funded. It will need to be financed. And if it needs to be financed, then finance sector needs to know how to assess the risks. And if the finance sector needs to know how to assess the risks, that should not just be for the Netherlands, but it should be for a wider market. And I think there's a lot of collaboration possible and ongoing. So really excited about that.
Really excited from our end of things. In our discussions earlier, we had a discussion how I've just come from doing a debate in the House of Commons on fly tipping, an absolute epidemic of waste crime across the country as people try to avoid landfill tax. And we estimate that that's costing the UK economy £1 billion a year in lost revenue just from landfill tax avoidance. And Steeg's officials said we don't actually have a word for fly tipping in Dutch. I was just like, stop showing off. So we have a lot to learn, I think, from the Dutch, but we are really good at financial stuff and standards and legal norms. And I feel like the City of London and this circular economy finance group that we're sort of, we're each bringing something interesting to the party there. So, of course, we want standards for circular finance. We want capability in the finance sector to sort of show case studies and solutions. We were talking about mattress recycling and how if you send investment grade signals, industry will respond and build the factories to take apart those mattresses. We have a separate problem in the UK around flame retardant chemicals that act as a further barrier to the dismantling and recycling of mattresses, but we've got a plan for that. And we need policies and enablers, and I think the Dutch approach to kind of methodologies is actually really important. I think we're good at policies and we quite like the market to just get on with it, and then we can sometimes end up with 2 or 3 different ways of doing things and my way is best, and you know, we're not like, oh, we didn't quite mean for that to happen. So I think that's where the Dutch methodological approach, which is very much based on operations, I think has a lot to teach the UK. But we were talking about vehicles. I was at Aviva Investors last night and talking about the brilliant work they do as an insurer to reuse cars from breakers' yards. So end-of-life vehicles, how do we get these parts that are still perfectly usable back into cars, you know, sometimes in a much shorter time scale. Aviva is doing that as part of its reduction of its carbon footprint, and that's a great story to tell. How do we make it fashionable? How do we tell that story? And of course, when the day comes and I have to get rid of my 24-year-old Honda Civic, I'll be looking forward to the brand new Jaguar I-Pace that my husband buys for me and leaves on the driveway. That's a British joke or a Scottish joke for the people in the audience.
Minister Cray, Minister Van Velhoven, thank you so much for sharing your perspectives. And I know that your collaboration is now taking the form of a joint statement on circular economy financing. So I would be very honored to invite you to sign the joint statement on circular economy financing by your 2 governments going to the podium. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If I can make one final sentence, I think circular economy needs to scale up. It has become an economic imperative. And for that, we also need to make sure that we start focusing on those sectors where this big scale-up is actually possible. But then we also need big finance. So we're moving away from the pilot sphere. We're moving towards big scale-up. And for that, we really need collaboration with the financial sector. And that is how we can make our economies more innovative and more resilient. And I think the time now that we're living with all the disruptions, it's clearer than ever how critical this is for all of our economies. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
You've got a posh pen. You go first.
Let's make sure I don't lose
I'm
it.
I'm going to borrow your pen.
You can
it's
borrow
much nicer than my Bic. Reuse, recycle from a friend.
Recycle.
She'll never see this again. There you go. Thanks, Stitcher.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Let's shake hands.
Thanks, yes,
Great.
thanks a
It's
lot.
going to be a start of a
Absolutely.
beautiful friendship.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that fantastic discussion. So, one of the clearest intersections of climate, nature, pollution, and finance is how we use our natural resources. So, it is not just an environmental issue, it is systemic economic inefficiency and a growing financial risk. So, we're happy to see that the circular economy offers us a pathway. So we thank the ministers very much for showing us how and supporting the agenda. Now, let's move on to our next discussion, where we talk about how capital is not yet flowing at the scale required. And now we'll talk about how to close the gap between ambition and investable opportunities. So allow me to introduce on stage Shaun Carazzo, who's a global financial services, climate change and sustainability leader at EY. Shaun?
Thank you, Mustafa. By way of introduction, as you see, Shaun Carazzo, I lead our global climate change and sustainability services practice at EY, and it is an honor and a privilege to be here today to talk to you a little bit about the work that EY is doing to help close the gap between climate ambition and the capital that is flowing today on the ground. In my discussions with bankers, insurers, asset managers, policymakers, and with many of you in the room today, it is abundantly clear that the narrative has shifted from one of ambition, risk, and reporting to now one of opportunity, resilience, and innovation, which is incredibly important to see. As I stand here today, one of the things I'll also do is talk a little bit about that growth agenda and back that up with the numbers. So we've already seen earlier today the information that was shared by Rhian-Mari from the GFI around the extent of energy transition finance being generated today. 2.3 trillion in 2025, 8% growth, and double with that which we're seeing going into fossil fuels. The other important elements of that is actually when you look at the regional splits of that, China is still leading, but we are seeing a step up from the UK, from Europe, from the Nordics, and a real acceleration from the Middle East, especially the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, it is true that the majority of that investment is going into mature technologies like renewables and electrified transport, and less is going into emerging technologies like hydrogen, clean industry, and some of the additional grid infrastructure that is required together with carbon capture and storage. And we really do need the capital to flow into those areas to fuel the next generation of growth. But again, as we have heard before, there are significant challenges with those emerging technologies. Risk sharing, the structuring of those products, governance, the fragmented nature of them, and that's where we really need to see some of the innovation that is required to drive those forward. Some initial analysis that EY has done about the extent of the opportunity in the space, because through that complexity comes a real revenue opportunity for many of you in the room, including many of the financial services industries here. We estimate that by 2030, 2.2 trillion of what will be required will come from debt financing across commercial and corporate banking, private credit, as well as asset financing, leading to a potential opportunity for financial services players of around 45 to 55 billion. But the complexity is still there and needs to be dealt with. One of the really interesting pieces of work that we at EY have been doing is with one of the developed governments in the EU around setting up a transition energy fund. This fund will take fragmented transition assets across heating infrastructure, grid, hydrogen infrastructure, and pool those together into a fund structure. The government will still play a central role in committing to the blended finance structure of that particular investment vehicle. But this is important for three important reasons. One, the government sends a signal that this is a stable investment to attract institutional and asset managers. The second is that although there is a consolidated structure on top of it, the delivery of the project will still be in the geographies within the country that will drive it forward. And the third, most importantly, is that it will be done on commercially competitive terms in terms of the risks that will be managed, the returns that will be driven, but also the predictability of cash flows, as well as the governance around the structure. So that is how we're starting to see this real shift in terms of allocating capital to some of the more emerging technologies that I referenced before. And as part of that, EY and others have a really important role to play. So today we also launch our EY Marketplace for Sustainable Finance. And what that will do is it'll bring together the example that I've mentioned, together with many other great examples that we see out there in the industry at the moment, working together with our clients. It'll also allow benchmarking to be done. The tool that we've developed at the moment allows us to benchmark over 164 financial institutions in terms of different products being offered to the market, different risk returns, and how that can help generate individual business cases within companies to drive that sustainable finance forward. So with that, I'll leave you with the opportunity to meet myself and my colleagues in the foyer, and thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you today.
Thank you so much, Shaun. So we are about to go to lunch, but before we do, we wanted to also say please meet Shaun and the team at the EY stand just behind you in the lunchroom. And we would also like to announce that we are working with Minderoo Foundation, who support innovative solutions to scale ready to scale today, that can help move the world towards a safer and more sustainable future. So please join us in the lunch area to meet 4 organizations partnering with Minderoo, in the exhibition area. New Earth Ventures, Go PHA, Kalpana Systems, and Parley for the Oceans. And please go talk to them. So we will be back in this room at 1:40, where we will start a dialogue on how we mobilize financial flows at scale for transformational impact with Simon Steele and Remy Ryu. So please do be back on time. We will be starting exactly on time. Thank you. Right. Good afternoon. We are about to start the next sessions. If you could all please take a seat. We are about to start the next sessions. If you could all please take a seat. So we will now start the afternoon sessions. I can see people trickling in, but we're going to start. So this afternoon is about scaling resilience. And we've had discussions around risk all morning. We know maybe what needs to be done. We have frameworks, we have standards, we have commitments. The challenge now is mobilizing trillions, not billions, but trillions. And this is across borders, this is across sectors, this is across asset classes. So please join us for a dialogue on mobilizing financial flows for transformational impact. I'd like to welcome on stage again Eric Usher, head of UNEP. He will be joined by Remy Rieu, chair of Finance and Common Summit, and Simon Steele, executive secretary of UNFCCC. Eric?
Great. Thank you, Mustafa, and welcome, Simon and Remy. We've just had the bond intersessionals, which is the interim meeting, the preparatory meetings between the COPs. We've just had the G7. I think in different places, obviously, the discussions around climate finance, we can zoom in. You know, there's a recognition that, you know, there are efforts, there's progress, but it's far, far short of what's needed. In 2023, we're developing countries received in the order of about $200 billion US in climate finance against a vision set out in Baku to achieve $1.3 trillion annually a decade from now. So it roughly a six-fold increase, which is significant. Now, I think there has been a roughly 5- or 6-fold increase in the decade preceding, so there has definitely been a scaling up. But obviously, the larger the number, the more we're talking about mainstreaming and integrating into our models of economic development. And of course, we can't be closing that gap just through incremental adjustments. Now, certainly falling technology costs are helpful, but they're probably not enough. And obviously, it's a very uncertain world today, including what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. You know, the pace of technological evolution, particularly batteries, but not only solar, other renewables, EVs, certainly provides a lot of opportunity, but we also know that within emerging markets in developing countries, cost of capital is a significant barrier to uptake. You know, against this backdrop, so the question is not really only about how do we scale climate finance, but really how do we make it transformative. You know, it's not necessarily about deal by deal, it's about how do you get sectoral transformation. And how do you use climate finance, particularly the public, but not only, in terms of building the institutional capacity, the enabling environments for capital mobilization to occur. Now, these are some of the questions that are at the heart of their Veritas dialogue and the Baku do Bellum roadmap, which are different parts of the climate process. And they also lead into the second global stock take, where the ratcheting up process essentially for governments to say, well, this is where we are today and where is more progress needed. So I'm really pleased to have friends Simon Steele, Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, and Remy Rieu, Chair of Finance in Common, previously leading AFD, the French Development Agency, and in many other guises, one of the lead proponents within the development banking world on climate action and trying to address and grapple with these issues. So let's dive in. Simon, I want to start with you. How do we see that we've gone from the discussions around the 100 billion, and some who said it was met and others who said it wasn't met, and then quite quickly got into this new collective quantified goal, which is, it's a two-part goal, but essentially aiming at climate finance in the order of 1.3 trillion a decade from now. From the climate secretariat perspective, what do you see the trends that are shaping climate finance today? Because obviously your mandate is much wider. The climate finance piece, where do you see that is today, and where do you see it needs to go in the next couple of years?
Thank you, Eric, and a pleasure to be here. I think that the first shift that we really have to embrace is the outcome of COP30 last year in Belém, where there is supposed to be this demonstrable shift from the era of negotiations into the era of implementation. So looking at 10 years on from Paris, we have the rules. We now have the tools which include the financial components, which are singly the biggest enablers of implementation, through NCQG, through the Baku to Belém roadmap to 1.3, which recognizes the need to scale up finance, recognizing the challenges in delivering the 100 billion, the scale, even at a sum that is insufficient, just how challenging it was to reach that. So we left Baku COP29 with the agreement to triple that to the 300 billion, but recognizing that doesn't speak to the scale of finance that's needed for the transition. The decision to develop that roadmap to 1.3 trillion, again, still insufficient, but certainly indicative of the scale of finance that is needed. And then leaving Belém last year with the submissions of the third generation of climate plans, the NDCs, which the approach taken in their development was these were economic blueprints, investment plans. So the level of detail, the granularity in identifying what are those nationally determined needs, what is the finance that's going to be required country by country to support that. So the architecture of the Paris Agreement is now in place. The challenge, what we have in front of us, is how do we now implement? How do we make all of these things real? The challenge before us is ensuring with the 300 billion we learned the lessons of the previous finance goal. Developing countries will hold developed countries' feet to the fire in terms of delivering on the public component of that finance. But even at 300 billion, recognizing that public finance isn't going to be enough. So what are the other sources of finance that are going to be required? With the limited or limitations on the public purse, how do we catalyze the additional finances that are required, let alone now going from the 300 billion to the 1.3 trillion. So Brazil have led with the development of their roadmap to 1.3, which was submitted last year. This year, they will return with how that is going to be implemented and breaking that down into all of the component parts. This is going to be a really critical element in determining how we now move forward within our process. The question of trust is there, and the need to be able to deliver both in terms of what governments, through their obligations, are going to deliver, recognizing all of the challenges that treasuries have around the world. But how are we going to crowd in the private sector? How are we going to attract private finance to come to the table, which will provide the volumes that are needed? I don't have the answer to that. That is what we are trying to figure out. But linking those financing frameworks with the climate plans that countries have come forward with, and ensuring finance is delivered against those priorities of countries is going to be what gets us on track to 1.5 or not. And we are at that critical stage right now.
Excellent. Okay, so thank you for framing the wider challenge. I think certainly an important aspect of it is NDCs, how do they become, seen as national investment plans? And obviously in the private sector are looking for that in terms of directionality at a sectoral level, and essentially what are the policies to follow to make the transitions bankable. But as you asked the question, I would put it to Remy in terms of the role of the public development banks as leader of FIX, which is the community that brings together that constituency. How do you see the ability and where is progress being made for the development bank to step up and meet the public side of that relationship?
Thank you, Eric, and good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. Seasoned veterans of climate on stage. Of course, we all turning to Simon's guidance, and I particularly want to commend your work, Eric, and these global roundtables for 19 years, if I'm right. So you are pushing with all players, raising the climate urgency, and really we were in Paris together, so 10 years ago, and that's a very important effort. We need the governments, of course. We need the private sector. It's a collective effort that will make it, that will help us accelerate climate action. But yes, maybe, and I'm representing them, maybe there's a difference between 2015 and now, which is this awareness, recognition, and agency maybe that public development banks demonstrated for a decade. We also saw that in the Sevilla conclusions of the financing for development track of the UN, a bit beyond climate. But of course, the momentum, the strengths came from climate and what we decided 10 years ago. All these institutions, so many of them at the global, the regional, maybe even more important, because that's where is the bulk of legitimacy and finance at national level. They now feel they have a common mandate, which was not the case 10 years ago because of what we collectively decided. And of course, they want to bridge between public guidance, public resources, and the markets. They've played this role forever, but they have to do it more forcefully and ambitiously. So it's very good. This Finance in Common place we launched 5 years ago, which is just inviting all of them, from BII to BNDES to SIDBI in India to KfW and to the World Bank. And of course invite all their partners or other stakeholders. So it's a bit mirroring what the Global Roundtable is about, which of course comes more from the private side, or what GFANZ is doing. But we know that this discussion has to happen. We have to act local, probably be very radical about it. We know we have to strengthen local markets, local institutions, national institutions, and we need a machine that is able to originate way more projects, quality projects, green projects than what we have for now, but we are beginning to see how it could work. And also at the same time, and probably we have to be a bit more radical about it, we also need to think global, or to think of the system. So there are many ways the system could be better structured and incentivized. And I really like the way the NCQG decision was phrased. I think we need two pots of finance, one to finance what the market will not finance, and also a component of public finance to transform. Maybe we will come back to that.
Yeah.
Other players. And maybe one last point. I totally agree with Simon. The guidance is there. If I may, there's still this tension between development finance and climate finance that we know is in the system for a decade. And I hope that the SDGs were there to surpass and gather. I still think the framework, the incentive framework, especially on mobilizing private capital, is still not clear enough. So finance in common, the global roundtable, I think it probably has to come from us as practitioners. And of course, now that public resources are becoming scarce day by day, this tension is probably even stronger. So we have again to make the collective effort, maybe to invent the notion, the concept that would reconcile the two.
Yeah. Right. Great. Well, thank you, Remy. And I think, Simon, in the private sector, there's, the question each year is, should we go to the COP? What do we do if we come to the COP? What is our role? And when you think about the parties, governments who are leading the process, how do you see private sector engagement around, from the capital perspective? Where is it most effective, do you think, where you actually see that this is where we get, and how much is actually at the COPs, how much is the other 11 months in terms of where and how they need to push?
So it's both. There is still a lot to be negotiated within the process, even though we have shifted eras to implementation. The focus of the negotiations should shift to what are those barriers, enablers to accelerate implementation, and what are the decisions and what are the signals that the process needs to send to the markets, to those financial institutions, that we do not have our hands on those levers, but we can send strong signals in terms of what needs to happen externally that are going to support what needs to be done internally. But the space where the private sector and private finance is thriving is the outside of the process within the global climate action agenda. There we see significant activity that's happening, in part responding to signals sent by the process, but also irrespective of where things make clear business sense. The private sector will chase independently. And if we look at where finance flows are actually going, if we look at investments in clean tech over the last 2 or 3 years, we're seeing sums in excess of $2 trillion per year invested in clean tech, and that compares to $1 trillion in fossil fuels. So clearly, signals are being read and actions being taken. The reflection and where the private sector has a significant role is feeding that back into the process. Your presence, it may just be for 2 weeks of the year, but the presence of non-state actors, being able to demonstrate, provide those positive proof points of delivery, what delivery really means, contrast the tone of the negotiations, informs what the negotiators need to be focused on if we are to get to 1.5. Coming here to London for Climate Week, as with other climate weeks, New York, the energy is palpable. I've just come from, we had 2 weeks of technical negotiations in Bonn, and, you know, essential, high value, but a very, very different dynamic to step into rooms like these. And it's how do we bring those two together in a very, very complementary way. So needles are moving within the real economy, needs to move much faster. And part of this shift to implementation is bringing the process closer to the real economy and having the presence of the private sector there on the periphery of the negotiating rooms. They're there as observers, a representation of. But all of those events, all of those activities, all of those commitments and actual actions being taken is actually what is stimulating. If we can create that kind of virtuous loop, signals sent from the process that give direction to accelerated action within the real economy, and those proof points of delivery being fed back into the process to, again, fine-tune how those negotiations can further assist. That is the ideal, and that is the era we're now shifting to.
Right. So it's a positive signaling loop, and I think positive signaling is not so much about making claims or announcements. It's actually getting business done. Exactly. And I was actually interested, just some of you might have seen, you know, Pakistan on solar has done such an uptake, and I had to compare it. I'm Canadian. Pakistan has 10 times the solar deployment as Canada. Now, you know, do we have less sun in Canada? Well, look in Germany, it's not that much less there. And it's 1/7 the size of the economy. So, you know, the transformations are happening very quickly in certain markets. Of course, bottom-up solar development is quite different than infrastructure development, heavy investment. And so basically comes into a lot of issues around getting the enabling environment in place, and then who's best positioned to take risk, public, private capital, how to combine that. So Remy, you mentioned the notion of transformation. Can you talk a little bit more about that, and how do we see how that can be used as a concept to direct public-private capital formation?
So we need volumes, huh? We need quantity, we need ambition, and we need more for climate. So of course the transformation of the financial systems is absolutely crucial. But probably what we learned during the last 10 years is, and I remember the discussion back then was a bit, let's say, immature. We are talking a lot about de-risking. Now I think we have a common understanding between public and private, probably building on so many projects, funds we created of the comparative advantage, the added value of each part of the equation, and building from these cases. And again, I want to thank you, Eric, with UNEP FI, but also with the Principle for Responsible Investment, PRI, and the public banks, FIX and IDFC and others. We have reached that step of, let's say, taking position together. So we made 2 contributions, if I'm right, the last 2 COP, and we will do more. And here, what we are working on is this notion of transformational finance. which is somehow having a bit of a library of all where concessional finance is needed, and how to measure the impact of concessional finance, not only deal by deal, project by project, but in its capacity to transform institutions, markets, and guide the public policies in the right direction. Again, we need public finance for public purpose. They are part of the commitment we made in Paris and beyond for loss and damage, for adaptation, where guys you don't want to come and you will not come. But they are very, and it's not necessarily that expensive. There are elements of public finance that could drastically change the landscape and accelerate the transition. We know you know the discussion, including in Evian last week at the G7 summit about guarantee. So we know we need to put more resources in guarantee mechanisms because the leverage is so good, and that's expected from private partners. So and since somehow we are building it from scratch, we could think of an architecture of guarantee, not only on again operations guaranteed or even instruments. So it's really the whole system. Maybe what we should have done for lending, that we could discuss and design with private from day one, alas. Again, regulation. You need a bit of academia, a bit of thinking, so a bit of resource to convince that maybe there are quick fixes under respecting the Basel III and the Solvency II framework that could make it better. Tomorrow we will launch a report with E3G and IDFC with a few proposals about it, which in my view are reasonable. They're not crazy, but certainly would unlock more finance. So again, please help us. But I think we have a fair view now on where we could make a more strategic use of concessional finance between public and private. We are working. It's an ongoing process on a better characterization of what transformational finance. So it's a bit theoretical, but believe me, in the end, it's very operational, and we will miss these resources if we do not somehow protect them, especially now that the urgency is so important and that the resources are reducing.
Great. Okay. So just to summing up, I think what has changed, obviously the climate urgency, we just have to go outside to feel the impact of a changing climate. But the technological revolution has happened, particularly on energy, but in transport, not only. I think the opportunity is there. We need to have a relationship, public to private. We need to be fostering crowding in and not crowding out. There's a lot of need to have aligned governance so that we have the objectives across the organizations to say, how do we get sectoral transformation happening? How do we provide the signals in to the parties, to the policymakers to put in place enabling conditions? How do we get transformation that allows really sectoral transformation at scale? I think we actually, we know the public purse is going to be more constrained, particularly in the coming years. So we have to do much, much more with less. But a lot of the shifting conditions in the macroeconomic environment today are actually pointing in the direction that the opportunity is there to deliver. And so for that, I want to give a big thank you to Simon, to Remy, and the long-term partnership between the public sector, the private sector, to get this process to scale in the little time we have. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Eric. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Remy. So it's talking about delivering impact, and delivering impact at scale requires alignment across capital, across policy, across global processes, across the finance industry, and across borders. So our next keynote has been a close partner She's been a leading voice in shaping global financial systems and advancing sustainable finance across the world. So please welcome Mary Schapiro up on stage.
Good afternoon, and thank you to UNEP 5 for convening us. Few organizations have done more or for longer to keep finance and the environment in conversation with each other. The theme of this year's roundtable, From Risk to Resilience, Financing the Future, captures where the financial system finds itself today, not at the beginning of a journey, but in the middle of one. We began by focusing on risk, understanding it, measuring it, and integrating it into decision-making. Over time, it became clear that risk management was only a part of what was needed. The other part, more vigorously seizing the opportunity that comes with transforming energy systems, modernizing industry, and strengthening resilience across economies. And that is where we find ourselves today, figuring out how to more expeditiously take advantage of the investment opportunity that the climate transition does and will increasingly present, an opportunity estimated to run well into the trillions of dollars a year. But opportunity alone does not deliver investment. Capital moves when policy is clear, projects are bankable, risks are measurable, and institutions have the capacity to act. Creating those conditions is the defining work of this decade, and it is the work I wake up every day thinking about as Vice Chair of GFANZ. At GFANZ, we're laser focused on mobilizing investment in clean energy, industry, and infrastructure, particularly in emerging markets and developing economies. Our direction is set by leaders from some of the world's largest global financial institutions, and our work is informed by regional networks across Asia Pacific, Africa, and Latin America and the Caribbean. For GFANZ, creating the conditions that allow capital to move at scale comes down to four things that the broader system, governments, development institutions, and the financial sector simply must get right. Let me take each of those in turn. First is building investable project pipelines. In many markets, the constraint actually isn't a lack of capital, but a shortage of investment-ready projects. Turning national targets into financeable project pipelines requires governments, development finance, and the private sector to work together to tackle policy and regulatory challenges and translate concepts into well-structured projects. That's one reason why GFANZ has led the way in support of country platforms. In Indonesia and Vietnam, for example, we're supporting the Just Energy Transition Partnerships, where projects from floating solar to grid transmission have reached financial close. In Brazil, we're supporting the Climate and Ecological Transformation Investment Platform, which has built a $23 billion project pipeline, and just last month secured $1.5 billion for Latin America's largest renewable fuels facility. But scaling project pipelines also means investing in early-stage project preparation. Governments and MDBs have established project preparation facilities, but they remain small relative to the need, despite their hugely catalytic impact. We're proud to be co-chairing the Advisory Council for the G20's Global Infrastructure Facility and are committed to working with partners to scale these efforts and more effectively bring in the private sector. Second is deploying public finance catalytically to unlock multiples of private investment. Even where projects exist, in some cases, political, currency, and project-specific risks can limit private institutions' ability to invest, and that raises the cost of capital. Tools from the development finance arsenal can help mitigate those risks, but concessional finance is scarce, so using it catalytically is increasingly important. The toolkit is also increasingly clear. It includes catalytic equity, where as little as $12 to $25 billion a year could unlock 30 times that in private investment. It includes more effective guarantees and risk insurance. It includes local currency and FX risk solutions. And it includes simpler, more standardized blended finance models. But these tools only work when public and private finance design them together. That's why GFANZ partners with MDBs to refine and scale these solutions. Our work with the World Bank Private Sector Investment Lab informed the reform and expansion of the bank's provision of guarantees. Our partnership with the African Development Bank will bring together relevant institutions across the continent to design the toolkit for mobilizing private capital in Africa. And yesterday, we launched a new report with British International Investment and BCG focused on scaling blended finance. And together with our partners, we're building the Catalytic Capital Repository, which helps lenders and investors more readily identify and access catalytic capital and risk mitigation instruments, an effort recently welcomed by the G7. Third is strengthening enabling environments, including through multilateral engagement. Even the best financial tools cannot work without the right enabling conditions, which is why GFANZ engages directly with the multilateral bodies that shape the rules of the road for global finance. Last year, we served as a knowledge partner to the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, providing private sector perspectives on capital mobilization and adaptation finance. We're supporting the government-led Coalition to Grow Carbon Markets in articulating the policy levers that can support demand for credits, recognizing that high-integrity carbon markets are a key channel for directing finance where it's needed most. And we've worked to surface whether prudential rules are unintentionally creating barriers to the investment flows into EMDEs that are needed for growth and resilience. Given some of these rules were shaped before we realized the scale of investment needed for mitigation and resilience, it is reasonable to consider whether the rules are still working as intended. And fourth, building capacity across the ecosystem. None of this can be delivered without institutions across the entire financial system, not just the largest, having the skills and tools to act. In many emerging markets, more than half of the climate finance required will need to come from domestic sources. But local institutions need to be able to assess climate opportunity, structure transactions, and work with international capital. And that's why we've launched the Global Capacity Building Coalition at COP28 alongside the UN, the IMF, World Bank, and leading MDBs. The coalition's membership has grown to over 120 organizations. Its knowledge hub offers over 400 freely accessible climate finance resources, and at COP30, it helped launch the Country Platform Hub to support governments in designing their own national investment platforms. Together, these four pillars are key to creating the conditions that allow finance to flow at the speed and the scale that the transition demands. But the work does not stop there. We must also ensure that the energy, industry, and infrastructure we finance today, much of which will be operating till 2050 and beyond, are resilient to an already changing climate. Adaptation can be harder to finance than mitigation. It requires pulling forward investment now to avoid losses down the line, and it benefits often accrue across diverse actors, but many financial institutions are still finding practical ways to do this. Yesterday, GFANZ published a report drawing on 22 in-depth case studies showing that private finance is already actively developing and financing adaptation solutions globally, from climate-smart agricultural lending and energy grid hardening to resilient real estate and parametric insurance protecting households and sovereigns against droughts, floods, and hurricanes. In nearly half the cases, private finance delivered the solution on commercial terms. These are replicable models, but scaling them will again require governments, DFIs, and the private sector to work together. Governments can set clear resilience goals, incentivize corporate investment in resilience, and support greater availability of public good physical risk data. And catalytic public finance should be efficiently and selectively deployed where markets cannot bear the full risk alone. Taking a step back, I believe the question before us is no longer whether the transition can be financed. It is whether we can create the conditions to finance it at the speed and scale the moment demands. If we succeed, we'll not only strengthen resilience to a changing climate, we will unlock growth, competitiveness, energy security, and opportunity for billions of people. That is the future we should be financing and the future we can build together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, for the wonderful support. So our next session explores how the global climate agenda is moving from commitment to delivery, focusing on the critical transition between COP30 and COP31, what pathways are required for accelerating implementation. So I'd like to invite on stage our next panelists, Luis Andrade Filho, who is the coordinator of the Baku to Belém roadmap for the COP30 presidency, Emil Majidov, who's the advisor to the COP31 climate high-level champion, and Sagarika, who is director for finance, technology, and capacity building with the climate high-level champions. Over to you, Sagarika.
Great, okay, so really delighted to be here. My name's Sagarika, and thank you very much for the introduction, Mustafa. And I'm thrilled to have with me two fantastic people that I've worked with. And on this side, I have Mr. Luis de Andrade Filho, Climate Finance Coordinator from the COP30 Presidency, Brazil. Welcome, Luis. And on this side, my dear friend, Mr. Emil Majidov, Advisor to COP31 Climate High-Level Champions. Now, gentlemen, before we start, I need to ask you to make me a promise. Are you willing to make this? So I've noticed that as it gets hotter, people, understandably, they get a bit restless, and it's a little bit dark in here, and we're kind of after lunch, and they're kind of getting busy on their phones. So I'm going to ask you to be extremely exciting. Will you keep this promise?
We will.
There's the clock as well. Fantastic, great. So we've had a lot of the high-level overview, which was fantastic from Simon, also from Mary, and Eric's framing comments. So now we want to get a bit more practical, because a key question was asked of you, which is it worth you coming to COP, and what's being delivered, and how are you going to help deliver? So first of all, Luis, I'm going to turn to you. When you look back now to COP30 in Brazil, took place November last year, before all of the football, can you tell us what do you see now was the most consequential outcome in a very practical way?
Thank you very much, Sagarika. It's a pleasure to be here, and first of all, to congratulate UNEP not only for this event, but also for the leadership and for very close collaboration that we had, including in the action agenda. I would start by agreeing with Simon as well that the energy here in London is completely different from what we had in Bonn just a couple of weeks ago. And really, I came just this morning, I was in an event with funds from the Global South, with institutional investors, and really the message that comes from all those meetings is we need a seat at the table. We need to be more involved. We want to be more involved. We want to deliver change. Now, COP30 delivered perhaps the final steps of this architecture that we need to build, the target of tripling adaptation, the decision to elevate politically and legally the 1.3 trillion, of which the Baku to Belém roadmap to 1.3 trillion will be a central reference, also a space to discuss public finance, the Veredas dialogue. So we really have all the necessary elements for engagement. And what we really want to see from this public here and from the banks that are part of UNEP, I believe there are three main suggestions that I would try to put forward. First of all, continue to invest in your transition plans. Let us not get distracted by this crazy world we're living in, because as we are saying here, there is the urgency, there is the embrace of the economic sectors of the clean energy transition and resilience building. And I would add to that the political dynamics that we have been seeing with initiatives such as the Bridgetown Initiative, the 4P by France, the G20 by the Indian presidency with this agenda for reforms of MDBs. We'd like to see that our G20 presidency also made us a very strong contribution. So really, let us not get distracted and continue the work with the transition plans, and not only talking or incorporating risk, but increasingly the rewards that we are going to have from this transition. The second would be to work more closely with public development banks. I think Remy made it very clear here and provided a very good explanation. So really working with stakeholders that understand better the market, that can do lending in local currencies, and developing this kind of coordination and partnership is essential. And the third one, this process that we have had now allowed us to really understand what the complexities are. And data is an issue that comes up frequently. So please do help us in getting more data. Promote the idea of having better data for the private sector internally with your stakeholders. This is really going to help us a lot. And really bridging with COP31, it's been a pleasure to work with COP31. And COP31 is really doing an incredible work on building these pipelines in origination, and we're really excited. And I think many of those elements that we're discussing here will help to strengthen this bridge that we have already created.
Fantastic, thank you. And Emil, so tell us for COP31, so we're going to be in Antalya, some of us, hopefully many of us, in November this year. What are the big opportunities that you see here, whether it's policy or opportunities for commercial banks and insurers and investors?
Simon still mentioned that there is a great energy here in London Climate Week, and we want a piece of it in Antalya for sure. Let me assure you that Turkish presidency is taking its commitment towards COP31 very seriously. It's going to be an excellent world-class event, I assure you. So please come. What I see is Brazil left us with an excellent legacy. Because they've done a selfless act of cleaning up and inventorizing all the initiatives that happened and were prepared by good people before them. So they organized them into 6 axes, which more or less definitely reflect on the way the global climate agenda is structured. And I believe this is a good toolkit, a good set of instruments that we need to continue to scale up. We also have what I would call not so low-hanging fruit, but rather a fruit that is at a reasonable height. The financial commitments that we achieved in Baku with a view of bigger money that are coming in. The money are there, I'm sure. When there is a war, they find them. Why don't they find them when there is a climate agenda? So the Turkish presidency is now in this active phase that happens usually in COPs in summer, and they are revealing their program and priorities. So one of them has to do with finance. So we already announced that it's going to be a delivery COP, and it's very much about delivering of what's been done in Baku and in Brazil, and we will continue to work on that. And for the banks, we strongly believe in it. That Turkish COP, that Antalya COP, is going to be very much focused on private sector. Turkey is a private sector driven economy. Huge associations, lots of businesses, small, medium, and large sized. And lots of them are seeing a lot of opportunity in this line of business. And what we see now, this interest is rising. International companies are getting to us, talking to us. We are looking forward to that.
Fantastic. So we have about 50 3 seconds left by the time I finish this sentence. So I just want to ask you very quickly, I mean, you mentioned a bit already about transition plans, and you also mentioned, I think, as well, Emil, but, you know, very succinctly, how can a bank best contribute to the success of COP31?
I'd say by defending science. It's ever more important that we continue to build this strong link with what the science is telling us. We are facing an unprecedented emergency. We all need to collaborate and to work together, and you guys play a key role in your domestic constituencies, and you're doing that. So please continue to support science as we move forward.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And of course, UNEP is doing fantastic work already convening on key topics. Emil?
Well, giving money, a short answer. No, obviously.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
We are open for banks' engagement. And there are, well, as I said earlier, there is a lot of good instruments that have been developed over the years coming up to this one. Yeah. And we ask banks to talk more to us about how to use these instruments best. Thank you.
Brilliant. Luis, Emil, very grateful. I got asked to finish this session bang on time because Frank has to leave. So please don't leave, because Frank, I think, is going to come on with Mustafa's introduction.
For those who hasn't been on the stage, there is a big intimidating watch that looks at us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sagarika. Thank you, Emil. Thank you, Luis. Thank you for energizing the room. Maybe the room can work on promising to work together, like Louise mentioned, and the room can work on giving money, like Emil mentioned. So we'll shift gears. We'll turn to a fireside chat where we're exploring how central banks are navigating the intersection of climate and nature risk, financial stability, and competitiveness. Before we do that, let's go to another poll. So just a reminder, there are polls, open polls on the event app. Details are, oh, my badge is there. Details are behind your badges. We asked the audience what kind of regulatory approach would best help institutions prepare for future sustainability-related risks. The top answer was 36% was flexible frameworks that adapt to evolution of risks. Answer number 2, 27%, more focus on resilience than on compliance. Number 3 and 4, 18% each, forward-looking supervision, and then 18% again, stronger collaboration with other institutions. So maybe Arjun, you can pick it up from here. So Arjun, would you like to come up on stage? And Frank as well. Frank is member of the Executive Board and Vice Chair of the Supervisory Board at the European Central Bank. Thank you, Frank and Arjun.
Okay, excellent. Thanks very much, Mustafa and Frank, for being here with us. And as Sagarika mentioned, I hope there is a bit more enthusiasm still left for this session. Just to set some expectations, I know this is a fireside chat, but probably it's very inappropriate to set up a fire given how hot it is. But rest assured, we've got Frank Elderson in the room, who's got a lot of energy and enthusiasm, which could substitute for the fire. And we've got some questions on water to balance it out. So I hope this will be very entertaining for all of you. A quick context to this discussion. Frank, he's been very vocal about climate and sustainability. The ECB recently published its, or updated, I should say, its compendium on climate and nature-related risks, which we all look up to. And a key message is that EU banks now have the foundations to identify, quantify, and manage climate and nature-related risks, which is fantastic because, as trailed this morning, the UNEP also has published a landscape report of sustainability risk integration. And one of the key messages we find is that that is also true with respect to the global membership that we see. So there is some progress. Obviously, a lot more needs to be done. So with that, I'll just quickly set out a quick couple of openings, remarks in terms of the complications we deal with. We live in a world with heightened uncertainty. We live in a VUCA world, which is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Not to be confused with Waka Waka, which is completely different. But this VUCA world is complicated, especially when we have heightened physical risk, which puts onus on having a long-term thinking in terms of transition planning. So this is the context, and we will be discussing very closely with Frank Elderson for the next 20 minutes, who doesn't need any introduction. So I will just jump straight to the first question, Frank.
Well, thanks a lot, Arjun, for having me here. Great pleasure. Actually, I don't like the term fireside chat. I think it is way too CO2 intensive. So I coined this idea of forest side chats, which I like a lot more, but somehow it had not been caught up. So I hope that by now just repeating this idea, I will never be invited to a fireside chat anymore. So that's one thing. So it is true that banks have made serious progress over the last, say, 5-6 years. In 2019, when I, just before I joined the ECB as a vice chair of the bank supervision, less than 25% of the banks, our supervision, had done any serious work on climate and nature-related risk at all. Today, after lots of interactions, let me put it this way, after a lot of interactions, virtually all banks under our supervision now consider climate and nature both, related risks as a material source of risk. And they have, and this is very important, what we call foundational elements in place to identify, to quantify, and to manage climate and nature-related risks. So this means that, for example, that they have integrated climate and nature-related risk in their strategies, risk management, governance, and also that they have integrated this into their stress testing capabilities. Now, going to your question, being good at managing risks, to put it very bluntly and easily to grasp maybe, also puts you very much in a position that you can actually take these risks. And of course, the other side of that coin is business opportunities. Resilience and competitiveness, I'm deeply convinced, resilience and competitiveness are not conflicting goals. They are two sides of the same coin. And let me just give you a little bit more to that, if I may. So since 2022, the average share of interest income that single supervisory mechanism, so the banks under our supervision, significant institutions derive from these CO2 intensive sectors has remained consistently above 70%, 70. So think of sectors like power generation, manufacturing, transportation, agriculture. So there is a structurally high dependence of euro area banks on firms that are concentrated in carbon intensive activities. So it is key, because of that banks manage and develop a strategic approach to manage these risks and to seek to finance, and here it comes, and this is key, of course, the transformation, the transition of these sectors, of these industries. So to put it simply, banks that know their risks and that can manage these risks are best placed to actually then play that vitally important role that they have to play to finance firms and households in their journey throughout this transition. Now, at the same time, banks, and that is, of course, one of their competitive advantages. Banks, of course, have developed over the years long-standing, deep, integrated relationship with their clients. So they have what I would call maybe the levers of influence that can affect the choices of their clients, of the companies that they lend to on their journey to a carbon zero future. So what we see encouragingly is increasingly banks actually doing just that, actively engaging with their clients instead of using much less, I would say, sophisticated and in the end also much less effective approaches, which would be to kind of like a blanket red light to certain sectors. We want finance to flow to high emitting sectors so that they can actually make that transition. So talking about transition finance, some banks use their deep technological knowledge of hard-to-abate sectors, cement, steel, aviation, to design transition finance strategies and products that help their clients to make that change from high emission to lower emission technologies. So again, rather than just abandoning the relationship, banks can capitalize on the transition by being there with their clients. So this would create a win-win situation, helping both the clients and the banks to be competitive. Same I could say, but for I know you have more questions, so I'll be very short here. On adaptation, same thing. Now, before I stop answering on this question, you mentioned this. We, of course, as a supervisor, have a privilege that none of the individual banks have, and that is that we can look in the kitchen of each of the banks. So we see good practices, and we feel very strongly that in order to, to facilitate the transition, there's no need for us to wait for the same wheel to be invented, twice or 110 times, as there's 110 or 113 banks under our supervision. So what we do, we pool these good practices that we see and we put them together and we just give it back to the sector and say, okay, well, these are non-binding, but in as far as you are inspired by your peers, these are things that you could actually take on, because we have seen that they work in some of the banks. And actually we have taken these good practices, and that on itself is a good sign, for more than 60% of the banks that we supervise. So in 60% of the banks that we supervise, we have seen good practices that we think can be usefully shared and possibly be taken over by some of their peers.
Okay, brilliant. So the message there is inspire before perspire. But, sorry.
No, just I don't want to be too positive.
Right.
So the process over the last 5 to 6 years, I think, has been impressive, that the banks have made under our supervision. As I said, foundational elements are in place, but of course we need to go way beyond foundational. So this story has not yet ended, let me say that.
No, of course, we agree with that as well, and that's something we've also seen in the members that we have in UNEP. Long way to go, and that's the message we've seen as well. Talking about risk management, I know you talked about risk management and competitiveness together, but just taking a step back on risk management, I think everyone here agrees risk management is not a point-in-time exercise, it's a dynamic exercise, which means we need to start thinking forward, and I think there's been guidance in terms of scenario analysis, forward-looking transition planning, etc., which helps them do that exercise in a forward-looking perspective. Now, I think ECB has said that we are most likely on a path for a disorderly scenario, disorderly transition. But that doesn't mean that banks should just use that scenario in the resilience planning. They should look at all possible alternatives to do that. So what would be your take? What would be your advice in terms of banks who are doing prudential transition planning?
Right. Well, let me try to say something about the two elements of your question. One is about this: are we moving to something disorderly, which is my strong fear. So I've said that before, indeed, also publicly. And the other thing is how can banks deal with that in terms of transition planning. So very put in the simplest of terms, I would say that things, as in climate-related physical manifestation, things are getting worse faster than we thought. And we, maybe it's also, the policymakers, but maybe also, the science, faster than we thought. And the world is doing less than it should. That is a very bad combination of things. And I can throw numbers at you. I will just give you two. The estimated economic losses of assets in the European Union between 1980 and 2024, so a long period of time, but more than 822 billion. But the really scary thing is that 25% of those were incurred in, say, the last 4 years. So on the transition side, countries remain far from meeting the Paris Agreement goal. And it is true, and I also don't want to be too pessimistic here, and I know that's, you know, just to throw a couple of things at you, so that we don't get too depressed here together, you know, at this hour of the day. There are some good things, of course. No, the renewable energy has increased by 140% since Paris. Investment in clean energy has increased by 80%. Something that I like, a data point that I liked a lot that I will just want to throw at you. US solar plants generated more power than coal last month. And another data point that I use is to say that the green economy now is $5 trillion, which is the equivalent of the economy of Germany, which is a big economy. Of course, the problem, of course, is not yet as big as the world economy, which is the goal that we need to go to. Now, that may be a little bit on you know, the disorderly scenario. But it's very clear that, you know, banks need to be ready for a range of possible scenarios. So if you look at European legislation, there are hooks for you know, banks needing to have prudential transition plans, but there is no specific scenario that is being prescribed by the law. No, so there's also no specific scenario prescribed by us as a supervisor. So what we say is, you bank, you have to, you know, make up your mind yourself, but you have to be resilient to, you know, in terms of the baseline scenario that you adopt. But you have to make sure that you're resilient to a range of scenarios, and that is, I think, what these transition plans will do. Let me just, because I'm so aware of this clock, let me just see whether I can cut short a little bit here. So what it requires banks, let me say this, is to think consciously about their strategy. So not knowing how that future will look like, and at the same time having the business need to be ready for different sorts of future. Whereas those might not be orderly and not be very predictable, means that you need to be very, very deeply thinking about your strategy in light of these different decarbonization pathways. You need to set your own objectives, also on the long term. And of course, as you said, you need to have very effective risk management in place. So going forward, and let me stop here under that question, to ensure resilience of our banking sector, what we will do, we will place greater emphasis even on topics such as risk underestimation, on physical risk, and on climate and nature risk under heightened uncertainty. And maybe one more thing to just tell you what we do this year. So indeed, there is now this legal obligation for banks to have these prudential transition plans in place as of the beginning of this year. Since this is not so easy, and since we all have to find our way forward in this very complicated and complex world, what we have said is, well, this year what we will do, we will sit down with the banks and listen and have, you know, long-term, sometimes we take like half a day with their teams to really bank by bank sit there and sit down and see, what are you doing, what are the dilemmas you're running into, before we as a supervisor start telling what to do. So only, in 27, we will then be conducting what we call a thematic review, where we will be looking at the banks in a more standard, structured way. But we think it is very important also now, if you like, to learn together, while, of course, not only that clock, but also that other clock is ticking. So we don't forget that.
Yeah, that big clock is quite intimidating. So maybe I'll just skip a question and move to the physical risk aspect, especially water. So a bit of anecdote. 2 days ago, I was traveling by train from Germany to come to this event. I had my favorite Brötchen, which is like a sandwich, went to the lavatories to wash my hand. All I got was hot air. Tried a few minutes later, same thing. Now, it just struck me whether this is a single isolated incident where there is no water, or is it this heat wave causing more systemic issues with water shortage, which is leading to this as an end product. I mean, questions about my personal hygiene aside, more systemically, I know ECB has done a lot of work with Oxford and LSE where they found the euro area output is at risk by 24%. And if you look at it from a banking perspective, in terms of loans, I think the number is 19% for surface water scarcity and 22% for surface water plus groundwater. So that's a huge amount, and it can't be underestimated. Now, I'm just wondering whether we need to reframe this question as more of a system-wide impact rather than a very specific isolated event like the experience I have, or a specific sectoral aspect like agriculture, real estate. So what would be your suggestion in terms of framing, and if you've seen any best practices from the CNN update that you've done in ECB?
Sure. So maybe, if you allow me, an almost philosophical reflection before I answer your question. You know, in times of Aristotle, humankind used to think about reality and science as maybe, you know, a unified thing. But then, you know, come universities, come the 19th centuries, we start chopping up reality in all kinds of specialties. But of course, reality is not like that. And we suffer a little bit from that same when we talk about climate and nature-related risk and ecosystem service degradation, the scarcity of materials. Many of these things, they are not behaving as if they are completely different systems. No, they are interrelated, they are interconnected. So if you want to make a system change, which we have been doing to, you know, in order to accompany the banks so that they can manage their climate-related risks and their nature-related risks, and water, of course, being a very important part of that. You know, on the one hand, it's inevitable that you go step by step, but on the other hand, it's very important that we realize that these things are extremely interrelated. So what we disentangled to make progress, we need to kind of like, you know, bring together again to make sure that we really reach our destination. Maybe that was too philosophical. So nature degradation and dwindling ecosystem services are advancing at an unprecedented pace. We know that. Highly concerning because our economies crucially depend on nature. Sometimes I make the joke that if people forget this, you know, think about the first two syllables of the word economy, so that you don't forget that the economy is dependent on nature-related services. So we have been looking at this very closely, both on the central bank side, but also on the supervisory side. So when we came out with our supervisory expectations in 2020, we already talked very explicitly about climate and nature-related risks. So research that we did some years ago showed that 72% of firms in Europe, and then we didn't just look at the big ones, but we also look at the smaller ones. So we looked at a database of more than 4 million firms. And we found that 72% of these firms, for the, you know, the success of their business model, are dependent, are actually highly dependent on one or more nature-related services. And then we went one step deeper, and we also saw that banks' loans, which is not surprisingly because, of course, the European economy still is very much a bank-based economy, bank-financed economy. We also found that about 3/4 of bank loans are to firms that are highly dependent on nature-related services. We went further than that. After that research, and we now moved to from dependency to risk analysis, which is something that I know you know, and we found that water, and I always say too much water, or too little, or too polluted, or a combination of these things poses amongst these different, if you like, ecosystem services, the most urgent risk to economic output in the euro area from a value-added perspective. So you mentioned a 1 in 100-year drought event. Surface water scarcity alone could put at risk up to 24% of euro area economic output and 19% of EU banks' loans. By the way, we should now add, I just realized, not only too much, too little, or too polluted water, but also too warm water, because we read today that a nuclear plant in France had to be shut off for a while because the cooling water was not sufficiently cool. So it's also the temperature of the water that plays a role in the economic effects of the climate and nature crises. So this 24% hit, possibly caused by a shortfall in water supplies, coming, of course, from rivers, lakes, reservoirs, and upper soil layers, and amplified by persisting drought conditions, excessive withdrawals, and unsustainable consumption. Let me skip because I see where we are here. So in the next step of our research, the ECB will soon publish analytical research on the impact of nature degradation on the probabilities of default and credit losses under different scenarios, which helps to assess the resilience of banks' credit portfolios. So what you see here, to just bring it to normal people's talk, we are now increasingly able to translate what we see in terms of ecosystem degradation to the hardcore parlance of bank risk management, probability of defaults, credit losses, and this is where we can make the difference, because this is the language and the vocabulary that people understand. If you want to have a last question, we have 1 minute, so I better.
Oh, yes. Thanks very much for being conscious. And that's the study that we would also be very interested in, given the audience of the Risk Center. I know we don't get any extra time, so I think we should go straight to penalty shootout. 30 seconds to think about or reflect on, given the topic of water especially. What would you like the audience to take away from this discussion, if there's any specific thing that they should act on going forwards?
We live in this incredible moment where the line of climate related manifestations, nature degradation, it goes up exponentially. At the same time, we see another line that goes down, and that is the political willingness and ability to do something about that. That second line should not make us forget that first line is reality. So we need to be able, as a financial sector and as a supervisor of financial sector and as a central bank trying to achieve our the goals as a central bank and price stability, we need to make sure that we are not forgetting what is happening out there. We can make this transition. We are making the transition. It's not going fast enough. We need to speed up, and maybe I'll leave it there.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. And my recommendation, for me at least, is to take a water bottle next time I go on the trains. So thanks very much for your time, Frank, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Arjun. Thank you. Thank you so much, Frank, for that forest side chat. And if you are interested in looking at how banks integrate sustainability risks, please do have a look at our new report that was launched today under the UNEP Risk Center that Arjun heads. So details on the screen now. So now we move on to part of the day where we look into the more practical side of things, starting with our session titled Resilience in Action. So this panel brings together leaders from finance, business, to share practical solutions that are driving resilience through adaptation, through nature-based solutions, as well as business and societal resilience, really. So we're looking at all aspects of resilience. So I'd like to call up on stage Butch Bakani, Head of Insurance, UNEP. And joining Butch will be Erica Gupta, Global Head of Sustainability at Siemens Financial Services. We have Liz Henderson, Global Head of Climate Risk Advisory at Aon. Tim Skea, Chief Institutional Relationship Officer at Bank of China, London branch. And last but not least, Amita Chowdhury, wonderful last name, Amita, Group Head of Sustainability at AIA. Amita is also the chair of the Principles for Sustainable Insurance Board. Butch, panel, over to you.
There's just 34 minutes left, so we have time. Welcome to the Oceanside Chat. I think the ocean is one of the biggest superheroes on resilience, but probably one of the least valued natural resource that we have. So let's take a time for this important Oceanside Chat. My London Climate Action Week started last week in Berlin, when around over 50 heads of state were endorsing the global climate mobility principles. What do these principles mean? They mean, essentially, they are about vulnerable people having the right to migrate with dignity, or having the right to stay with dignity. That grounded me already for London, to understand what are we really facing in the context of the climate and nature crisis that we have right now. So let's take that and go to the region where I'm originally from, Asia, which is the most disaster-prone region in the world, and hear from a couple of folks who are financial institutions in Asia, and hear what is the situation there. So we've heard about different perspectives on resilience, whether it's levels of resilience on the ground, on assets and projects, on systemic resilience, on financial stability, or on the broader economy. There's also different types of resilience, whether it's societal resilience or heat resilience and climate resilience. Let's try to be concrete and understand how is resilience manifesting itself in action across different geographies and also the different financial institutions. Everyone here is from the financial sector, but they're all come from different parts of very different business models, each one. So let's start with Amita. From AIA in Asia, but also the chair of the PSI board, and to give her insights on what does resilience and action mean to you, particularly in the region where you are.
So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and be a part of this panel. So first of all, thank you very much for raising the topic on Asia. Asia is more than 50% of greenhouse gas emissions. It's going to be the region where 80% of the energy consumption growth comes from. And it's often said that climate change battle will be won or lost in Asia. And as you said, Asia is the most disaster-prone region in the world. And in fact, Butch, you're originally from the Philippines. Of all the countries in the world, the country that's most disaster-prone is actually Philippines. So let me just give you an example that's going to bring resilience to reality. In the Philippines, Philippines is hit by around 20 typhoons per year. And agriculture supports nearly 30% of the workforce. Over the past decade, extreme weather has cost about $5 billion of losses, wiping out livelihoods for thousands of farmers. And in response, a consortium of insurers, development banks, microfinance institutions introduced crop insurance. When the next storm struck, insurance didn't just rebuild farms, it restored incomes, supported communities, and strengthened the food system. So that's the role of insurance. Insurance is about enabling continuity through shocks and building resilience, building forward through shocks. But in Asia, there are two structural issues that one has to think about. One is it remains significantly underinsured. So there's over 90% protection gap, whether you think about disaster losses or whether you think about life and health, which is the industry I'm from. Second, the traditional risk models are struggling to keep pace with climate volatility. They are based on past historical record, leading to rising costs and reduced availability of coverage. And this combination, unavailability and unaffordability, can create systemic strain that can affect households. It can burden the government finances. So what do we need to do? What needs to change? I would say insurers, reinsurers, other stakeholders, governments have to come together to focus on 4 Ps. One is preparing better, which is about enhancing data and analytics tools and platforms to accurately reflect climate risks in pricing and expand insurance coverage. Second is promoting demand for more insurance, whether it's through greater financial literacy for life insurance and policy, also incentivizing resilience. Third P is preventing market failure through new forms of risk transfer, product innovation such as parametric insurance, and finally, partnerships in action to unlock financing for mitigation and adaptation, including insurers playing their own role as underwriters to de-risk investments for transition and as institutional investors for green investments, as AI has done through our net zero commitments and progress towards our validated SBTi targets. So in conclusion, insurance sector has a critical role, game-changing role to play in Asia's climate transition and building resilience, and it's going to be a critical enabler of speed and scale in addressing.
Thanks, Amita, for really painting a good picture of the situation in that region. I also want to follow up with you quickly on something that I haven't heard throughout the day. It's about the impacts of environmental degradation and climate on health.
Yeah.
You are a life and health insurer, and I want to understand what is the health dimension that we are talking about when you talk about impacts of climate? How, because that has a resilience dimension.
No, absolutely. And so, so we've been doing climate risk assessments, for example, on our morbidity and mortality side. And, you know, there is you know, research in different parts of the world which suggests that heat stress and impact of flooding, etc., is going to cause more waterborne diseases, vector-borne diseases, infectious diseases. It's going to create mental anxiety and others. But there is a requirement for more work to be done to be able to isolate the impacts of climate on morbidity and mortality. And there is, of course, work to be done by life and health insurers in preventive health and wellness. And so, for example, the work that we're doing in life and health is doing research in this area, as well as we have a commitment called AI 1 billion to engage 1 billion people by 2030 to help them live healthier, longer, better lives. And in the process, as a part of that, we're doing work around awareness, education. We also have a program under that called AI's Healthier Schools in order to promote literacy and awareness around, you know, climate, nature, and environment.
Thank you, Amita. Let's stay in the region, but with a different financial institution, the Bank of China, who's one of the largest global banks in any case with a global reach. And Tim, you've been a career banker for as much as your career has spanned. It would be good to hear as also, AIA is a life and health insurer, long-term institutional investor. You are a global bank with Chinese roots. It would be interesting to hear your perspective on resilience in action.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And first of all, a very boiling hot welcome to everybody here to this oceanside swim. I hope we can all swim. I just should specify, you look at me and you may think, well, I don't look very Asian. On that, you're almost right. I actually am a New Zealander, apart from being French and British as well, just to clarify that. But I've worked for the Bank of China for 8 years. And our operation in London does a lot of the work on climate and nature. And I've just come from the TNFD plenary session, where, I mean, to the point you've just made about pollution and impact on health and flooding, integrating environmental concerns with climate concerns are critical. It's one and the same problem. We may be more readily easy to measure CO2 emissions and impact on climate. It's far more difficult to measure environmental degradation and the impact of that. And TNFD and the work we've been doing there, and this bank is a member of the task force for China, that work is critical in looking at environmental degradation, measuring it, and then working out, you know, where next for that. Because as a banker, and I've been a banker, well, you didn't mention the number, you were way too polite. But I have been a banker for 45 years, and I have seen regulations come and go, the nature of risk management. It was very simple in the old days. your client either did or didn't go bust. These days, it's a lot more complicated because we have to factor in a plethora of risk factors. And we may be discussing climate in particular. Nature will be the next risk factor which we will be needing to look at very carefully. And what is the role of banks? We are regulated. We have that relationship with the customers. We have the ability to spread information and to build capacity. And I think the Bank of China on its 40-year journey, I mean, it's a bank that's well over 100 years old, almost 100 years in London, incidentally. As we have grown with China, of course, over the past 40 years, it's a 40-year growth story. The country and the banks with it have developed a very deep understanding of climate environmental policy because it's top-down, it's leadership from the top. In fact, the regulators, and I don't know whether Frank is still here, but tone from the top is critical. And particularly in China, but I think globally, this is a debate which we're all having, and the bankers have had to get on board very early because we're regulated, but also because our clients know they need it. And many of them need help because, of course, a lot of the people who are dealing with their own emissions and impact on the environment are SMEs. They're small companies without the manpower, without the resources, without the technical knowledge. And I think it's critical that we, as the banking community, can provide the assistance and the help and the management skills to help them account for what they're doing and help guide them through using our financing tools. So I think there's a lot going on. You know, we're pleased to be here today to add our voice to this critical debate, but also to expand it a little bit, recognizing the impacts on health, recognizing the environment. Just a final word, you may recall, for many years people didn't want to visit Beijing because you couldn't breathe. They had an atmospheric problem. I've been to Beijing many times in recent years and not seen that smog, a bit like London in the 1950s and 60s. Some of these are complex solutions, but they can be dealt with if there is sufficient government action. So we have to, finance community has to work with government and with regulators to make things happen.
Thanks, Tim. And we've seen the change in China. I had the honor to be part of the International Task Force of the Green Finance Task Force in China in 2015. And we were talking that if they do what they said they will be doing, there'll be there will be an energy revolution in China in the next 10 years. And look where they are right now.
Well, absolutely. It is a colossal energy revolution. And that's spilling over around the world. And there are people who find that difficult because from an industrial perspective, but the transformation and the falling price of renewable energy is a phenomenal phenomenon, as it were. This is something really important across many of the parts of the world represented in this room, that lowers the cost of energy and makes the energy sources clean. But of course, we do need, I come back to what I said earlier, we need to integrate this with a wider appraisal of the environment, not simply climate, because it's other impacts that some of these energies can have on the environment that we need to understand and look at. And again, I just say, China has not only done the very visible work on renewables, but they're doing the work which isn't so widely reported on nature reporting, mapping, data. And this is the critical next step for all of us.
Thanks, Tim. And just like adaptation mitigation, we view climate and nature to be two sides of the same coin. I'm happy you mentioned nature, Tim. And I just want to understand better what the Bank of China's views on how nature could be part of the solution to building resilience. For example, I mean, just top of the mind, there's the Belt and Road Initiative with so much infrastructure being built and so many countries involved. That must be a real opportunity.
I think you're absolutely right. It is. And as you know, the bank has been quite clear on its own objectives. I mean, not just Bank of China, but the other significant Chinese banks. And between us, we are the 4-5 biggest banks in the world. So that matters. We're bigger than the American banks, at least by size of balance sheet and capital to deploy. And the Belt and Road is a tremendous activity across parts of Africa and Asia, parts of the world where infrastructure is needed and has to be built. You know, we've stopped lending internationally offshore to coal fire, for instance, which is a statement that was made a few years ago. These are important policies because, you know, we have to apply green and sustainable financing options as far as we possibly can. But this is work in progress, and we have to work with governments and we have to work with communities in order to get the message out. But you're right. I think you will see a lot more collaboration, understanding, and enabling over the coming years. So let's not be too pessimistic.
Good. Let's go to other parts of the financial sector. Erica, where are you based?
Well, I work for Siemens, particularly Siemens Financial Services, but I am based in the US. Okay.
Siemens Financial Services, your DNA is in this you have industrial, technological, and engineering DNA, and you're a B2B financial services firm, right? So it's a very different type of institution, but it would be really good to hear what resilience and action mean for you.
Thank you. Yes, we are very different. We're one of the small banks, to your point of not being one of the larger ones, but we do sit at the intersection of technology and finance, and that does enable us to take action and enable, as was mentioned earlier, the transition for the real economy, to understand what it takes to truly decarbonize and what it takes to truly be resilient. So for us, resilience is really the ability to adapt and respond to all of these climatic events, to the aging infrastructure that we're seeing, even to new and evolving threats, including cybersecurity. For us, though, when we think about how do we truly finance resilience, we're looking at securing infrastructure. Our grid is under immense stress due to the growing electrification, which is a positive thing, but also AI and digitalization. So we're looking for opportunities to finance projects that enable the grid to be more resilient, such as battery energy storage. We have battery energy storage projects that are financed in Australia and Italy and the US and Canada and here in the UK as well. We also look at ways to finance water and water infrastructure because we know water is critical to the future. And we finance desalination plants that help reduce the local water stress in communities. We also are financing a project here in the UK that you may have heard of. It's the Haweswater Aqueduct Resilience Program. It's a collaborative effort by Stagbag and Equitix and GLO together. They are enabling the secure and clean water delivery to over 2.5 million customers in the UK. That aqueduct had been operating for over 70 years, and it's 110 kilometers long, and it's just not able to keep up with the physical stress that we're seeing. And before I turn it back over, the one final point that I'd like to make is we've talked a lot about the immediate impacts of climate change, those critical events. But when you look at the data, you know, S&P projections, 58% of economic losses from climate change are due to heat stress, to extreme heat. That's a slower impact, and we need to redesign the equipment, our air conditioning systems, in order to be able to protect people and our environment and ensure that load growth isn't becoming exponential into the future. And what's beautiful is that those actions also provide mitigation, because the cleanest electron is the one you do not use. So really that focus on efficiency that enables resilience as well as mitigation.
Thank you, Erica. Listening to you, you can almost sound like an insurer. Yeah. Do you work with insurers?
We absolutely do. And if we can't have the project we finance continue to get insurance, we're at risk, right? So we want to make sure also when we deliver as Siemens, because we often do energy as a service or decarbonization as a service, that we're going to be able to continue to meet the specifications and the promises that we've made.
Brilliant. Now let's go to Chicago and to Aon, which is a part of the insurance industry. They're not a life and health insurer. They're a broker. They're the client-facing side of insurance. So they can see what's happening on the ground. They're market makers. So Liz, this is right up your alley. Resilience is, so tell us the broker perspective on resilience in action.
Well, as you mentioned, Aon is a global insurance and reinsurance broker. So we work with our clients across the entire value chain around how do they understand and quantify their risk, how do they take action to manage it holistically, and that might be through different levers and tools like resilience investments, barriers, improvements in a built environment. And then ultimately, we help to structure and bundle that risk into financial transactions into the insurance and reinsurance markets. And as that broker, I think our role, we see ourselves very much at the forefront of how do we help to, one, enable our clients to have a better understanding of their risk at the very beginning of the conversation. So putting data into the hands of those decision makers, whether they're a risk manager at a global multinational organization or they're more regional, smaller retail organizations, every risk manager needs to have a better understanding of their risk and how that risk is changing over time. So we're expanding the kind of information that our clients can get. And what that allows us to do is to, from the beginning, have a deeper discussion around how they're going to manage that risk. And especially important to make sure we're getting into those discussions at early stages around decision making as well. So that's sort of the framework of how we work with our clients. The other thing that we really do at Aon is track globally some of the trends around climate risk and how it's impacting our clients. Since the year 2000, the insurance industry has paid out more than $2.5 trillion in losses due to natural disasters. So that includes earthquakes, but a lot of those losses are coming from hurricane, flood, severe convective storms in the United States. And I think, Anita, you mentioned the protection gap. Globally, the protection gap, which is the amount of those losses that are not covered by the insurance industry, hovers around 60%, but it varies so significantly by region, as well as depending on what peril. And so some of the work that we've been doing is to create a framework and a narrative around how can we increase the insurance penetration in order to close that protection gap and create meaningful measures in order to actually achieve action. We've been talking about the protection gap as an industry for my entire career, so a little more than 20 years. And it's not moved. It stays at about 60% pretty consistently year after year. On the supply side, we know that insurers want to write this business. They want to increase their penetration. They don't want to keep fighting over the same pieces of the pie. They want to grow the pie. I think there are some real big challenges on the demand side. So parts of Asia, parts of the world where there isn't maybe the ability to buy insurance, there might not be the ability to pay for the premium, and there's a lot of disconnect between crowding in capital to deploy it directly to those customers. So we're also working more with international development banks, aid organizations, NGOs in order to create that connection between the local knowledge of the market and bring that global capital in to deploy it at those local levels. You need actors at all of those different places in order to deploy capital in the right way. So, the way we think about it is aligning the benefits of who buys, who pays, and who actually receives the proceeds from an insurance product in order to unlock that or close that protection gap.
Thank you. And that 60% it's average. So if you look at emerging markets, that's well over 90% in many cases. Right. Liz, if you look at the insurance industry, you can also frame it as a risk intelligence system. And if you follow the risk management continuum, it will be understanding risk, and quantifying it, so all the modeling, preventing and reducing risk, loss prevention, risk engineering, and the residual risk would be via instruments like risk transfer solutions. How could those risk management capabilities, alongside aside from risk engineering, tail risk pricing, hazard exposure and vulnerability data, loss data, how could we harness that for greater resilience across the system? Because we could argue that if the broader system, across the financial system, across communities, across governments, national and subnational, have those risk management capabilities, we will be a more resilient world on physical risk, right?
Yeah, and I think, the way we think about it is there's two levels. One is, asset by asset, client by client, project by project, getting in the conversations early and bringing that expertise to bear. But then there's also system-wide, country-wide ways that we want to deliver that data and insight. And Erica, I loved what you said about how important the insurance is as you guys are thinking about investing in projects. Will there be insurance available for those assets over the next 5 and 10 and 20 years? The insurance industry, we don't usually think about risk over that time horizon because we can just renew it every year. But I think there's an interesting dynamic happening in banking, in lending, where they've all know insurance is a key component of making sure their investments get off the table. But now there's a concern that there might not be coverage. We've seen coverage be reduced in places like California for homeowners who are exposed to wildfire. So it's raising this awareness and flagging insurability as this long-term maybe credit risk as opposed to just a financial or physical risk. And in order to maintain access to insurance, you have to have good data, good modeling, and be investing in resilience in order to manage those losses over time. So if you do nothing, the cost of inaction means that you're going to have increasing losses from climate change on your assets. So we now have the ability to quantify, take action, and you can actually bend that loss curve and have a better insurance product or maintain insurance coverage when risks are increasing. So it's tying those things together and quantifying it in these big systemic ways that we can, increase the resilience.
Thank you, Liz. And I think if you look at the global, actually this agenda has become quite prominent. This situation, as I mentioned, in the Global South has been a lived reality for years. This is not a future scenario in the Global South. But because it's now happening in high-income countries, all of a sudden, it has to be a global priority, right? So I think we need to face that reality that there has been a lot of vulnerability already exacerbated by climate change and nature loss in the Global South. Not only, but also rapid urbanization, poor land use planning, and what have you, right? I just want to test that hypothesis, what you mentioned, Liz, with Tim. Very quickly, you can say yes or no, and Erica. So you're somewhat, if I deduce what you said, you're somewhat saying that insurability is a forward-looking indicator of bankability and investability. Would that be a good way to look at things, at least on the physical side, or?
I don't entirely agree with that because, of course, lending is long-term and insurance is often year to year to year, although it is over long-term. But we have to evaluate risk over many years, generally speaking. And it's not just credit risk, it's many other aspects of risk now have to be taken into account.
Okay. How about you, Erica?
I would say that insurance risk, if there was a risk in the future that an asset would be uninsurable, that would certainly be considered in the investment decision.
Great. We have 2 minutes left. I want to change the title of the session as we conclude from Resilience in Action to Resilience Expansion. How can we expand a culture of resilience in the last 2 minutes that we have? Who wants to start?
Could I maybe just say that what we do need is alignment between regulators and national governments. So that what we don't want is fragmentation of the rules by which we play. Tremendous work is being done, but we need to do more.
So you said the government, regulators and?
and governments as well, because this is a top-down thing that we need. We, the banking community, we can do only so much. We are all working at it, but at the end of the day, we do not want fragmentation. We need to make decisions, lend money, and we need consistent rules.
That is a big factor, indeed. So the connection with policy and regulation as a clear signal on the direction of travel.
So, so I think how is culture built? Culture is built on the basis of awareness, understanding, communication, convening, bringing the partners together, showcasing what might be the risks with respect to resilience, etc. So I think the work, for example, that we're doing at PSI, where we've commissioned a piece of work to look at adaptation and resilience together with potentially the banking board also pitching in, is a great way to provide more awareness, understanding, build the business case for resilience. So, yeah.
Good. So there's action taking place. There's over 20 insurers and supporting organizations behind that project, and that will be ready for COP31. Liz?
Yeah, I mean, I first completely agree on the collaboration with the public sector. I think being in the insurance space, so often when people talk about resilience, they think of insurance as the silver bullet to solve it. And our product is to recover after disaster happens. And we can take into account, we have data and we have the ability to use premium discounts and coverage to encourage and incentivize resilience. But you have to have the public sector stepping in to set the guidelines, set the parameters, and fund, you know, a lot of the investment that's needed in resilience. So I think that's super critical.
Great. Erica?
I agree with all of that. I'll just add, I think one of the things we can really do is focus on education and outreach as financial and insurance institutions. So if I really, wait, that clock is now flashing, just like everybody else has said. If I really focus on what can we do, as the financial sector, we absorb that financial risk from all the other sectors that are exposed to climate change impacts and economic losses due to them. So I think it's on us to enable resilience through enabling finance that enables companies and infrastructure to be more resilient so that we can help them have sustainable growth into the future.
I think we're out of time. I think with these institutions, if you look at them, you can look at long-term institutional capital from AIA and financing from the Bank of China and Siemens Financial Service, brokered by Aon. How can we not make resilient deals and resilient infrastructure? Would that make sense?
Sounds great.
I think we can do that, right? So to conclude, I think going back to Berlin, I think, and my experience there, and Rachel Kyte was a very sobering speech also on the realities here in the UK. And she was talking about irresilience. The core of the opposite of resilience is vulnerability, right? And what I saw from small island developing states and the most climate countries from their presidents last week in Berlin was their version of how to address vulnerability, which is agency. The capacity of an individual, an organization, a system, or an institution to make informed choices, take deliberate action, and shape outcomes. This is the ray of hope that they are using. So I think in our panel today, we have seen how agency is being shown in action in the context of resiliency. And if we can do that and scale it up, there's no reason why we can not be more resilient. Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much, Butch. Thank you everyone for that fascinating discussion. So let's shift gaze a little bit. Frank earlier said, let's call fireside chats Forest Side Chats. So let's talk a little bit more about forests as well, and they're more than ecosystems. They are an absolute lifeline. And protecting and restoring them is good for long-term stability across financial and social systems. So it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Please welcome Dr. Subhra Bhattacharjee, Director General of the Forest Stewardship Council.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mustafa, thank you. My thanks to UNEP FI for convening us here today and facilitating so many critical discussions. Frank already brought us to the forest side, and you just heard from a panel of insurers. You heard about nature-related risks, and you heard about their connection to the real economy. I come from the Forest Stewardship Council, and I want to start by sharing a hard day-to-day reality of our lives. It is that forests that don't generate a return, an income for forest owners and managers, they are vulnerable forests. And here there's a paradox. You are aware of it. Forests are enormously valuable, yet 10 million hectares of forests are being lost every year. And that's not all. 5 million hectares or thereabouts are getting reforested, restored every year. So what gives? Why cut down and invest in restoring? If we look at the benefits that forests generate, say buffering against tropical cyclones, slowing down floods, regulating weather cycles, water cycles, soil protection, water health, livelihoods, and yet those values are not necessarily accruing to the people who own and manage forests. The textbook answer here is, these are public goods. They are hard to monetize. Not really. Not really, because these risks have become systemic enough that they are being felt in the bottom lines. Insurers are feeling it. It's showing up in food prices. They're showing up in real estate prices, in your energy bills. This is showing up in the cost of living crisis. So if we talk about the willingness to pay problem in the classical language of economics, in case of a public good, these numbers are getting monetized. It's a question of quantifying them, measuring them, and then putting a number to them. The challenge here is there is no visibility and insufficient tracking of these numbers, which means that these values that are being felt, that are making a difference, are not being quantified in a measurable way to protect forests. So the choice before a forest owner or a manager is very clear. They can cut down a tree to get immediate cash flow. They can manage it for long-term yield, or they can manage it for the ecosystem services a forest provides. And this is a choice, a hard choice they have to make every day. Certification helps, and don't take my word for it. It helps by diversifying incomes, so giving the forest owners the choice between timber, non-timber forest products, and payment for ecological and ecosystem services, diversifying their incomes, and giving them that bigger option to not have to cut down a forest every day. Companies like Mirova, like Slalom, like DocuSign are relying on certification to invest their funds. As companies in Canada, the big ones, to indigenous peoples' communities in Mexico, they show us that resilient forests contribute to resilient communities and to resilient bottom lines, economies, and balance sheets. Finance companies have the option to track those, ask the hard questions. They don't necessarily always have the visibility, full visibility, over which companies in their portfolios have forest exposure, have forest dependence. You heard Frank say that 3/4 of the loans given out in Europe are to companies that are dependent on nature-related services. As a central banker, he has that visibility. Is not always there at the level of the financial institutions. My ask to this group is, ask the hard questions, demand the data, not just to the companies, but to us, those of us who certify. The questions you ask create the pull to generate the data, to verify the impact, and to quantify the risk and also the mitigation of that risk. Resilient forests mean resilient economies. And forest stewardship, stewardship is our middle name, forest stewardship is financial stewardship, and we stand accountable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll move on to our next conversation, which talks about how one of the key challenges we face is fragmentation. A growing number of standards, frameworks, reporting systems can create complexity and inconsistency. So let's explore how we can move forward with greater alignment, interoperability, and how we can work together to drive clarity and real impact. So I'd like to invite on stage Karine Ab, Head of Impact at UNEP FI. Joining her will be Robin Hoodis, CEO of Global Reporting Initiative.
Thank you, Mustafa, and thanks for setting the stage for this conversation. We're moving from one thing to the next, so it's a lot of different topics, but they are related. I guess it's just a few minutes ago that we heard about we don't want fragmentation, we want alignment, and so this is the topic that we're hoping to speak to. Robin, thank you so much for being with us today. It's a reality that there are many standards now. GRI is among those who's been a pioneer, has been one of the very first of those. And I'd like to kick off just referring to something GRI did quite recently, which is, together with ISSB, you issued a statement to clarify the interactions between the GRI standards, between ISSB standards, and how they basically complement each other or how they can be considered jointly. I imagine this is a reaction to some of these questions, but it would be great to just kick off to understand a little bit better what was behind this move that you made to issue this statement and what you were hoping to achieve with that, with such a statement.
Thanks, Karine, and it's wonderful to be able to join you today here and to speak to this important crowd at UNEP FI. I think it's a really clear moment for us that a signal is coming from the market. There's a lot out there in terms of reporting and requests and requirements, and we've been working with the ISSB, understanding that the perspective that they bring on financial materiality and reporting on sustainability through a lens that isn't included in our work on GRI side, which focuses on impact and impact materiality. It's a great enhancement, but it did create and has created confusion, because now that we're moving toward more and more adoption of ISSB standards, in many cases mandatory adoption, it's combining with the existing practice that's out there, and that's GRI. We've just released a study that shows that we're still the most reported on standard in the world. So we've got corporates in more than 100 countries It's about 60% of all the largest listed companies in the world reference GRI. So they've got this practice in place. And what does it mean now to have to do ISSB reporting? We're getting asked really practical questions about fragmentation or about how do we do this together? How do we make sure the two systems connect? So we thought that as a part of our collaboration and our cooperation, it would be important to send more signals out to the market that we are indeed collaborating, that we see the two systems, the ones that focus on impacts as well as risks and opportunities, as complementary and fitting together, and that where possible, wherever possible, we can identify common disclosures, we will do so. So we have a good example of that last year, a year ago actually. We launched our climate standard at GRI. And the overlap with S2, with the reporting standard from the ISSB that focuses on climate, is on GHG emissions. And the two now are mutual, so you do one and you've done both. And that's the signal that we want to give out to the market, that we are thinking about this question of complexity, fragmentation, and burden, if you will, and trying to understand that although we're in a marketplace right now where there's multiple standards, that's actually the norm, that companies are reporting to multiple standard frameworks. We recognize that it's important to send a signal that we care about the challenges that companies face in doing this work, and we want to identify a path to work forward together.
Thank you. And I'm sure that's much appreciated. And you point out the fact that some disclosure points might literally be the same. As you say, you have that data point and it serves both purposes. There remains, however, separate standards and processes around them. And so one question I have is, in that joint statement that you issued, you pointed also to some of the complementarities. So the fact that some things will be common, but other things will be complementary. So either in terms of they're speaking to different audiences, or and linked to that, there are data points which simply will be different because the audience is different. So it's not just investors, it's a whole series of other players. And yet, in the same statement again, it's mentioned, well, even in the elements which might initially not seem to be investor-related, there may still be a relevance for investors, even for those data points that are not common, as it were. So I wonder if you could say a few words about that.
Well, I think that it's speaking for both of us that we all care about the pull and the demand and the need for investors for information. And I've yet to meet an investor who said they want less information, including about sustainability. So I think it's clear for us that while the financial materiality information is largely investor focused, we also see impact materiality as relevant for investors. And impact data for us is also foresight. So it's really how you identify your risks before they surface, before they come onto the balance sheet. And most of the materiality assessments that are done start with looking at impacts and most significant impacts in order to then move on to understanding risks and opportunities. So I think there's a flow through there of the system and of the information that's interesting for investors. So it is true that depending on mandate, impact reporting can be extremely relevant for impact investors. But we think it goes beyond. So there's a Morningstar survey that shows that 3 out of 5 of asset owners consider double materiality absolutely relevant. And we know that sustainability data is integrated into ESG scores, ratings, et cetera. And that's all sustainability data. It's impact data as well as financially material data. So I think that overall we see that this combination of sustainability information, whether it's financially focused or impact focused, is extremely relevant to a wide set of investors. And it's quite mainstream at this point. And that's how we think the connection is important to the whole investor community.
I think this resonates with some of what we've heard earlier today in terms of understanding the systemic build-up of risk at the end of the day, and that understanding impacts allows one to basically enhance one's risk management. So I think this seems to resonate with what we've heard. But to go back to this question of fragmentation and the fact that, multiple standards remain on the table, and there is a need for multiple pieces of what is effectively a puzzle, because we mentioned earlier on that there are many topics, but they're all interrelated. Frank Elderson was referring to this earlier on. What further moves do you see, GRI or others, and I would include also UNEP FI in this, could do to make practitioners' lives easier, basically, in terms of practically connecting the dots? And do you see a particular role also for those initiatives and frameworks that are more sector-specific as well, thinking now of UNEP FI?
Well, I think it's a great challenge, and this issue of convergence is really important, and I hope we can return to it time again. For the moment, however, as I mentioned, we're really in a world where reporting is a multi-framework exercise right now, and that's just the reality that we're in. So most reporting organizations are using multiple standards and frameworks. So for example, in this study that we've just published, we can show that 80% of companies that are using ISSB are also referencing GRI, and 70% of those reporting on ESRS are also referencing GRI. So we're perhaps in a transition. It may take some time. The challenge to us has been to make sure we're doing a good job on interoperability, that we're building off practice as it exists. And I think there are other areas and ways that we can show collaboration is bearing fruit. So one of them is looking at materiality assessments. Here, the focus is on connecting the dots between impacts, risks, and opportunities. But there are other tools out there to look at the materiality assessment and its central role, and one of them is, of course, the sector materiality matrix from UNEP FI, brand new on the market. This is really important as we start to understand what are the key areas of relevance inside sectors. We have work to do there, and of course there's the SASB standards, and there's also GRI sectoral work, and how can we line up there and make things come together? And for GRI in particular, in terms of overlap and collaboration with UNEP FI, we have developed sector standards around financial services. It will cover capital markets, insurance, and banking. They're going to be completed this year, and I hope that some of you in the room can participate in some of the piloting that we want to do to bring those to the market.
Thank you. And indeed, we need to create those links, and definitely something that we're working on and looking forward to keeping everybody updated on. Maybe just to wrap up, I'd like to maybe broaden the scope a tiny bit and also ask what your views are on the role of governments, basically, in this respect. Again, there was a point earlier on, that we need that alignment. If I go back to the statements, governments were not necessarily singled out as one of the audience, and yet, of course, these disclosures are key also for governments. So what role do you see from their side in fomenting, the sort of landscape by default becoming more of an ecosystem by design, where indeed things are complementary and interoperable? I know that in the financing for development process of the UN, that has revived a little bit in the last year or so, there's been a very clear move towards, rallying the private sector and, calling on the contribution of the private sector. So in closing, we'd love to have your views on that.
Yeah, financing for development set a really great mark for us in terms of embedding this approach to impacts, risks, and opportunities, and sustainability reporting, and committing a number of countries to say, well, how do we implement this? How do we move forward? So I think we've really embedded that into the work that's needed around sustainable finance more broadly. And governments are clearly critical, obviously in adoption of standard setting, where it is moving toward a mandatory process. But I think more widely in creating an enabling environment, we need to look at the incentives that are in place for reporting, what kind of benefits there are for reporters and for good reporting, and also how we address long-term, if you want to say, pull factors around reporting. And that can also be, of course, signaling from the business community to government, because actually government is often really responding to what market signals are coming in terms of what's needed, what guidance, and again, sort of raising the bar and leveling the playing field as we heard in the last discussion on insurance. It's really a similar issue. I think we need to look at how we are building forward in terms of bringing business as well as investors together to raise their voices and really make sure that reporting is on a level playing field and at a higher level in terms of its build-in to the government.
Thank you so much, Robin, for your insights and for joining us. And yes, long way to go, but I think there's a sense of a message heard and it's being worked on, I think is fair to say. So yeah, thank you everybody for your time today, and moving on to the next session.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Corinne. Thank you, Robin. I've just been reminded that I haven't said hello to everyone joining us online, so hello to everyone online. So we will now move on to our next session, our next panel, called Financing the Future. And we continue our story of the day, from risk to resilience, financing the future. So this session explores how financial institutions are shaping the future through innovation, data, strategic investment, and sustainability, and how we can ensure insurability, how we can ensure bankability, how we back it up with data, and how we deal with emerging risks, and how do we finance future opportunities. So leading this session will be Daniel Bouzas. He is the regional lead for Europe at UNEP, and speaking on the panel will be Lauren Smart, Global Head of Sustainable Finance at Bloomberg, Richard Mattison, Head of Sustainability and Climate at MSCI, Lucia Silva, Group Chief Sustainability Officer at Generali, and Hasina P., who is also Group Chief Sustainability Officer at Societe Generale.
Okay, well, love the UNEP branded microphones. I think they're very, very cool. And as Mustafa introduced briefly, we're indeed now focusing on one of the key topics that we have defined for this roundtable, financing the future. And this is something I think is quite relevant because I believe that the majority of our members, if not all, as well as the institutions around the table and in the room today, everybody wants to be part of the future. Right? That has different meanings for different people and for different institutions. But in this backdrop on sustainability, we want to really understand what does it mean for sustainability and across institutions, innovation and beyond. What does this mean to be part of the future? And we're in a pivotal moment for the global economy, and financial institutions are in the middle of it. Not only financial institutions, but also key partners and key institutions that are also enablers of the broader business environment, such as Bloomberg, MSCI here with us today. And as new technologies evolve, new pressures are also impacting the economies. We try to understand how the decisions made today impact tomorrow, right? And this is a clear business for sustainability, is the whole purpose of sustainability, how the decisions that you make today are actually going to provide a better, more sustainable future. And that is going to be the economy of tomorrow. So what I wanted to start is very quickly, 1 minute each, please. Like, what does this phrase, financing the future, mean to you, to your institution? And what do you think are the key elements in the next decade that are going to shape that? So maybe we can start from my right. So, yeah.
I will start. So, well, financing the future is complex. It's like, what is future? It's like medium term, long term, but like trying to focus, I think like it's super simple. I think that it's of course financing adaptation. We have learned in this like 2 days of debates here at the London Action Climate Week that like adaptation is like very urgent. But then we don't have to forget like transition, so the root causes of Nat Cat. And so for me, really kind of financing the future is like a kind of connecting the dots and keeping the focus on mitigation, on the development of green economy, and also looking at the security of population, and so really we're focusing on adaptation seen as societal resilience.
Thank you. Lauren, please.
Thank you. So I think when we think about financing the future, it's both the understanding and recognizing the economic trends, the macroeconomic trends that are affecting our world and what the world will look like in the future, capitalizing on those risks, those opportunities, and understanding how they will transform, where there'll be opportunities within the economic system and finance system, and also obviously mitigating some of the worst potential impacts when it comes to climate change. But I think it also is about understanding what the future is that we want, and therefore financing the future that we want as well. And sometimes I think that piece can be lost, that there is determination, and we can affect that by our financing decisions today.
Yeah, elaborating, I think, on what you both said, I think we need to reintroduce a bit of long-term views for sure, and perspective. I found it back in 2020 when we talked about the transition that it was not easy to imagine and to do some transformation that were marginal for the big energy transition. So we invented in a way what we thought would be 2030, and then backwards, we went to 2020, how we needed to shift our businesses, our missions, our risk-taking. And today, it's a bit the same. And the second thing for me as well is there is a kind of contradiction. We heard it today. We need to be able to manage the duality of scenarios. We need to strive for 1.5 or 2 degrees, at least try and maintain the Paris Agreement in our ambition, but we also need to prepare for maybe 3 degrees. So that's very important, not to drop one because we think there is the other. We need to try and find an equilibrium between both. And to finish, sorry, it's more than 1 minute, we need to work on the narrative maybe. Because if you remember, we told people, we should preserve the global augmentation of temperature to 2 degrees by 2000, by the end of the century. Basically, nobody understood it. Maybe some of us and some scientists. So we need to talk to people about what they understand, about the fact that there is a nexus with nature, with health, with the cost of their energy. And so, I think we need to reappropriate ourselves these things.
Thank you.
Yes, I think first of all we should recognize that we have come quite far. Battery technology has decreased in cost by 93% since 2010. Renewables are the cheapest source of energy in many parts of the world, and there's a lot of investment and financing flowing towards the solutions that we all thought were right in 2010 or 2015 or 2020. But obviously we have quite a long way to go. What I would say in terms of financing the future, we have to be able to pursue multiple objectives at the same time. If you think about the confluence of forces affecting the world today, we have AI, we have geopolitics, we've got energy, and we have to balance that with things like climate and sustainability. Rather than treat climate and sustainability as separately pursued goals or objectives, we have to combine these things. So what if every data center that was built was supplied with renewable energy? Well then, rather than that being the problem, that actually might be the solution. So I think we need to figure out ways of creating a balanced and combined set of objectives as we see financing flow against these forces that are shaping the world today.
Thank you. I think this is a very good point, and maybe I wanted to go back on this also to Lauren, because what we see is that we have data centers, but why are they being built? Well, because there's an increased usage of AI. And the same way that these data centers can be powered by different types of energy, preferably sustainable and renewable energy, the same about the usages of AI. It can be used to discover new oil reserves, but also to understand how deforestation is impacting your assets in a specific, let's say, jurisdiction. So Bloomberg has been for quite some time at the forefront of data. So how do you see the evolution of data and the usage of these new technologies that can accelerate data usage in the way forward for sustainability?
So I think the topic of AI is obviously a fascinating and pertinent one. It also talks very much to these nexus issues that we've been speaking about. So when we look at data center siting, we see that the a large proportion, nearly 50% of data centers that are not yet operational, that are in planned mode, are being planned to be sited in areas of extreme water stress. And you don't need to be a rocket scientist to go, well, why would we be doing that? And the answer is actually because there's a lot of siloed decision-making that is taking place, and the level of CapEx expenditure and the speed of CapEx expenditure is going so fast that joined-up decision-making isn't taking place. So water is a very obvious one. Renewable energy, as Rich said, is another, seems fairly obvious one. But also there are more complex topics as well within data centers and financing that makes the data center more sustainable in the future. We need to look at the supply chains. We need to look at critical mineral supply chains. We need to look at biodiversity impacts, locations of lithium and copper and vital inputs into data center infrastructure overlap with key biodiversity areas as well. And then obviously, as you were pointing out, we need to be looking at how we direct AI. AI is definitely part of the solution when it comes to decarbonization and the power that it can have in terms of saving the carbon emissions many times over what it actually will consume, plus water efficiency, plus resource efficiency, plus many other public goods, such as in the health space. But it needs to be directed. It needs to be, and this is where, again, the determination about the future that we want comes in, because left unchecked, there are all sorts of issues with AI governance, about AI, and the autonomous weapons and the areas that can go very badly awry without some sort of systemic stewardship that takes place, and also how we can direct the power of AI for the most high ROI from a social impact perspective as well, so into those positive areas rather than into apps that take people's clothes off or other areas which have lower impact, positive impact. So we have to take a systems-based approach as well when we're thinking about the financing of the future and the future that we want.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to turn to Lucia. I mean, we know that insurance is normally at the forefront of many of these issues, like trying to price new risk categories, like understand where the new NatCat is coming from, you know, like what are the key steps that are being taken. And what I would like to understand a bit more is what are the kind of decisions that you're taking today, taking into account, you know, the context as, you know, has been presented also by Laura, you know, like AI, new challenges. How are you working with that? Because then it also has an impact on banks, has an impact on real economy, on people. So
sure, I always say like what is not insurable is not bankable, is not investable. So, you know, we are really kind of the beginning of the value chain. Say that like what we have been doing, if we focus on climate change, and I really think that it's true that there are so many priorities that like the risk is to get lost actually in these priorities that are no longer priority. But like I think that when it comes to climate change, it's needed to keep the focus. And in terms of like what is doing an insurance company, what is doing generally? Well, actually, as I say, like keep focus on mitigation, super important. Keep focus on the decarbonization target when it comes to investment, when it comes to insurance activities, also when it comes to operation, to be like aligned and consistent with what you ask to your investee companies and your client. But then also focus on adaptation. And here the role of the insurer is really kind of moving. And from like a risk absorber, you know, the one that sell you a policy, to more like a platform for resilience. And this means for generally many different stuff. Like first of all, like focusing on prevention, helping clients to prevent NatCat, natural catastrophe, before they hit. And once the natural catastrophes hit the client, well, help the client to recover as fast as possible, especially if the client is a small and medium enterprise, which doesn't, usually SMEs, they don't have like enough resources, first, to be aware of the risk, but also second, to really recover fast. And then third is really about like sophisticating data. We know the climate change development is no longer linear, so all the scenario, you know, are not linear, and what we have experienced in the past will be different in the future. So sophisticating data modeling is key. And also, you know, in the recovery of the clients, we are also looking at like build back better, both with a view on like transition. So if I have to rebuild something that has been broken, we hope it is aligned with net zero, let's say, ambition, or at least with like a transition and mitigation, let's say, focus, but also on the other hand, of course, like looking at adaptation and building back more resilient infrastructure and facilities. And at the end of the day, it's really about like making sure that we can, and all the insurance, let's say, solutions are accessible to everyone over time, because one of the big risks is that, insurance cannot cover risks that are like you cannot price. So it's really about like very important also to promote partnership, public and private partnership, because like especially in the planning of infrastructure of cities, it's very important to look at the resilience part, which is was not really part of the planning of the city.
It becomes even more complicated because what is a city, right? Is it only the city hall? Is it the inhabitants, the companies operating there? So
yeah, but let's start not to build like houses in the rivers,
exactly,
for example.
No, understood. And before turning to Hasina, I wanted to touch a bit about this, like MSCI. You have been also at the forefront of data, analytics, and beyond. And I wanted to understand from your side, like, is there any risk that you see that is maybe being underestimated today? And what are the opportunities for transition? Maybe building on those risks, like taking into account those risks, but also going beyond. And then, we can cover with Hasina. Yeah. So,
first, the role of a bank is to take risk. And you wanted to start?
Yeah, I wanted to start with Richard, but no, please.
Okay. I thought you said my name. I was dreaming. Then go on, and I will pursue. I don't want to cut the. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll go in. Well, so the role of a bank obviously is to take risks and be paid for that. So there is no problem with new types of risk, more risk, whatever. That's normal for us. Okay. Where I come back to what Lucia was saying is that today, in front of very different scenarios and environment, we need to make alliances much more than in the past. So on the physical risk, at some point we were saying, okay, maybe if insurers are not there, then banks will not be there. That was the first discussion. It was a very short one, because then we thought, no, that's not right. We need to partner. We need to help our clients. And this is what we did, by the way, between Société Générale, Generali, and some other actors, create a platform to create awareness for clients about the physical risks linked to their housing. It could be flooding. It could be different other risks. And it's very precise. They put their address, and then they can get a kind of first assessment, creating awareness, what needs to be done, and then we can finance, and they can be insured. So this is what we need to do. Try and put our means together so that we create an insurable future, a sustainable future, and so on and so forth. So, but I mean, this is, I think, in our DNAs. One problem, three solutions.
Yeah, thank you. So, Richard, if you want to comment as well on that, and yeah.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think there are risks that are amplifying that are really hard to identify, and there is the transmission of risk that is hard to spot in advance. So, if you're financing a company, you can do a lot of due diligence on that specific, moment in time. But what about later? What about the transmission of risk? What about invisible correlations that might be linked between different events that we see in the world, different shocks? Take the energy crisis, and link that to wars and link it to various other things. So I do actually think that there's a lot of risks that are correlated, but that correlation is not known yet. And that's something at MSCI that we'll be looking at in a lot more detail. We want to build more risk models that take account of structural risks that are affecting the world today. So think about AI, actually. Think about geopolitics. Think about things like energy and the energy nexus, if you like, of various different forces shaping that world. Think about even aging demographics and various other things which are of concern to pension funds. But in general, what we see is, rather than more diversification, there's actually more concentration of risk. If you look at the MSCI World Index today, 72.5% of that is actually in the US. And if you look at the Magnificent Seven stocks, that accounts for 25% of the total world index. So we're actually seeing, rather than more diversification, more concentration. And that's in public markets where we can identify that very easily. In private markets or in financing, it's kind of harder to identify how risk concentrates and pools very quickly. And so those are the tools that we're working on. How can we build better correlations, and how can we understand location as a driver of risk? Before, we would look at an entity. So imagine an entity and you look at credit risk, you look at the corporate entity that you might be financing, great. But what about all the locations with which they're exposed to, their entire supply chain? So this week we'll be launching a brand new supply chain tool that really is mapping out the physical supply chain of companies. And that's a very exciting development for us.
Thank you. Maybe if I come back to you, Richard, as well. How do you see, for example, not only that, but also the availability of data? Because in some occasions, we may see that there's less data available in the market, as we can see, maybe regulations are to some extent simplified, or there's changes within the economic perspective of some institutions that tell, okay, maybe I don't want to share so much information about this. So how would you see that maybe new tools and technologies could enable more data in a constrained data environment? Like, is that something that can also be?
Yeah, actually, it's linked to AI. So if you think about these frontier models, LLMs are trained on predominantly public information. All the weights are generated on the wealth of the information on the internet. The real value going forward is the extent to which those models can be trained on proprietary and privately held information. And that is something we're doing a lot of work on. How can you, for example, take physical risk? How can you really model physical risk in a way that looks at near-term disaster and hazard scenarios, tracks hurricanes, for example, but maps that against a specific loan book? Now, not every AI can't do everything. I should emphasize. It's probabilistic modeling. It doesn't really do physics-based modeling very well. So we're not relying on AI for the sort of medium and longer term scenarios on physical risk. But there are certain use cases where that combination of privately held information and leading edge risk models really works. So at MSCI, we have $50 trillion worth of equity portfolios loaded into our risk systems already. We have $15 trillion worth of private market portfolios loaded into our systems already. And what we do with that information is we're able to run multiple different types of risk models, multiple scenarios, and every time we come out with a new risk parameter or a new factor, we can run that across that estate of information that we have. And it's proprietary information to our clients, obviously. We don't share it, but it allows us to build appropriate benchmarks for risk.
Thank you. Now, I think we have like around 40 minutes left. I wanted to check from the financial institutions, any reactions as well to what has been said until now? Especially this last point, I think is very interesting as well, how this environment may impact how you make decisions, especially looking into the future. Hasina, if you want to go first, then yeah.
Well, what we see more and more is a new type of equations to solve. I'll give you an example. Recently, we've been working on a power portfolio of ours, and the concept of power/water risks to start with. Okay, so power for hydro, power through nuclear. There is a water angle in all of it. So okay, we did specific studies, and then we started to share our copies with a client of ours, utilities. And then I realized that we have to be extremely modest, because even though they said that our proxies, our data were not so bad, they have real data, real world, okay? They explained to us on a given site that they had an issue with the cycle of water, and the cycle of, so they don't have enough water, for example, at some point in the river. The cycle of water depends on a specific forest, a big one, close to there, to the river. The forest is managed by a private owner, and the private owner cuts the trees and manages it properly. Okay. Now, they put everybody around the table, NGOs, the owner of the forest, the utility, mind you. Very different ecosystem than the one we used to operate with, which usually are industrials. And they found that the cycle of the water would be better managed and understood if we didn't cut the trees. So to cut it short, because it was a long story, in the end, the utility, the one that produces the electricity and needs a stable flow of water, agrees to pay for carbon credits to the owner of the forest so that they don't cut at all the trees. They maintain it, of course. So you see the thing. So then from there, and we have many examples now of these ones. Also, we have new examples of financing with project finance, very old techniques. For example, afforestation projects, and they will be paid by somebody buying over 20 years the carbon credits. So we are seeing now either old techniques that we reinvent to monetize nature and finance, because these are very different environments, or very new ecosystems, and we need to crack this new way of thinking.
Thank you.
Well, I think that, yeah, the data availability is a big challenge, especially if you go and if you focus on small and medium enterprises, which are the backbone of all the economies. And so if you want to decarbonize the economy, you need also to involve small and medium enterprises, not listed, of course. And on this, for example, when we define our goal on insurance, on decarbonizing our insurance portfolio, we focus on motor, we focus on corporate. We try to have like a kind of a number on SMEs, but the assumptions behind were too many. And so the number we got as a like baseline was not really kind of reliable. And so I think that there is space also to be balanced between like data availability on one hand, but also when it comes to a small and medium enterprise, I'm always like very worried on like putting a weight on their shoulders that is too much. So it's kind of finding a balance. I hope that through maybe AI, it will be possible to extract some data, some information, even if SMEs are not really forced to provide this information. So, as a long journey, I think this one, especially on small and medium enterprises.
Thank you. Maybe touching on this topic, but maybe something also a bit broader, right? Because I think also the kind of topics of interest have been changing quite a bit over the years. Now we heard blockchain, right? NFTs, now AI, right? I think probably AI is the one that is closest to what is known, in this kind of science fiction to some extent, this singularity. Are we now, what I'm hearing from Hasina, from Richard, from Lauren, from yourself, is that we have what they call polycrisis, like multiple dimensions, like in this project on power, water, nexus. Are we reaching a point where, like, basic, I would say, like, human approach to work is not enough, and there's something extra that needs to be there to enhance the analysis and to go beyond, no? Maybe it's AI, maybe it's something else, right? So I wanted to check from Bloomberg as well. Is there something that you see in terms of the data that you handle, the information that you provide to your clients, that is pushing in that direction as well? Or, yeah, I don't know if the others want to comment as well. We have like some time left, but.
Yes, I think there are a couple of pieces in there. So one goes back to the systems level point that was made earlier, which is that we can't just optimize for one thing. And actually data centers are a great example, because if you optimize chips to just be energy efficient, they actually have a higher thermal load and they use more, they require more water. If you optimize for more, say, battery storage, then you could end up with bigger supply chain impacts when it comes to lithium or critical minerals through the value chain. We're not optimizing for just one thing, we're optimizing for the whole system. And I think that is much more complex. And we've got to look at that through the supply chains as well, and that's absolutely vital. So actually layering on all these different dimensions when looking at any topic, so whether it is and I think this is where sustainable finance really is mainstream now, is that you have to look at all of the different factors together. So if you're a banker and you're an infrastructure banker and you are financing a data center, or whether you're financing a bridge or buildings, you need to be looking at all the different factors. So I think AI can also help there too. We've talked about the fact that it can help you identify data that isn't necessarily disclosed. It can help you understand where methane emissions are. It can help you to understand where deforestation is happening. It can help you to understand more about water stress, about climatic patterns. But then also within a financial services setting, it can help to dissolve some of the traditional boundaries within data sets. So for example, we've introduced Ask B, which is Bloomberg's Ask Bloomberg, which is our interface, our AI interface, and enables you to ask a long-form question. So, you know, I'm thinking about investing in this data center, it's in Arizona, it's in this particular location, what do I need to be worried about? And it can do things such as it can look at our water stress data and look at where the water stress is. It can look at the research that Bloomberg Intelligence has about water permitting that's in that region and when those water permits are coming up and what the pressures are on the local grid system. It can look at what BNEF has in terms of renewable energy and energy transition forecasts and pricing, but it can also look at traditional financial metrics and financing and debt financing in that particular region. And it can also go in and look at shareholder filings or community unrest and other issues that might be affecting stalling of data center capacity. It can go and look at copper pricing and trading and copper prices, lithium. So bringing all of that ecosystem together is how we can help to look at the systems related issues and ensure that we're not just optimizing for a singular dimension, which I think is what we have seen with some of the data center sightings, that it's been optimizing for tax efficiency or cost rather than some other examples. So data center is just one thing, but it's a good example of where we have to be thinking about what we're optimizing for and the absolute necessity of the whole of the system and not just one thing.
Yeah, great. We're really now running a bit out of time, so I wanted to maybe conclude asking all of you about what do you think is the most future fit opportunity that you see out there in terms of finance, in terms of business, in terms of something to seize the moment now? Right. Yeah, please.
I'll go. So go for it. To comment. First, I think that renewable energy are like green mobility, renewable energy, and Bloomberg made a big pledge, so I'm super happy about this, giving a sign that this is like the right route. And I wanted also to have like a more wider comment on we are here to talk about financing the future. I think we are super lucky, and there is responsibility behind thinking about the future, and we don't have to forget the tragedy of the horizon that was mentioned by McCartney in 2015 at Deloitte. And I think that someone has already forgotten this, I don't know if you are aware of this, but the tragedy of the horizon is that the people with the power to decide where to go, they don't have the interest and the incentive because they are already wealthy, and so the one paying the biggest price, so the new generations are the one with no willingness and possibility and power to decide. And I think we have to come back to this kind of foundational concepts, because future is a responsibility and has to be handled with a lot of wiseness.
Thank you. 1 minute each, quickly, please.
On the flip side of the costs is the opportunities. And so if we look at, we've calculated $20 trillion in climate damages cumulatively. Where's that been going to? We've also looked at that, and you can categorize that as repair and prepare. One of the biggest areas is the built environment. And without being flippant, I think air conditioning in the UK might be a great investment opportunity right now.
Thank you. Sina. Yes.
So for me, this vision of the future is very different. I think it should be frugal. Maybe we'll input some more circular economy. I'm not a naive dreamer, but I do think that, if we're close to touching tipping points, we need to be mindful of these things. So more local, more with alliances, and maybe a bit less sexy, but probably more secure.
Thank you.
But don't get me wrong. Maybe it's the day to mention what Winston Churchill said at some point, given what's going on in this country. He said, if you don't take progress by the hand, it will take you by the throat. So I'm not discounting this progress, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, I think that we sit in a very fragmented world today, and I can't see a return to the world order that we had before, unfortunately. So I think what does that mean from a finance perspective is, I'm not saying the finance sector has to set brand new goals or ask for more regulation and reporting, far from it. But what I do think is that the finance sector has a real role in navigating the intersection between some of these mega forces that are shaping the world today of AI, geopolitics, energy, the physical impacts of climate change. And if we can thread that needle, we can finance the future in the right way, in a way that doesn't require political consensus or a COP process on goals, but in a way that pursues multiple objectives at the same time. So as I said, why is it that we can't finance data centers and finance renewable energy for data centers and finance critical minerals in the right and responsible way for those renewable energies and finance AI that is rolled out with the right set of governance? MSCI released a governance report on SpaceX. It's a very interesting read, and Elon Musk tweeted about it on Sunday. But I really do think we shouldn't lose what we've learned, and we should continue to pursue the objectives and what we've learned, but we need to marry these objectives now more than ever to bring together a fragmented world.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please join me in congratulating the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. So we will now move on to our next session. It's a fireside chat that addresses an often overlooked but rapidly growing issue: plastic as a financial and environmental risk. So over 400 million tons of plastic waste is produced each year, and less than 10% is recycled globally. And a circular economy approach could reduce the volume of plastics entering the ocean by 80% by 2040. And it affects our health as well. So I'd like to welcome on stage Manuel Brunner, who is Senior Manager for Sustainable Material Innovation and Investment at the Minderoo Foundation, who will be speaking to Pierre-Pascal Bardot-Chesneau, Director of the Global Fund for Coral Reefs at UNCDF and lead of the Plastic Transition Investment Facility. Please.
We spoke a lot today about resilience to climate shocks and to nature loss. And as Mustafa said, this session we want to focus about another risk to resilience, and that is plastics and the ever-growing impact on planetary and human health. My name is Manuel Brunner. I'm the head of Sustainable Material Investments at Minderoo Foundation. We are Australia's largest philanthropic organization. We back innovation and we invest impact capital in solutions to the plastics problem. And delighted to be joined by Pierre-Pascal Bardot-Chesneau today, the director of the Global Fund for Coral Reefs. And you've been mobilizing blended capital into environmental outcomes for big parts of your career. And you're currently building up something that we just learned about in a few minutes. Before we dive into it, let me set the scene a little bit. Mustafa, the numbers I got was about 500 million tons of plastic produced per year. And that is a number that triples by 2060. 10% are recycled, the rest is landfilled, burned, or ends up in the environment. But one number where we usually don't put much emphasis on yet is the human health cost of plastics. There's a growing body of evidence that plastic-related chemicals, so the additives in the materials, are the major driver for human health costs. Cardiovascular disease, developmental disorders, and decreasing fertility rates in both men and women are just a few of the diseases that they're linked to. In the US alone, and only from a handful of the most common plastic chemicals, the health costs are estimated to be $1 trillion per year. That number is very likely a conservative estimate because it doesn't include the thousands of chemicals that are not very studied, and it also does not include any potential impact of micro and nanoplastics on human health. And yet, the current narrative is still that if we just increase waste management infrastructure, we have solved the plastics problem. We want to challenge that because currently the human health costs are there and they're largely externalized. So society pays while producers don't. So Pierre, from your perspective, why should investors and innovators see plastics not as a waste management issue by itself, but as like a systematic risk to resilience?
Thank you, Manuel. So the waste issue is what we see at the end of the plastic cycle. but very often we forget about the externalities. And let me categorize them in three sets of externalities that create major risk. The first one is, plastic is a fossil fuel product. So it contributes to the GHG emission. And by then, it's linked to climate risk. And plastic production is around 5%. So if we estimate that the plastic production is going to triple in the next 20 years, it means we're going to triple our emissions due to plastic production. This is a major issue that for financing system means major climate risk related to those investments. The second one is the price fluctuation. Because it's a fossil fuel product, it is affected by global prices. Global pricing crisis, like the one we saw in the Middle East recently, with an increase of plastic production price by 40%. That fluctuation in price is creating financial risk. And because also of the liability due to the externalities, we don't know how the price is going to evolve. And lastly, the health risk. A lot of the plastic, we actually cannot see it. The plastic gets into nanoparticles. We found those nanoparticles in the middle of the ocean, on top of the mountain, in the air we breathe, in our blood, in our brain, and it's creating the next planetary health crisis. How companies that are producing plastic are going to be affected by that in the future? We don't know. We don't know what financial risks are associated to that. But this is becoming a major issue, as you say. So looking at plastic just as a waste problem is really narrowing down the issue and narrowing down the risks that are associated with that production. And I think it's in the year to come, we realize that if we do not push for a transition on how this is addressed, we will miss the opportunity of creating new markets, in creating new alternatives, and moving the money from plastic production and plastic waste management into new solutions.
That's right. So a really broad spectrum of risks related to plastics, and I'm always wondering, where's the money? Because the gap currently is really enormous. To turn the tide on plastics, it's estimated that we need about $15 trillion of private capital deployed by 2040. At the moment, we're only investing about $24 billion per year. And it's not just about the volume of capital that's being deployed, it's also about the direction. Because about 80 to 90% currently go into downstream waste management and recycling. Safer material innovation or source reduction receive less than 20% at the moment. And yet, while recycling is important, it doesn't really target these human health costs, right? It doesn't reduce harmful chemicals in the material. It perpetuates them, if anything. So, in my opinion, we need more upstream innovation and the financing thereof. Safer materials, greener chemistries, source reduction. So from your point of view, where do you think that major funding gap is coming from, and why is it so much more pronounced for the upstream solutions compared to downstream?
So the upstream and the midstream are too high risk today for private capital to move in. You need to de-risk those investments. But today, the funding is moving into the plastic issue is mostly public funding. And it's going to the downstream because those are waste management issues and projects. They are public investments. They are investments that are made by states, by regional institutions, by municipalities, using sovereign funds or using DFI or using United Nations support. And naturally, it goes to the downstream. And that's why we see this mismatch. And it's also because for a long time, the perception is that the issue is only a waste issue. So it's a public concern. And there is a lack of, I think, understanding of what it will take to actually bring private capital into the upstream and the midstream and not making it necessarily a public investment case. We need blended finance for that. We need to be able to use some of this public funding to de-risk private investment. And this is really a different type of financing mechanism that we need to develop. We need to work differently. And this is what we are trying to do now, and innovate and create new type of mechanism.
Let's linger on that point a little bit, because I want to focus on one specific platform, blended finance platform, because there's really rarely financing vehicles that focus on the plastics problem holistically. So upstream, midstream, and downstream equally. And the Plastic Transition Investment Facility is one of them. And Pierre, you're one of the people building it at the moment. So tell us, what is the Plastic Transition Investment Facility designed to do? Who is it for? Where does it stand at the moment? And perhaps if people are in the room that are wondering, how does their capital fit into it? How can they be involved?
Okay, so 2 years ago, with some colleagues from IFC and us from the United Nations Capital Development Fund and the Trust Fund team that had been working on blended finance for the past 5 years on core LOIs but other funds, we came together and we decided to design a financing instruments that will be dedicated to unlocking that private capital. So we've really invested time in thinking it through and looking at how UN and World Bank together, and this is something very new because usually we work in silos, but we decided to come together and look at what are the instruments we have within the UN and within the World Bank to actually cover the entire spectrum. And this is the Plastic Transition Investment Facility. Looking at rebalancing investment in the downstream, in midstream and upstream. So we will cover the three streams, and we will work in both high-risk market but also middle-income countries. We will invest in new solutions, in startups, in companies. We will take risk. We will guarantee private investment. We will also deploy patient capital. But we will also use the IFC capabilities to work with financial intermediaries to build the right financial ecosystem and leverage capital into solutions that are, I would say, more stable and are more profitable. And by combining the IFC and the UN capabilities, we hope that we can go at scale and we can cover that spectrum, that continuum of investment or spectrum of investments. Our target is to mobilize $200 million and leverage $1 billion within the next 5 years. This is something really new. It's the first time we are doing that. And we are very excited. We are ready to launch the facility, probably at the UNGA or in Davos next year. And I think what we've been doing is trying to, we are usually very slow in the UN. And so what we've been trying to do is prepare the pipeline and demonstrate that as soon as that facility is capitalized, we can start investing. I mean, what is important today is to send a strong signal that, yes, the plastic is not just a waste issue, and investment, public money needs to be redirected. So we hope that very soon we'll be able to come with a very concrete pipeline of investment and money already flowing into those solutions.
Excellent. Maybe a quick follow-up question. Beyond the $1 billion that you're trying to unlock, how do you think can that facility be catalytic for the entire financing sector to finance the plastic transition?
I think what's important today is to show that the upstream has the potential to generate returns. And also, and for that you need demonstration. I mean, you need the solutions to emerge. We've seen some of them in the room. And I think when we see the product and when we see that actually alternative exist, that's shifting the rationale. Also, what's important also for funding to flow into another direction, it's that it's for the externalities to be taken into account in the pricing of plastic, which is something that is not yet happening.
That makes sense. So let me sum that up. We've established that plastics are definitely a risk factor for economies and healthy communities. We know there's a huge funding gap, and it's not just about the volume of capital, it's also the direction where it goes to. I think we agree that we need a shift in narrative away from waste management will fix it all to a really safe and sustainable materials economy and a truly circular economy. We will need a combination of private, public, and philanthropic capital to move forward and close the gap. And I think in the next decade or so, we will really see if we manage to move away from managing symptoms of the risk to really reducing the risk sources upstream. where they really originate. And so I suppose I would love, as a last question for you, probably get your view of, if we meet again in 5 years and sit here on a stage, maybe halfway through the PTIF, what would success look like for you for the plastic transition from a financial perspective, and what does the sector need to get there?
So I work on ocean. So for me, creating the market of alternative materials with seaweed, a market that is sustainable, a market that generates returns, that benefit communities that are producing those seaweed, I think this is definitely a target. And I was very happy to see the seaweed alternative materials there. That's one. Two, I think in 5 years, if we are able to see a redirection in the trajectory of plastic production and not the tripling that we are envisaging, I think that would be great. I think at some point we need to see, we need to be able to measure a diminution in production of plastics. This is critical, and that's the investment in midstream and downstreams that are going to be able to create that. And then finally, a global recognition of the 3 major externalities and risk: the climate, the waste, and the earth. This, we are not yet there. For people that are following the ANC negotiation, this is a struggle, this is a battle. But we see progress, and we are very optimistic that by demonstrating solutions, by coming together, we're going to be able to support member states through an ambitious treaty or linked to an ambitious objectives.
Excellent. I think that's a quite hopeful message there to close the session. Pierre, you're probably around for drinks later on, so if anyone has more questions about the Plastic Transition Investment Facility, I'm sure you're happy to answer some questions. And please join me in thanking Pierre for a really good conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel.
Thank you so much. We will now move to a very, very special session that's called How to Live on Earth. Now, this segment brings a very, very powerful human and storytelling dimension to today's discussion. This is based off the film called How to Live on Earth, and the film premiere took place last night. The film is narrated by Benedict Cumberbatch, but the star of the film is Xiye Bastida, who is a climate justice activist, and we're very, very lucky and honored to have Xiye with us today. So would Jessica and Xiye, would you like to come up on stage? And following Xiye, the discussion, we will also show you a clip from the fantastic movie narrated by Benedict Cumberbatch. And sorry, just to also announce those watching online, unfortunately we're not able to screen the clip online, but please do join us back after the film has stopped. So yeah, sorry, over to you.
Great. Well, first of all, huge congratulations on the film, and thank you for joining us. I'm sure you're extremely busy with multiple commitments around Climate Week, so we're thrilled to have you. As Mustafa mentioned, you're a Mexican climate justice activist, and you have a Tommy Tolkien heritage, and you're the co-founder and executive director of the Re-Earth Initiative, which is a youth-led organization working across more than 30 countries. So it's absolutely, really exciting to see that you led the section of the film which is really deep diving into finance. And so we thought it would be wonderful to hear more from you on that experience with this audience. So the film, I felt like it was quite an emotional journey, really trying to understand how do we relate to nature. And, I think there's a contrast here because finance is often about, numbers and logic. But how do you hope someone in the finance sector will feel after they've seen the film?
Well, thank you so much, and hello, everyone. It's really unique to be here. I never thought I would be invited to talk on anything relating to finance. So Thank you for listening and for giving me the opportunity to give a different perspective. So the first thing that I'll say to your question about feeling, because I think that's often not talked about enough, it's to set the scene. Over half of global GDP is directly or moderately linked to nature. Over $58 trillion are directly linked to how nature is doing, how if the soil is working, if we're capturing enough carbon, if the rivers are flowing, if the bees are pollinating. And our economy, our economic system has worked in a way that values nature more when it's dead than alive. And I don't have to say it to any of you, but when I realize what that really means, it's actually incredibly painful. So that's the first feeling, right? There is pain in knowing that for all of these companies and corporations that are by my community, my river needs to be polluted and it's declared ecologically dead. Mm-hmm. The biggest companies that you know, Pfizer, I don't know, like Barcel, all of these are near my community and I see what it's done. But the second thing is, we talk a lot about different ways to value nature because I think valuing living nature is really the question of our time. Not just valuing how much a tree is worth when it's cut down or the pasture land when it can be used for cattle and how that is sold, but what is the value of a living ecosystem? What is the value of the ecosystem services of a rainforest that is actually creating all of this rainfall and making sure that there is water filtration and all of these things that we don't even know how many ecosystem services there is. I feel like when my teacher asked me how many tenses are there in English, and I said 3, and she said there's 13. So there's actually 32 ecosystem services that can be mapped out specifically that each ecosystem can do. And the film talks about many different aspects of how we can measure the value of nature, but what really is important to me is that I want every economist and every person in finance to feel that the economic system we should not just accept it as something rigid and unchangeable because we created it. And we have the challenge right now as humanity with the climate crisis and with future generations expecting something better from us, that we turn on that imagination to reimagine what the economic system can be and what it actually does value. And I know that's a really hard question. I went to UPenn, I went to many classes in the Wharton School of Business. I understand some of, not all, but some of the things that are talked in these rooms. And what I see over and over again is that there's just an acceptance that things cannot change, but we build them and we can change them. This film is going to be on YouTube. There is no paywall for it. Everyone in the world is going to be able to watch it. And YouTube is the #1 streaming platform in the world. Like, we made this film for it to be seen by hundreds of millions of people. And so what I will, and you will see this, what we will show in the finance sector, I hope it can inspire not just the economists and the next generation, but really every single person to see a relationship with living nature. So yeah, I hope it just makes you feel like change is possible.
Yes. Wonderful. And I have to say, I think the film does more of a deep dive into finance and financial instruments than you might expect from a popular film with Benedict Cumberbatch that's on the big screen. So when you were diving into all these different financial instruments, which ones did you really feel had promise for better aligning the outcomes that we want to see in the world with financial incentives? And did you see any in the film or the preparation for the film which allowed for direct access by Indigenous peoples?
Yes, there is a few examples, and I speak to a couple economists in the film that are explaining to me what it would be like for communities at the front lines getting direct access to finance. And right now, 85% of global biodiversity is protected by indigenous communities. 85% of the richness of the planet is directly protected by people who have very little access to finance, to direct finance, to finance that is not loan-based. And these are over and over again. So one example is the creation of natural asset companies. And if you work with indigenous communities, you will know that autonomy comes first. So it's very difficult to come to a community and say, do you want to set up a carbon market system, right? Because what we see is that land actually ends up being taken over, and then there's this commodification of the land that actually goes against a lot of our values. And that is something that we just need to name, and at the same time, how do we make sure that this biodiversity stays protected and that there is an incentive not to cut down the forest, but to regenerate it. And that is what something like a natural asset company can do, which is explained in the film by an economist called Douglas Egger. And he says, you know, if a land is fully destroyed and you can measure the amount of ecosystem services that it's providing, which is very low, and then you can actually make it an investable asset in the sense that as it regenerates and the ecosystem services increase, then the value of the land increases. And we actually used, as an example, my wetland in my community for me to really visualize what this would be like. Because I think indigenous people shouldn't have to be economists for us to for the world to value our land. And it shouldn't be hard for those things to take place. And that's just one example, but there's multiple in the film.
Great, and actually we have an event on Friday with insurers, which is looking at dividends from nature, including for indigenous peoples and communities that don't involve repayment. It's payments for the risk reduction or the resilience building dividends that we already know are provided but aren't monetized now. So some of these things are happening. How would you expect, after seeing the film, that the financial sector will respond? And what would make you see that they are being serious agents of change for nature?
Well, one time I went to a summit where I spoke to 500 investors, and it was a very interesting audience. And the one thing that they took away from everything that I said is the climate crisis puts every single investable asset at risk, right? And I think that's what you were just talking about now. Insurance companies are not insuring flood-prone areas. They're not insuring places, for example, in California where the wildfires are coming, or in Florida where the hurricanes are coming, let alone remote indigenous communities, right? And so when everything is at risk in this moment and things are uninsurable, we need to remind ourselves that the most resilient places are the ones where biodiversity thrives, are the ones where nature is in balance. And if we're not able to protect that, we don't know what the global economy will be like in 25 years. And I asked the room of 500 investors, and I asked each of you, can you assure me that the economic system and model and opportunities will be the same in 20 years? Will be the same in 30 years? No. Why would I even invest in my retirement if I don't know what the world would be like in 2100? And this is something that I thought about very deeply. And in 2100, when all the climate models arrive to, there's no climate models beyond 2100. I will love somebody who is alive in 2100. My grandchildren will be in their, in 2100, if I'm alive, right? I'll be 98. My kids might be 60-something. My grandkids will be in the prime of their lives, and they might have children already. So this is so personal, because you're thinking of somebody who you will see grow, and you don't know the world that they'll come into. So if I can say one thing is, we have gotten it wrong, we know that, but we have so much to build, and we have to challenge ourselves to build it better, build it stronger, build it to actually reflect what nature looks like, and to know that, and this comes from some of the wisdom that I've been so grateful to receive from my community, which is we need to plan for 7 generations, in the past and in the future. And all of our communities work like that. We plan from the wisdom of past 7 generations to the future 7 generations. And right now our economic system works in the next quarter and the next earnings and all of those things. And we just need to wake up. We need to really think about what the challenge that we're in. And just to close, because I know we want to watch the clip, which you will be seeing something that no one else has seen besides yesterday in the premiere. So I hope you're excited about that, and then everyone can watch it once September comes. The last thing I'll say is that people often ask me if I have hope, and I will say that I cannot even think about a world where I cannot be hopeful or optimistic, because I owe it to those that have come before me who have fought for me to be here, and I owe it to my children and grandchildren who will ask me, what type of ancestor were you? So if I give up hope, if I give up my optimism, I'm letting down my lineage. I'm letting down my grandmother and my great-grandmother. So I will never give up because I have people to show up for. And I hope you also feel that and know that you cannot lose hope either. And if you're here, it makes me hopeful that people in finance are putting your heads together to see how we can live a better world for the future generations and a different world. So thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Xiye, for ending on that hopeful message. And as UNEP is an impact partner for the film, we are going to be helping to convert the messages in the film and the intent into how to bank on Earth, how to insure on Earth, and how to invest on Earth. So I think we can go ahead with the clip.
Wow. The rest of the film is just as powerful as that clip, and thank you so much here for joining us today. The film is out in September. It will be available on YouTube, and we all hope you watch it. So thank you so much for inspiring us. We will now close the UNEP Global Roundtable, and for closing remarks, I'd like to welcome on stage Liesel van Ast, Deputy Head of UNEP.
Thank you. So, how do we become wise enough? I think today is one of the snapshots of the kind of knowledge we're trying to help to build to create that wisdom and to create the change that's needed. So there are too many highlights from today to really go into all of them, so I'll just mention a few of the things that we've heard today. The science shows that the bands of climate scenarios are narrowing, while climate risks are showing up faster than expected. Understanding nature-related risk is really nascent and can't mature fast enough, since economies depend on nature-related services, and nature's ability to protect us depends on our investment in nature. Ecosystem degradation, scarcity of minerals, critical mineral supply chains, water, climate risks, plastics are all interconnected. And central banks are exploring the link between ecosystem degradation, probabilities of default, and credit losses, and setting supervisory expectations on climate and nature-related risk. While the link between climate and nature degradation is going up exponentially, the political willingness to act is going down. This is a worrying disconnect between the reality we face and the systems we have, as we're headed towards a disorderly transition, we heard. We need to reset our concepts of risk and resilience. We heard how irresilience will challenge the financial sector as losses increase and the insurance protection gap widens, as CapEx and OpEx costs go up in a changing operating environment and credit risk rises. We heard that we need prudential reform, clear rules, standards and frameworks, as well as evolving data analytics models for sustainability risk management. We need policymakers and regulators to work together to avoid fragmentation. Of course, on the other side of risks are opportunities, and banks that know and manage their risks are best placed to finance firms through the transition. We heard how climate transitions and energy security go hand in hand. Circular economy has become an imperative for resilient economies, and capabilities for circular economy finance and business models are being developed with standards, definitions, and methodologies. The industry really needs the enabling policies and regulations to transition hard-to-abate sectors, heavy industry, steel, cement, aviation, and shipping. Targets and commitments matter, and operationalizing them is still critical to move forwards. We heard a call for UNEP members to defend science, to make strong links with what the science is telling us. We heard a call for UNEP member banks to continue to invest in transition plans. We heard the desire for finance to flow to high-emitting sectors to finance the transition, to change to low-emission technologies across hard-to-abate sectors. We need to focus both on mitigation and adaptation. We need ambition and volumes and transformation of the financial system. We need transformational finance, transforming institutions, markets, and public policies. We stand before incredible opportunities that will determine the competitiveness of financial institutions, of companies, and of countries. We need to take a systems-based approach to financing the future, we heard. The upshot is that, as Usher said this morning, sustainability is not passé, as some would have you believe. How can it be when it's fundamental to planetary resource and energy security, and with that to life on Earth? Sustainability, or the lack of it, will determine the future of our climate, energy, food, water, and forest systems that underpin socioeconomic and financial stability. Destroying the fabric of our planet is not really an option. The path forwards won't be smooth or evenly forged, as some battle to retain the status quo using tactics to divert, to distract, and to delay the transition. Managing sustainability risks, opportunities, and impacts is integral to building resilience, and we have the agency to do these things. Resilience depends on coherent strategies as well as clear policies and practices to shift towards just, resource-efficient, net zero economies that halt and reverse nature loss. Banks and insurers are moving from frameworks and commitments to financing transitions, from principles to practice, and from risk to resilience. At UNEP FI, we will keep advancing sustainable finance by sharpening the tools, honing science-based risk management, decision-making, and action to accelerate the transformation. Some of the latest resources that you can find now on UNEP FI's website are the Landscape of Sustainability Risk Integration Report published today, along with its upcoming Approach to Sustainability Risk Integration. Yesterday, the UNEP Forum for Insurance Transition launched new guidance to support implementation of the total balance sheet principle for credible organization-wide transition plans that fully link underwriting and investment portfolios. These are just some of the resources. Of course, we have many more programs, including our nature program, which Jessica Smith heads up. So definitely look into the opportunities are there. I'm just mentioning a few, and some of those still to come. We'll be expanding our work on climate transition planning, both for banks and insurers. Watch out for additional guidance and sector briefs for climate transition finance within the banking sector coming out later this year. The PSI is developing new guidance on adaptation and resilience, highlighting the need for more proactive engagement with insurers and focusing on pre-disaster resilience building. We're developing new resources to help our banking members' front office teams seize the business opportunities and deepen existing commercial relationships while engaging their clients on sustainability. We'll continue to release resources to demonstrate the business case for sustainability through guidance on critical areas such as energy efficiency and circular economy. We'll release a report later this year to help banks to operationalize the links between circular economy and nature objectives. This work is part of our role as convener and bringing together the financial sector and key stakeholders, and we hope to see many of you at the Nature and Climate COPs coming up. We heard today that the commitments and actions by the private sector demonstrating and providing the positive proof points of delivering the transition is important to the climate negotiations. Next year, we'll hold regional roundtables to advance sustainable finance developments in regional contexts. And you can also look out for our 4th Principles for Responsible Banking Progress report next year to really see the continued progress being made by our banking members. As you've heard, we have the agency to build resilience. We have the agency to learn how to live and work on and with the earth. Those who do stand to adapt and thrive. We heard about the importance of collaborating and working together to go further, faster, to turbocharge the transition and build resilience. We need to show agency in action to scale up and expand resilience. We need leadership and first movers, we heard. The stakes have never been higher. Thank you for seizing the opportunity to come together for our global roundtable today. And I also have to really thank our sponsors who have made this possible. So this event's been held in collaboration with the Green Finance Institute, and it's been supported by our headline sponsor, First Abu Dhabi Bank, gold sponsors Siemens Financial Services, MSCI, EY, and Bloomberg. And silver sponsors the Forest Stewardship Council, Emirates, NDB, MBD, Generali, Societe Generale, and Santander. And innovation sponsor Mundaru Foundation. Our climate contribution partner has been Climate Partner, and our supporters are NBIMA, CNSEG, and Febraba. Our partner is Climate Action. So thank you all for making this event possible, and thank all of our speakers and for all of you for being part of our 19th roundtable, global roundtable. And I hope we'll also use your agency to be part of shaping the future we want before our 20th global roundtable in 2028. So thank you, and please join us for drinks next door at Mustafa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liesel. So today has shown that climate, nature, pollution, and inequality, they're not separate challenges. They're one challenge that requires one response, and that resilience is no longer optional. It is the foundation of future growth, stability, and prosperity, and finance is central to delivering it. With that, we'll close the UNEP Global Roundtable. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much to those joining online as well. And for those here in the room, please join us for drinks in the Balmoral Suite just behind. For those watching at home, have a drink. And thank you very much, everyone.